What's going on here? Uh-oh. If you value your lives, run! The bridge is collapsing! Hurry! Run like your life depends on it.
It does depend on
Yep.
it. It does depend on it, you idiot.
Actually recovering years out of Gallica's life.
You?
What? No.
Do you ever like Shalompo?
I did a few times actually.
That's what I'm having for breakfast.
What?
That's what I'm having for breakfast right now.
Hey, we're here.
I forgot to ask you, what are you playing?
What?
What are you playing?
Huh?
What are you playing?
I'm not playing anything. Why?
I'm just curious.
I'm not playing anything. Why?
I'm just curious.
Her. Oh no. The Highness was cursed. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Yep.
Captain, how's the long haul going? Need any coffee or fried snacks while Shan?
Yeah. Yep. Exhausted. So to join the army and work my way up the ranks the traditional way. Never thought things would turn out like this. Still an extraordinary part. Get my revenge on Louise. No matter how hard it takes. Huh. What it was. It's exhausted. That Muggle was unusually dense. Now it's already dark. So, together with his entourage, we decided to take his highness out in secret to an appropriate hiding place. Attacking the royal palace, the place where he was supposed to be safest. He knew not when he'd meet attack again if he stayed in Grand Trad. That was deemed official. To restore his highness. The royal guards who protected his highness were kept in the dark. If they had none, they would have no choice but to stop us. We have been guilty of treason. A terrible fate for young knights who have so much ahead of them. Ah. Yep.
Giovanna, what did you
Huh?
do?
What did I do? What?
To be convicted of treason.
Huh. Apparently, they had to keep the fact that the princess attacked a secret. Yeah. Huh. Interesting then. Let's hit the road. Grand Trad. That's it. Yep. Yep. How are you holding up? Yeah.
Bagula.
Hmm? Yep. Really now? Hey, let's walk around the city. I came across a horde of goblins and thought I was going to die. I had contact runner. It's the point of complaining to now that I was more exhausted than I thought. Oh, we can actually talk to Stroll. Huh? I need to actually get some rest for once. You got nothing worth taking. Is he alright? If you don't know, huh? Try to get in front so fast. Oh, again. And this is the same one that's I was talking about earlier too. Yeah, the correct way. I've never seen one of your kind before. Do you hail from outside the city? That's right. The gauntlet run, there is. See on your card. The city's denizens can be somewhat unwelcoming towards people of your tribe.
He did it.
Brother, these people stink!
What are you talking about, Corona?
This is some shit, bro. This is a fun place. It doesn't wait from frying place. There. Narrow alley, go on the right side of the gallows. Yeah, right. That cursed landlord. Tell him my mother comes tomorrow and he's just prince. Oh, where's the phone? I'm sure to find kind heart in this country. Yeah. The right around the gallows hills here. There's the people hanging there are good, virtuous people. Truth will never faces judgment, no matter their crimes. I'm from the capital, Ari. Why should you successful? This city. Gee, hungry. Who's none have there? The bastard of a landowner. I can't wait. The last media was a sight to behold. Not often you get to see such pathetic cowering. Rios is waiting for us, you know. Think they do well here? Well, who's hanging there? It was an awful thing to witness. to display. Out of my sight, unsightly elder. Sounds shouting for answers, but I'll get you. You haven't done anything wrong. They're obvious. So the night disruptor doing a good job disguising it. Anyway, you need to be elsewhere for now. Don't act like me, damn elder. Wow, racist. A place for a guy of your stature. Do you mean? Something in common. Not like you, purpose like us. I won't pry, but it's safe to say we've all been through the winter we have. Yes, we've heard all the soldiers of the fort got annihilated, but not you, I see. Stubborn bastard. What that? Why don't you worry, your sunshine grows in your death. Our of us here will go running our mouth. That's now. Let's go inside. Aw. Interesting. Eating. Interesting. Yeah. Yep. Let's go check on Maria. Huh? It's pretty. Yep.
Hey Gree, hope your long pull-ups are going smoothly today via shoe wool.
Yep. Of course. Well, now you can get the healer.
I noticed that seemed to repro is crashing. So the pop-ups were causing disruption between the overlay connector and the seemed to repro itself.
Were they?
Yeah. It was causing seemed to repro to freeze and crash.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's why they had that in there, in case something happens, so that I can just disable the pop-ups altogether.
Huh? Look at it.
And yes, it did send me notices in the web portal. There's only 2 machines this morning that popped up, your laptop and your regular desktop. Yeah, I didn't see anything on your shadow this morning. And to clear it out, I forced them both to run a scan just so that the system could clear out whatever's in there. I didn't see anything complaining from my local either. So,
Yeah.
did you turn on your machines about, 9:24 or something like that?
That's when my dad turned it on. He gets ready to go for when I get over here.
Okay. Because 10:29 is the last complaint I saw from your, two. So, good about the
Huh?
I don't like having to enable silent
In the
mode
mail
with
stream,
getting so many pop-ups from tier scale we needed to.
It was making my program crash.
It's only on your funeral. You can go this way, so let's steer clear.
I know, but that's what I mean. But you shouldn't have been seeing that pop up to begin with.
Why do those pop-ups cause crashes? I don't know.
I don't know. It's good. It's not crashing on the local, is it?
I don't have anything running important on the local, except for
It might be
OBS.
interrupting the only thing I can think of is the UI setting that doesn't like with the shadow overlays.
Yeah, all the
When
access and I sorted it there.
particular ones.
Alright, so no thief, but that source says you're a mercenary, so I've got a little proposal for you. You take off your helmet. Take with the Magla shards. Read them up on order of the Sanctus Church. You need both, so I leave it up to you.
Runway awareness. Okay.
It says hi.
If you can stand on the days of weather spread, that means the worse the weather, the higher I'll pay. Should I need to mind the conversion rate too?
Oh boy!
I know, oh boy.
Yeah.
What now?
Do you have
What now?
a thunderstorm outside?
No. Not in where I am. I am from Ipoh Perak, so no.
It's thunderstorming at the main airport. I just saw severe lightning.
Come on.
Hmm?
Better you don't ask me
So,
about that
thank you.
area, please.
I'm just talking about the weather.
Yeah, sometimes the weather is kind of irregular, you know. Sometimes like to rain, sometimes like a thunderstorm or something like that.
Cause
Yeah, that's
it's,
what she said. My friend is still right now at the airport.
yeah.
And can you please don't ask me what happened in Kuala Lumpur, because I'm not staying there. I'm staying in Ipoh, you know. you know I'm not from Kuala Lumpur, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I am not
Yeah.
going to say where you're from. However,
Oh god, the weather's pretty bad.
I know, I
you know
see
I'm
that. Watching
you know that we are
stream.
on stream, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
You-
we're on stream.
Damn it.
I forgot to refresh your memory just to be safe.
You know we are on stream, right? We don't want to talk about where we are, okay? Please,
Yeah.
please.
Please.
Where are you? You. How does this? You gotta make me embarrass me.
Sorry. I wasn't trying to get into personal life. I'm just taking a tour of Southeast Asia and Switzerland, that's all.
Please don't ask me, please.
But yeah, the weather is shit.
Yeah. That much.
Uh,
The weather.
Really?
Man.
You didn't power up?
Not yet. I have to set up a seafood, remember?
comfort concoctions.
Oh, okay, so you have to set it up even before you do battery?
Yeah. Cause it begins sync with power off stick.
Slapstick.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I thought it only began to sync after you did GPU.
No.
That makes more sense then.
This is on this server. I wait for high price. I'm just going to save again. Can never be too safe. The hell's your problem? Nope. Time to go to Regulus Grand Cathedral. Funny room. Stay home and play with my dad. I was going to have a laugh. Let's not try to not wander off. Okay. Yeah. There's a clean well water anywhere else. I'll say it's worth the price.
Yeah, even the sim loaded fast, and even
It's like inside.
the
It's front with a nice family. She
yes,
gets to watch the
it's
room from good seats.
crashed. There's something going on with those pop-ups.
It's still clear.
And it's not just on Shadow where it disrupts. On my laptop, it freezes synergy for a couple minutes before I can move the mouse again.
Really?
Yeah.
Again, if you're so inclined.
That's why I said they need to fix the way they're doing the tier scale stuff. And synergy, that's not going over tier scale. Right?
Yeah, that is.
Kuala Lumpur
Why?
clearance delivery Luna 30 Sierra IFR to Shaman ready to copy.
Like on
Yes.
Magic Association.
I have it connected between Shadow, Local, and laptop.
No bit.
Why?
How about macro?
You just have a laptop. Why you have
Luna 30 Sierra cleared to Shaman Airport is filed. Take off runway 32 right climb and maintain 6,000 feet. Departure on 135
Like I was
5
asking
squawk
why.
4225.
Why not?
It's a magla.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what. You still have to tab out, don't you?
No.
Even if I did want to serve you, I couldn't do so. However, it's our policy to grant services to certain tribes, including the Elder. Hey, apology. But I must ask you to leave. That's not acceptable. First of all, magic igniters are premium high-end product. Even if I did want to serve you, I couldn't do so with permission from the association representative. The 80 Brigadier Leica is also in charge of operations of this igniter shop. I think Lady Brigetta herself is the other person who we met.
One, two, three.
Huh? There's a ban on them or something.
Tintin.
You have 2 ways then to get here before, correct? Got right on the carriage this time, huh? Is that a good one did you kindness? I am just here to walk around and muck about. I don't feel. Oh no. Just size on me if I leave it open on the day of the royal funeral. Well, at least they are honest. This guy's quite honest. Like honest working men.
I see. I suppose that we can stop boarding.
So hard to get you. Irritated won't. I suppose all magic igniters are pretty costly. Sheesh, buddy, don't.
Catering vehicles are on their way.
Nice. First,
Boarding
you're still an
requested.
elder. You must demonstrate a basic understanding of sanctism for my operation.
Ground to
If
cockpit.
everything was informed, I could ask a question.
Go ahead.
For my equipment.
Hi, Captain. Microphone check, please.
This country contains
Clear enough.
vast,
4 out of
ancient-
5.
Okay.
Okay, Captain. Radio check complete.
Listen, bring yourself before-
We'll contact you once the ground vehicles arrive and we're ready to start loading. Roger.
Do you want to board crew?
At least
Crew boarding starting.
At least this guy said he talked better. However, no matter how sincere, you must demonstrate a basic understanding of sanctism if you expect my cooperation. At least this guy just like isn't just in that prejudiced. Yes, sure, he goes, yes, sure, my religion has a prejudice against your kind, but at least this will help you out.
Departure check
Once
completed.
the assassination is underway, we're going to do it. The Grand Cathedral. Let's go.
Your crew has boarded.
This way.
Passengers boarding starting.
Hello.
Good evening, Captain. How are you?
Hi there. I'm okay today, thanks.
Great. We're just getting ready for departure, but if you need anything, just give me a call.
Thanks a lot.
No problem. All stations prepare to start
What in
boarding.
the world?
This way.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. We've started boarding now, and the passengers are being seated.
Thanks.
This way, please.
Reality, you say? What in the blazes is going on here?
Welcome on board. May I see your boarding pass?
What in the blazes? Floating palace? What in the blazes is the king thinking? What in the world? What is this? What in the world? What in the blazes are they think?
Ground to cockpit. Go ahead. Hi Captain, just a quick update to let you know that we've started loading. We'll send the final load sheet up once we're ready. Roger.
Oh, brother. Reyes, on the other hand, Reyes is killed! He killed another person in cold blood. Oh boy.
Captain, is that an emergency landing? Or just you trying to get to the in-flight meal servers? Why are you...
Oh no, Reyes got killed over this?
Ground to cockpit. Go ahead. Loading has been completed. We're sending the load sheet up to you now. We're waiting for you to close up. Once the beacon light is switched on, we'll contact you to begin pushback. Roger.
Who are you? Oh no. Come on. Yeah.
Welcome to Eclipse Airlines. We are so thrilled to have you on board. Our captain is currently preparing for our prompt departure, but while you wait, please ensure that you are sitting comfortably and all wheelchair tie-downs for those who are using wheelchairs are secured. Don't hesitate to inform our flight attendants if your wheelchair tie-downs aren't secured or you're not sitting comfortably.
Eclipse 航空へようこそ。私どものフライトにご搭乗いただき、誠にありがとうございます。機長は迅速な離陸の準備をしておりますが、お待ちいただく間、車椅子をご利用のお客様は快適にお座りいただき、車椅子のタイダウンストラップがすべて固定されていることをご確認ください。車椅子の固定ベルトが閉まっていない場合、または快適にお座りいただけない場合は、速やかに客室乗務員にお知らせください。
Yep. To catch up to Hulkenberg. We are upward bound. It's going to collapse. Shall send from here.
Welcome on board.
We're that strong. We don't need to worry about the skeletons. Right. Which organization do you belong? Please look for her son.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. Okay, we've received the load sheet from ground. There's the passenger count, the crew count, and the total souls count. Plus yourselves, of course.
Thanks.
Okay, looks like we're all set to go whenever you're ready.
Excellent. I'll instruct ground that we're ready to remove the jetway, and you can go ahead and close the doors.
No problem.
Come on. Come on. We need to. Find a child. The area ahead is much too dangerous. Honestly, I'm not sure even the state army can handle this. Being a kind person is a good way to get yourself some good graces.
Cockpit to ground. Go ahead. We're starting the APU now. Stand by for ground power disconnection in a few minutes.
Roger. We'll monitor the startup from down here and let you know if we see anything untoward.
Roger. Good evening from the cockpit. This is your captain speaking. I'd like to welcome you on board this evening's flight to the Airways. We're currently preparing for departure up here in the cockpit, and once we're airborne, we'll be climbing to our cruise level of 37,000 feet.
Could never have mentioned.
We're not anticipating any delays, so we hope to be underway very shortly. The cabin crew will start securing the cabin once the aircraft has pushed back from the stand. As we make our way to the departure runway, please make sure you're seated and secured as they make their way around the aircraft. The weather is looking good, so it should be a nice, comfortable climb up to our cruise level. Once we're airborne, there shouldn't be any issue during our climb. It's a pretty straightforward departure out to the airport, so nothing to worry about there. It looks as though the en route winds are in our favour, so there shouldn't be any issue getting to our destination on time. However, we will keep you informed throughout the flight if it changes. The ground crew have finished loading the aircraft, so if you could get yourself seated and secured, we'll be able to get going straight away. Thank you very much for flying with us, and I hope you enjoy the flight.
Ground to cockpit.
Go ahead.
APU startup seems good. Nothing to report.
Disconnect ground power, please.
Roger. Stand by. Ground power has been disconnected.
Roger.
Do you know them?
Locking here.
Ground to cockpit. Go ahead. Ground tow is connected. Just a heads up, your beacon light is not active. Tow is attached, steering pin is inserted. Stand by while we start pushback.
Release parking brake.
Yep.
Please. Release parking brake. Please. Release parking brake. Please. Release parking brake. Please.
What in the blazes?
Release parking brake. Please. Release parking brake. Please. Release parking brake. Please.
Oh boy.
Release parking brake. Please. Release parking brake. Please.
You ready to go?
Peace.
Release parking brake. Please.
Anyway, I'm gonna leave a route now, so thank
Yeah.
you guys.
Right. Later.
Release parking brake. Please.
Consideration is important.
Release parking brake. Please.
Okay, what was that?
Release parking brake. Please.
I just start setting up the what program was that?
I'm installing the
Release parking brake.
Unity driver.
The what driver?
Release
The
parking brake.
Unity driver I said.
Release parking brake. Please.
The parking brake is off.
Push. All engines clear. Start at risk.
I want to check approval rating.
Okay, Captain, we're clear of the stand and you're free to start engines. Cabin crew, please set doors to automatic.
Huh.
Starting engine 2. Roger. Starting number 1. Roger.
ご挨拶フライトの安全を確保するため、機長は
The
迅速
way
な
is
離陸の
pretty
準備として
bad.
このビデオを上映することを決定しました。乗客の皆様がこのフライトで怪我をしたり、困難な状況に陥ったりすることのないよ
Kind
う
of creepy.
ぜひご覧ください。お座席の上には大きなお
Can't
荷物
let
を
that
入れる
stop
ス
us
ペー
here.
スが、前のお座席には小さなお荷物を入れるスペースがございます。お荷物の破損を防ぐため、お荷物は正しい収納スペースにお入れください。シートベルトは左右に分かれています。 片側には左手の調節可能なストラップに取り付けるレバータイプのバックルがあり、
Please set your parking
片側
brake.
には右手のバックルにロックするストラップがあります。シートベルト着用表示灯が点灯したら、バックルを取り付けてシートベルトを締めてください。シートベルト着用表示灯が点灯しているときは、必ず表示
Stand by. Please keep your parking brake on while we monitor engine start up and disconnect the code.
Change Galagas.
当社のフライトは Wi-Fi に対応しており、高度1万フィートに到達した時点で当社のサービスにオンラインでアクセスすることができます。ただし、機長が離陸する前にお使いの端末をフライトモードに設定するか、フライトモードが搭載されていない端末の場合は電源をお切りください。またはフライトモードに対応した別の携帯電話をご用意ください。フライトにご参加いただけない特別なお手伝いが必要なお客様には、常時接続可能な緊急用 Wi-Fi ホットスポットをご用意しております。離着陸の
Okay, Captain. Looks like a good startup on all engines and tow is disconnected. Nose wheel is free, so you're good to go. We'll get ourselves disconnected now, so have a safe flight. Look out for the pin on the left, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks very much. Pin on the left and we'll see you again soon. 煙は客室乗務員の解除を困難にし、健康被害をもたらす可能性があるためです。ストロー、電子タバコ、普通のタバコ、キューバ葉巻はソードアートオンラインの最新シーズンを捨てたゴミ箱に捨ててください。化粧室でアニメを見ることは許されていますが、煙探知機を壊すことは許されていません。機内の気圧低下を防ぐため、このフライトには酸素マスクシステムが装備されている。シリコンのマスクを開き、鼻と口にかぶせる。マスクを頭からかぶると、ゴムバンドによってマスクが安定し、通常の呼吸ができるようになりますが、もちろん必要に応じてゴムバンドを調節することもできます。他の人を助ける前に自分のマスクを調整することを優先することを忘れないでください。これは SF 映画ではありません。低気圧の枠でも呼吸はできません。緊急時には機体の両側に非常口、左右の前方に1つずつ、中央に2つ、後方に1つ、合計8つの非常口があり、それぞれに膨張式の滑り台がついています。今どこにあるかちょっと思い出してみてください。もし忘れてしまっても、床に取り付けられたライトが緊急時に一番近い出口まで導いてくれる。緊急時といえば自助努力だ。ハイヒール、鋭利なもの、荷物などはインフレータブルスライドを傷つけないように入れていってください。荷物は持ち主にお返しするよう最善を尽くしますのでご安心ください。ありがとうございました。
No, AirAsia.
AirAsia. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a different livery than what you've seen. But how is AirAsia?
I don't know.
Oh boy.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. Just to let you know that the cabin is secure for takeoff.
We're almost ready actually, so you can take your seats
When
now.
it works,
No problem.
the shadow USB over IP is
All
beautiful.
stations, please be
I just connected my printer to it and started the printer paper and it printed.
Ladies and gentlemen, because this is a nighttime flight, for safety
No,
purposes, I have
I
just
just
lights
did.
for takeoff. This is
I
a
just
normal procedure.
connected
Stand back on
my
what
printer
completed our
via
departure.
shadow USB over IP and it just printed.
Redcap 5115 taxi to the gate. Redcap 5115 taxi to gate 22 via taxiway Alpha 5 Alpha Bravo 5 Tango 1 Tango 3 Tango 2 Tango 4 Foxtrot Delta 1 Charlie 1 Papa 1 Papa Quebec 4 Quebec Uniform 4 Uniform 3 Alpha Uniform 3.
Via the quick menu.
Synthesis, huh?
No, I mean, on your local side, how you having it connect?
See, via the USB menu and the quick menu.
I know that part. I'm talking about on your local side. What's it connected? The USB, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now that I'm done with school, I needed to print out the TPD form for my dad to fill out.
Yeah.
You know what TPD is?
What?
When you're done with school, when you're all done with school, there's something called a total disability discharge, so you don't have to pay back your loans.
Oh, yeah. I remember you telling me about that. I didn't know what it was called.
TPD. And that's not. And Joanna, please don't have PTSD. The TPD we're talking about is total disability discharge, not true perennial toxins.
Oh no.
What?
He's killed.
Oh.
Reuse this memento.
Yeah. But we won't need that in the future, though.
What?
The shadow USB. Cause I got direct IPs in the works for that way we don't have to do USB.
Oh boy.
Cause that's part of the main network setup I'm working on. Because all of our printers are going to be network based. Which means when we install a terascale, they'll just go right
I
over
say it's up to her.
terascale.
Oh boy. Yep.
While we're long, hold you flying solo. Captain, hope you're having
Approaching
some fun up there.
1, right.
Ugh.
Wait, what? Yep.
You taking off from Oregon?
No,
Loyal Knight.
I told you. It's Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's what my idea was. Yeah, I see it.
Yep. Now let's see if I can. Yeah. Out.
Young ass taxi.
The holidays, the season to be grateful, filled with joy and wonderful moments, meant to be shared with the people that you love. Unfortunately, it didn't go quite as planned, because just a day after Thanksgiving, we received the terrible news that a landmark of the company, Sakamata Chloe, had departed from Hololive. And while we were still reeling from the news, another major bombshell dropped.
So, thank you for being here, and I'm sorry to worry you. I know this is going to come as a huge shock.
For that, though.
For that, I'm sorry. I'll be graduating from Hololive on January 3rd, 2025.
Sarah's Fauna is graduating from Hololive and not becoming an affiliate like Amelia Watson is doing, a hard graduation.
him alone.
Clearly, something has changed within Hololive for us to be losing so many powerhouse VTubers in such a short amount of time. But to understand what happened, we gotta go back to how it all started. We gotta go back to the root of the problem. 2024 has been a rough year overall for the VTuber industry. And not only in terms of stock price being down because of two factors. One, the collapse of Nijisanji Yen, which shaked off the faith of the economy in the entire VTubing industry. And two, because of the value of the yen plummeting due to Japan's financial crisis. But when it comes to Hololive in particular, and having 5 talents graduate in a single year and 2 being already announced to graduate in a single year is a new record for them. And it's never been seen before, unless we count 2020 in when they closed in the Chinese branch. And it's all the more worrisome when the company doesn't pump out talents at a pace where it can outmatch the current graduation rate if they keep going. Because Hololive CEO Yago has stated in a recent shareholders Q&A that they don't intend to pump out more talents from now on, and that they want to focus on being able to promote each and individual performer as best as they could, as well as wanting to focus on hiring performers that don't cannibalize each other and that are each suited to their own segment, being music or games. But in just a few months, we have now seen the graduation of several powerhouses, such as Minato Aqua's graduation on August 28th, where she cited creative differences between her and the company's direction.
理由に関しては会社との方向性の違いが大きな理由です。
And then Amelia's Watson's conclusion of her streaming activities a mere month later on September 20th. And Amelia's Watson leaving deferred from the regular graduation we had seen before and ushered in a new wave of innovation within Hololive. Mainly because what Amelia Watson is doing is not a hard graduation, but rather a conclusion of streaming activities. Ame noted during her announcement that she would sort of be the guinea pig for this new experiment, and while she is not 100% sure how that will work out, she believes it will make sense in the future. There seems to be a lot of confusion as for these two concepts, and recently Hololive has released a letter clarifying what they mean moving forward. It seemed the idea originally stemmed from a conversation between Amelia Watson and management, where she had fear about graduations because the word graduation holds such a bad reputation.
And, you know, I even told them, I was telling them, like, I don't want to really do, like, graduation in a way, because so, I don't know, it's so sad. It has like such a reputation for being so sad, and you know, we're virtual. I feel like there were other ways maybe we could try doing things.
And Cover Corp recently did release a letter to help fans differentiate between a hard graduation and a conclusion of streaming activities. Gosh, they really need to find a new word for this. It seems to be a kind of euphemism for graduation as to minimize the feelings of anxiety or sadness associated with the G word, while leaving the door open for the talents to potentially come back either for events, large collabs, or even make cameo appearances here and there in the future, rather than letting their IP remain unused. However, Cover Corp does note that how much talents will participate in these kind of projects will vary based on the circumstances of each talent and the production, and as such, the conclusion of streaming activities for each talent may not always be the same, and that it is also important to note that neither of the term graduation or conclusion of streaming activities outweighs or trumps the other. Our goal as a production is to provide a meaningful and supportive new beginning for our talents, and we believe that any form of departure is a decision by the talent that is to be respected. And honestly, when they announced Amelia's new affiliate status, I think fan bases had questions, but they remain hopeful. Sure, we had lost Aqua and Ame in less than 2 months, but we rationalized ourselves with the fact that they had been with the company for over 6 and 4 years respectively, and honestly, who else stays that long working at the same place? But
100
then the other shoe dropped. Sakanata Chloe, who had been active with the company since 2021, also announced her graduation, although her reasons for leaving felt valid and genuine. After all, she had been having health issues ever since she's been active, but then she also mentioned a desire to pursue a different creative path, one that offered greater challenges than her current role at the company. Something that rang eerily similar to Aqua's reason for graduating. What's interesting is that Chloe will also be going the Amelia Watson route, where she could possibly reappear as an affiliate in the future. And she ended her statement asking fans to believe her words over speculations.
もう一つ伝えておきたいことなんですけど、現段階でもですね、憶測だったり、噂だったり、本当に見受けられます。坂本本人からの言葉を信じてもらえたらなと思います。なんでかって当事者であり、辞める本人なので。
But then, not even 24 hours later, we suddenly received a tweet from Sarah's Fauna saying she had a very important announcement to make. And unfortunately, I think no one was prepared for what came next.
I'll be graduating from
there we go.
It sent the internet into a frenzy, ranging from anger.
What are you doing, Peps? I'm more angry than anything. I'm in a really, really, really bad mood.
To despair.
Come on, come here. Give a big hug. I know you guys we all need a big hug today. I know it's tough. It's really tough to think, you know.
As friends and saplings collectively mourn the loss of a powerhouse. And even though we all know we will be able to see Fauna again as an indie probably, in fact her indie account reached over 200,000 subscribers in less than 24 hours. It still won't be the same. Fans will miss her interaction with the rest of the Holo members. It does signify the end of an era, and it's never going to be the same again. So 1 graduation, 2 graduation, okay, but now 3, 4, this isn't just a mere coincidence anymore. Could it be that a company who once held 93 employees back in 2020 and are now recording 602 employees in 2024 has grown too large for its spot? Because more than we are let on to is definitely happening behind the scenes at Hololive that is pushing these talents to leave, and I will delve into these reasons. And no, it's not because of League of Legends. For one, we can start by basing ourselves off what other talents have been saying about the working condition and the working environment at the company. Mostly the shift from streaming activities to a more idle-like activities on top of an increase in overall mandated workload. Lapless recently went over Chloe's reasons for graduating, explaining that she never expected this amount of work when she joined the company, and especially the amount of staggering studio work that she ended up having to do almost weekly.
配信活動終了か。理由がなんか仕事が多いみたいな。めっちゃだからその月に1回とか2ヶ月に1回とかかなと思ってて、けどもう全然違くて、もう月のほとんどスタジオに行ったり、スタジオじゃないところにお仕事でいろんなところに行ったり、その配信によって配信以外の
And we're going to end the stream after I take about the break.
Dear passengers, a VTuber back in 2020, for example, your expectations were probably to become a streamer. However, as the company grew bigger, the demand for idle work also became big, which doesn't necessarily fit with the direction every single talent wants to go in. Fauna herself said her reason for leaving is not because she doesn't want to be there, and it's not because she doesn't want to be an idol. She said streaming was and still is her dream job.
Because I have been the fun way to stop him making money. It's not because they are trying to make the most money. Because the yen is losing value. Today, everybody waits to compensate to make more. They keep the same amount of operating costs. And
The only reason she manages to pull this off is because she doesn't sleep, and somebody else who isn't built like her probably wouldn't be able to handle this pace. For example, Chloe opened up on a certain recording session where her throat tissues were acting up to the point where she was afraid she would vomit, yet was pushed to keep recording further, eventually leading to her crying when she arrived home. I've requested the help of my translator to bring you this exclusive clip.
There's some people I think I should shout out.
24時間寝てる時間以外は咳してんじゃねえかぐらいのもしかしたら寝てる時間もしてんじゃねえかぐらいの感じの一生咳の声何する少し落ち着いてまた
No, it's just because it all started with the suicide incident, but people are not trusting their agencies anymore. Holland has been the good agency, but they have to deal with the falling gems.
それぞれ仕方ない事情がある出来事だと思う
They can't, because most of their talents are still Japanese. That would require their talents to all apply for US visas.
やっぱお母さんなだけあってお子さんもいるんでお母さん的なその
Which, take it from me, with you, with a lot of people in my family, they take years, there's a whole lot. So imagine how long that would take, how long I would see the entire year up here.
しましたけどでもう終わった後に喋り声があまりにももうガラガラギャルギャラでなんかその次の日に収録しなきゃいけないって言われてたんだけどいやごめんだけど無理ですって言ってずっと声出ないの今その地声リスナーギャラギャラになって無席でずっと咳しちゃう状態にまた戻っちゃったで
It's December the 7th, 1941. In the Pacific, Lieutenant Clarence Dickinson and his wingman are ordered to take off from the USS Enterprise by Admiral Halsey and fly their SBD Dauntless dive bombers to Pearl Harbor. It's a day that will live in infamy, as while the Dauntlesses head towards the base, hundreds of fighters and bombers from the Imperial Japanese Navy are in the middle of a devastating surprise attack. Torpedoes pummel the battleships and bombs rain on local squadrons before they have a chance to even take off. And unbeknownst to the two Dauntlesses, they are flying straight into it. As they get closer to Pearl Harbor, Dickinson notices a smoke cloud over the base up ahead. Seeing the smoke, Dickinson thinks the fields are being burned, or maybe it's gunnery branches. But then, he spots black puffs of anti-aircraft fire. The base is under attack. Then suddenly, two Zeros burst out of the smoke. The Dauntlesses are ill-suited for dogfighting, but the dogfight is already upon them. The two Zeros scream in from above, and behind and open fire with their 20mm cannons aimed right at Dickinson's Dauntless. McCarthy, in the other plane, banks aggressively to the left, turning under Dickinson in an evasive maneuver. The Zeros miss Dickinson, but with McCarthy below and mid-turn, the Japanese gunfire slams into McCarthy's Dauntless instead. Meanwhile, Dickinson makes a gentler turn, keeping the aircraft steady,
one of our in-flight movies. If you'd like to watch, please plug
which is
in your
perfect for
headphones and
Miller
select
as he
Young
opens
Ladies
fire in the
with
rear.
Thank you, and I
Miller
hope you
faces
enjoyed
the two fighters, meeting them with his machine gun as they come straight at him.
Yep.
The Zeros shoot past him at incredible speed. Dickinson immediately pushes the nose down and feels the negative G-force
Let's
as
make
the
sure
Zeros
that we
slowly
have
drift into
some
his
place
sights
to
below.
go.
He fires his 4 guns. But the Japanese have so much speed. The bullets don't find their mark, and the Zeros speed away.
They're pulling up. Turn it back.
Dickinson catches a glimpse of McCarthy's aircraft. He's pouring oil, and then it bursts into flame.
McCarthy is going down.
They're relieved to see a parachute bloom, but also horrified as they see only one. More Zeros appear, closing in fast. Dickinson breaks into evasive maneuvers as the Japanese pilots open fire. Miller reloads and carries on firing. It's a hit!
Mr. Dickinson, I think I got one of them.
Dickinson looks over his shoulder to see the plume of oil turn into a flaming inferno, but they still have 4 more on their tail. But it still flies on. However, the Japanese press their attack. It's just a matter of time now before it's over. Again and again the Americans are hit. Miller fires off his last bullet.
Are you alright, Miller? Mr. Dickinson? I've expended all 6 cans of ammunition.
It grows in Dickinson's stomach. Dickinson's mind drifts back to a conversation the 2 friends had earlier that day on the USS Enterprise.
It's our last flight together. Don't get me wet, sir. Don't worry, kid. Just stick with me. Next thing you know, we'll be on the runway.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Dickinson hears a blood curdling scream.
flight trim service. If you could please ensure
The
all aisles
aircraft
are
stops
clear and
responding
bags
to
are
its
placed
stick.
in the overhead lockers,
Dickinson
that
is
would be much
stuck,
appreciated.
banking hard
Thank
right.
you.
He pushes the rudder in a desperate bid to level out, but the aircraft instead drifts into an uncontrollable spin. Dickinson shouts to Miller one last time, in a fleeting hope that he's still alive. He undoes his belts and attempts to disconnect the radio, but he can't unplug the radio. With his belts unfastened and with his time rapidly running out, he grips the radio cable with both hands and snaps it in 2. Then he jumps. The wind hits Dickinson in the face as he tumbles out of the doomed aircraft. He searches for the ripcord by feel, jumping at just 800 feet. He has seconds before he hits the floor. His training kicks in, and he finds the cord and pulls hard. The chute blossoms open. He feels the tug slow him down, and then sees the ground rushing up. He hears his aircraft exploding into the earth somewhere nearby, just before he hits the floor. Dickinson quickly unbuckles and gets onto his feet. He's landed on the field, alone. He realizes instead that Miller didn't make it, and his reassurance to keep him safe was
I feel like I
false
should
promise.
put hope. I originally wanted to end the stream now,
Back
but
on the USS Enterprise, Admiral Halsey is fuming with rage as the reports come through. He knew the Japanese were up to something, but he could never have expected this.
All hands to battle stations!
Arm the photon torpedoes, would say First Officer Riker if he was commanding the USS Enterprise in World of Warships. All-new collaboration with Star Trek. Iconic Star Trek commanders are thrown back in time and onto the bridge of the USS Enterprise in World War II, as well as Yamato and other historic vessels, engaging in naval battles in the World of Warships' stunning arenas. Can the captain of a starship command a warship at sea? Well, you can go where no one has gone before and find out. Get special Star Trek-themed game modes and unlock even more Star Trek content. And you can tour the bridge of the Starship Enterprise. For new players that beam up, World of Warships offers an exclusive bonus pack. Make it so with the link in the description to receive a Star Trek Commander, premium account time, a new ship, and much more, entirely for free. And don't forget, it's available on consoles. Engage and explore the Star Trek universe in World of Warships today. Resistance is futile. The ship is immediately put on high alert and continues to Pearl Harbor at full speed. Dickinson manages to get himself to the airbase at Ford Island, where he immediately reports for duty. He didn't mention that he'd been shot down, so the commanding officer orders him to jump into an available Dauntless and scan the ocean for the Japanese fleet. Dickinson gladly agrees, with vengeance burning within him for his lost friend. But the Japanese slip away, leaving just submarines to patrol for American aircraft carriers. As the Enterprise finally reaches Pearl Harbor, Halsey is a driven man, pushing to get the Enterprise refueled and supplied and back out to sea in just 6 hours. Dickinson makes his way back on board. All of the men under Halsey's command are burning with vengeance, and none more than Dickinson. Halsey gives the order to shoot the enemy on sight. Back out at sea now, the Enterprise sends aircraft in round-the-clock patrols. Dickinson is one of the most active, scouring the waters around Hawaii, loaded with bombs and eager for revenge. And 3 days after the attack, the Japanese show themselves once again. Another Enterprise pilot sees a clear shape of a Japanese submarine on the surface of the water, recharging its batteries.
Out of the safety.
The enemy sees him coming.
The alarm sounded, and continue on having itself I-70
submarine scrambled for an emergency dive. On the I-70,
good evening once again from the cockpit. I hope all is well with you and you're enjoying flying with us so far. We've reached our cruise level and are currently flying at an altitude of 37,000
I'll make a record here for now.
We're expecting to arrive on time as planned. Progress is going very well. You'll hear from me again once we're about to start our descent. Thanks very much.
The ship is submerging into the waves before his eyes. As early as he dare, he lets the bomb fly, wishing it to hit the target. The bomb falls into the sea and explodes against the submarine's flank. The Japanese sailors hear a massive explosion. The ballast tanks are damaged, so before they'll be able to dive safely, they need to make repairs.
Missed. It's still sailing. Damn it. Send more aircraft.
On deck, another flight of Dauntlesses is prepared. Among them, Dickinson, this time with a young gunner taking Miller's position.
Sail 4, ready for takeoff. Copy, Sail 4. Exercise caution. Submarine is detected in the area. I'm counting.
They take off. Back on the I-70, the Japanese crew are performing emergency repairs. For the time being, they're stuck sailing on the surface when a lookout spots an American Dauntless in the sky.
I really like the
Up
Joe
above,
and...
Dickinson sees the submarine silhouette floating on the waves. Vengeance is within sight.
This is Sail 4. Have sighted submarine.
5,000 feet over the waves, Dickinson arms a bomb
Am attacking.
and throws his Dauntless into a dive. The aircraft rapidly speeds up. Below, the Japanese turn their guns to meet his charge. A column of tracers shoots up from the target, headed for the Dauntless, but Dickinson tries his best to ignore the enemy. Bullets zip past the canopy, narrowly missing the two men as they plunge head first towards the enemy fire. The Japanese gunners throw everything at the Dauntless, screaming towards them. They manage to get several hits on target, but the strength of the Dauntless and the determination of the pilot are not to be swayed. The Japanese gunners stare at the heavens in dread as the bomb continues on its path, straight towards them. The whistle of death piercing through the sounds of combat. It strikes the water. The gunners are instantly blown off the deck, and the ship suddenly loses all power. The lifeblood of the I-70 is seen as oil starts to pool on the surface. Dickinson turns the aircraft around, looking over the ship. They can see the deck crew underwater, and the oil slick, and smoke. But the ship seems otherwise unharmed.
Fixed on target? Unclear.
For a second, it appears the sub has been damaged, but survived. It submerges into the waves, disappearing from view.
It's submerged.
a lone bubble hits the surface. Dickinson stares intently.
Man.
When suddenly, a massive ball of bubbles gushes out of the sea.
Submarine stop. I see oil and debris.
Relief washes over the crew. Dickinson hears over the radio as a few allow themselves a small celebration. The I-17 was the first large Japanese ship sunk in war. The USS Enterprise had started the fight back, and Dickinson had avenged his friend.
God knows what the Japanese are thinking. If only we could know what their plans are from the Japanese perspective.
If you watch this film, sir, on Midway from a Japanese perspective, then maybe we can find out. It's 7 a.m. in the morning on June 4th, 1942. In the midst of the Pacific Ocean, Admiral Tamon Yamaguchi paces the bridge of the immense Japanese aircraft carrier, the Hiryu. Today, he bears the great honor of commanding 2 aircraft carriers, the Hiryu and the Soryu, alongside 2 other carriers, the Akagi and Kaga. The 4 ships make up an elite task force known as the Kido Butai.
Don't crash, don't crash.
Yamaguchi and the Japanese Navy. Just 2 hours ago, a Japanese force of 108 planes was launched to attack Midway Atoll, a vital US military base, in an ambitious operation. Yamaguchi's restless steps are halted by the captain of the Hiryu, Tomeo Kaku, with the urgent message from their superior and head of the operation, Admiral Nagumo. The alarm is raised aboard the Hiryu. The Hiryu comes under attack from American aircraft flying from the still operational Midway base. They're spotted and Zeros come in quickly to intercept the Americans. They savagely cut through the American torpedo bombers who lack fighter escorts to keep them safe. Some American aircraft still manage to launch attacks. But the gods are with the Japanese. They narrowly miss the Hiryu and the others in the Kido Butai. There's to be a second attack on Midway Islands. The sailors frantically begin to rearm the planes. Half an hour into rearming, they barely manage to switch bombs on just half the planes, leaving the Kido Butai unfit to attack enemy ships. And with the Japanese hangars filled with explosives, they're especially vulnerable to bombing attacks. That's exactly when Yamaguchi receives the news that confirms his worst fears.
Roller is unlocked.
Although they can't tell specifically what types of vessels they are, any naval presence is a threat and cause for immediate alarm. An order comes from Puma. Precious time has been wasted, and now they're stuck between 2 strategies.
Hey, and a Mirage Kuto.
Meanwhile, planes from Midway keep coming. The Japanese anti-aircraft guns fire towards the attackers. The awesome stopping power of the Japanese defense does its grim work. An American plane goes down,
save the game.
another. The Americans, though, are relentless, and the Hiryu is showered in near misses. Yamaguchi grows ever more impatient with Admiral Nagumo. Why don't the other carriers launch an attack while Hiryu deals with bombs? But there's no time to launch. The Japanese planes that attacked Midway earlier on arrive, and they need to land immediately. For half an hour, Kilo Butai carries out the painstaking, time-consuming effort of recovering all the returning planes. All the while, Yamaguchi can barely hold his composure. The last plane screeches to a halt. Swarms of American torpedo planes appear over the water, heading straight for the Kilo Butai. And these are different to the Army Air Force planes from before. It's not just American surface ships they're up against, it's aircraft carriers. The American Naval Air Force has found them. The Zeros that are in the air jump into action. The Zeros dive down and swoop behind the slow and vulnerable American torpedo planes. The skill of the Zero pilots is unquestionable. They let loose their guns, and American planes are shot down on scores. Yamaguchi watches the distant splashes as American torpedo bombers go down. But in the lead, there are still bombers flying. They get closer and closer, and somehow, through the maelstrom, manage to launch their torpedoes. The deadly payload streaks silently beneath the blue waves. On board the Hiryu, 5 streaks are spotted, approaching the starboard side. Are you ready for a torpedo attack? Test your skills in ship-to-ship action with World of Warships, the sponsor of today's video. Dive into this free-to-play game with over 600 historically accurate ships, including the ones featured in this film. The stunning new water effects and textures make it so you can almost feel the sea spray on your face. They release new content every month, so you can always count on enjoying fresh gameplay experiences. And don't forget, the game's available on console. Find your community in World of Warships, where there's a passionate and dedicated fan base with chats, live streams, and in-game tournaments. Support the channel and join the great game today using the code YARNHUB to receive a huge starter pack, including 500 doubloons, 1,000,000 credits, and 7 days premium account time, and a ship. Jump into the action and try not to catch a spicy fish. Back on Hiryu, Captain Kaku puts her into a hard turn. The ship swings round. Despite her size, Hiryu is nimble. Incredibly, under the skill of the Japanese captains, no Japanese ships are hit. But with all the maneuvers made, Kilo Butai has broken formation. There's a brief celebration and the men cheer. But Yamaguchi frowns, knowing that despite their victory in fielding off the American torpedo attack, it's far from over.
Hello.
Hi,
At
Captain.
10:22
I was just
a.m.,
wondering
he
if you'd
glances
like
to
a
the
drink.
sky.
Maybe a
What he
tea or a coffee,
sees
or a bottle of water.
stops his heart. Nearly
Yes,
50
can I have a bottle of water,
US Navy
please?
SBD
No problem.
bombers
I'll
from
get it to
2
you
different
now.
flights appear above. The Japanese Zero fighters are all engaged down low, seeing off the last of the enemy torpedo bombers. There are none in place to stop the swarm of Dauntlesses preparing to dive from high above. Yamaguchi's stomach sinks as he watches the Americans slowly edge into their dives and descend upon the Kilo Butai. Southwest, 30 bombers dive straight for the Kaga. Anti-aircraft fire snakes skywards as the Japanese put up a wall of lead. But it's not enough. On board the Kaga, her hangar decks are strewn with bombs and torpedoes. A series of catastrophic explosions.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. Your drinks are ready. They're in the storage compartment
Yamaguchi
in our
sees
galley.
the fireball
Thanks a lot.
and feels the
No
shockwave,
problem.
but doesn't even have time to register the cataclysmic blast from the Kaga as he spins round to the east to see 17 Dauntlesses dive on the Soryu. Bombs
Oh
are
boy.
dropped. There's an explosion. Through the flaming sea,
Our first game
Yamaguchi
over,
turns
ladies
to
and
look upon the
gentlemen.
Akagi, the flagship of his superior, Admiral Nagumo, to see just 3 Dauntlesses dive upon the Akagi. They bear right down on her and drop their payloads. 1 bomb is released. 2.
Good thing we batted more beforehand.
2 bombs miss, but there's a 3rd, and it smashes into the middle of the flight deck, penetrating into her lower decks and exploding. Devastating secondary explosions soon follow. All that remains of the Kilo Butai is Yamaguchi and his ship, the Hiryu. as a wave of dive bombers, now out of bombs, are forced to disengage and head for home. Yamaguchi is in command of the last strike capability of the Kido Butai. He's gripped by a sense of determination. Yamaguchi allows himself a slight smile and nods to his second in command.
Man.
Airbus 2 Charlie 2 traffic is 12 o'clock, 4 miles, flight level 320 calling.
We are about to serve our evening meals, as well as items from the snack menu. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items in the aisle. Thank you.
The 24 aircraft launch, led by Lieutenant Michio Kobayashi, commander of Hiryu's dive bombers. En route to the American carriers, the formation encountered a group of US aircraft. The Japanese fighter escort peels off to engage and gets left behind, leaving the bombers unprotected. At 11:55, Kobayashi sights the American fleet some 25 miles away. He takes his 18 dive bombers into a climb to gain altitude. The Japanese planes fly in 2 groups of 9, one slightly above the other, ready to make their attack. Just as 12 American Wildcat fighters rush onto the scene. The first group of Japanese bombers is blasted by 5 Wildcats. The other 7 Wildcats attack the second group of the Japanese head-on. Without the fighter escort, soon comes a massacre as Japanese planes rapidly fall from the sky. By the time 4 Zero fighters from the escort catch up, the damage has already been done. Only 10 Vals remain, 2 of which jettison their bombs during the melee in order to maneuver. A desperate Lieutenant Kobayashi spots an American carrier below. It's the USS Yorktown. Despite the casualties, he's determined and signals for them to begin the attack. The 8 armed aircraft break into 2 groups, ready to dive. One group of 3 heads east, and the other group of 5 circles to approach from out of the sun. Anti-aircraft fire snakes up towards the Japanese as the ship's gunners throw all they have at the attackers. Bravery of the Japanese pilots is unquestionable, and they push on. Bombs are released. Lieutenant Kobayashi is last seen in the middle of the action of Yorktown as his Val is hit. Then, 2 more suffer the same fate, but 3 bombs in succession make direct hits on the Yorktown. The first bomb penetrates the hangar deck. The second lands just next to the island amidships. The last detonates deep within her hull. The 5 remaining Vals turn for home. By the end of the attack, Hiryu's dive bomber unit has been shattered. 13 out of 18 Vals have been shot down, with 3 Zero fighters also lost. Despite their losses, the attack has not been in vain. From the reports from scout planes, Yamaguchi is aware that he's facing 3 American carriers. He calls on Lieutenant Joichi Tomonaga, who originally led the morning strike on Midway.
Luna 30 Sierra, have the Airbus sight.
We're supposed to be on our side.
Tomonaga's own plane was damaged during the morning strike and is technically being deemed unserviceable. The technicians of Hiryu patch it up as best
so
they
it
can.
seems that the necromancer has turned cold.
司令官、お願いいたします。私と機体を交換してください。ヤンキースはたった90マイル先だ。片道のガソリンで往復できる。
He climbs into his damaged plane solemnly, knowing that this is destined to be a one-way mission. An hour into the flight, Tomonaga sights the US carrier task force, some 35 miles away, with one seemingly intact carrier. Tomonaga has no idea that this is actually the previously damaged Yorktown. He immediately orders an attack. The Japanese enter a gentle dive from altitude. Tomonaga splits his force into 2 groups of 5. Each group will sweep ahead of the target and conduct an anvil attack. Tomonaga coaxes his plane nearer and nearer to the Yorktown, aching to score a hit. but before he's close enough, an American wildcat intercepts from behind and opens fire. Tomonaga's cape catches alight,
Yeah, they
but with
barricaded
grim
that
determination
side.
and skill, he holds the burning plane level, long enough for him to drop his torpedo. He's shot down and tumbles into the water. The last thing he sees is his torpedo trail. His torpedo doesn't hit. Neither do the two other launched by his four-wing section. All of them are shot down by fighters or anti-aircraft fire. The damaged Yorktown turns as quick as she can, but as she does, the second force of 5 planes streak towards the port bow. The release system of one of the torpedo planes fails, and 4 torpedoes are launched. They streak towards the desperately maneuvering ship. 2 devastating explosions rock the port side, and the ship immediately comes to a halt and takes a 23-degree list. Their work is done. Surviving planes return to Hiryu. In spite of the heavy losses, the debriefing of the surviving pilots gives Yamaguchi cause for encouragement. Yamaguchi believes he's disabled a second American carrier, and he plans a third strike for 6 p.m. But before he can launch his plan into action, Yamaguchi's optimism is shattered. At 3:50 in the afternoon, a Japanese scout aircraft radios that 2 other American carriers are operating in another large task force located to the northwest, some 120 miles from the Hiryu. Yamaguchi's worst fears come true just over an hour later at 5 p.m. 24 American aircraft appear overhead. 6 Dauntless bombers dive on Hiryu, but the ship turns sharply to port. Japanese gunners unleash their guns, and all enemy planes fail to make a hit.
White flat unit up there.
14 more dive bombers turn for Hiryu. The Hiryu is straddled with spouts of white water as she violently turns. 2 bombs hit her on the forward flight deck. Yamaguchi looks up to see a final group of 3 begin their dives. In a matter of seconds, 2 more bombs hit the forward flight deck of Hiryu, creating a deep crater. The fires now burn out of control, and the last hope of Yamaguchi's strike lie blazing down the hangars. At 9:23 p.m., the ship goes dead in the water, but with Yamaguchi still aboard. Darkness settles across the flaming ocean. At 2:30 a.m., some 800 survivors gather around Yamaguchi in the flickering light of the flaming ship.
飛龍と総龍の喪失の全責任は私にある。私は最後まで船と共にいる。みんなには船を離れ、天皇陛下に対する忠誠を続けるよう命じる。
With that, the men turn to face Tokyo.
万歳、万歳、万歳!
The national ensign is then lowered. As the rising sun flutters down from the yardarm, a flourish of bugles rings through the night, playing the national anthem, Kimegai. Yamaguchi asks for 2 messages to be conveyed, the first to Admiral Nagumo.
何が起こったかについての言葉はありません。ただ、より強力な日本海軍を狙うのです。そして、復讐を。
The second message goes to Captain Toshio Abe, commanding Destroyer Division 10 on the nearby flagship, Kazagumi. Captain Kaku chose to share the fate of the ship, despite Yamaguchi's order. The Admiral understood and didn't protest. At 5:10 a.m., the destroyer, Makigumo, fires 2 torpedoes. One misses. The other explodes with a roar. The carrier finally sinks at 9:12 a.m. Admiral Tamon Yamaguchi went down with his ship and was posthumously awarded the Order of the Golden Kite, first class. Captain Kaku, who stayed with him till the end, was posthumously promoted to Rear Admiral.
Welcome to Lord Louise. You've already joined the army, so why did this happen? What do you want? Not like it matters. I'm not obligated to catch.
Thanks again to World of Warships. Check out
to the storage room, you'll be able to make your way upstairs. Go up at your own risk. Nothing matters. No one's going to help.
This
Let's
video
start
could
the
have
second
been without
one.
Squarespace
That's all they need
and
to bring
their
from line.
design intelligence.
Damn, dude.
One of the biggest advantages the Allies had during World War II was that their enemies, the Germans and the Japanese, couldn't reach mainland USA.
Nothing you can
Sure,
say
the
that
Nazis
could
had
help.
their U-boats in the Atlantic and the Japanese cruised throughout the Pacific, but the factories, population, and backbone of the Allied war effort in North America was pretty much unscathed during the war. For the Axis powers to level the playing field, they desperately needed a solution to, well, level the factories. And this would mean coming up with some pretty ingenious ideas to knock out the American war effort. We all know about the American bomber program that the Nazis developed, including a gigantic Quarter bomber aircraft that looked like a retro B-2 stealth bomber. But few people know about the Japanese plans. And wow, strap in, boys and girls, because the Japanese didn't half-ass their program, and the gigantic bomber that they came up with was one of the largest ever designed. It was a plan to not only bomb the US industrial heartland and pound New York to dust, but to also be a flying machine gun capable of taking out any other enemy aircraft, and even be a transport plane to invade the United States. This is the incredible engineering plan behind the legendary Nakajima G10M Fugaku. Reeling from the loss of the Battle of Midway, the Japanese in 1942 needed a new edge. They knew that the might of the American force in the Pacific came from its large naval air force, and taking out that manufacturing capability would put a huge dent in the American war effort. The Japanese thus identified several targets in North America for their bombing campaign that could be reached easily using the West Indies jet stream. Launching from islands in the Pacific, such as the Kuril Islands, targets would include the industry across the west coast, such as San Francisco, the Midwest, like Detroit and Milwaukee, and the Northeast, such as New York City and its surrounding naval yards. Once the bombing was complete, the plan was for the plane to continue onwards, fly over the Atlantic and land in occupied France or Nazi Germany. There, the aircraft would refuel, rearm, and either return back to Japan, dropping bombs along the way over the Soviet Union before coming to a rest back in the home islands. But you might notice that this distance is quite huge, even from outlying islands of Japan. The Navy did consider launching these aircraft from aircraft carriers if they could get close enough to mainland America, but back then larger bomber aircraft couldn't be built that could be launched off the deck of these carriers with enough payload to do any real damage. And side note, the Japanese did try with firebombs along the west coast, but local firefighters were able to deal with them. So any aircraft designed would need to be big enough to carry the payload, and also big enough to carry enough fuel to get there and back. Thus began one of Japan's most top secret programs, simply called Project Z. One of the main reasons why the Japanese struggled with this supermassive bomber, even for civil applications throughout their budding empire across the Pacific, was that nobody could quite understand why it was being built. Now, we'll go into a little bit more detail in a moment why there was an actual reason, but I can't help but imagine that if they had made a website, it would have got the idea right across. Just like if they had used the brand new Squarespace design intelligence. That's right, the amazing Squarespace website creator has combined 2 decades of industry-leading design expertise with their own AI technology to unlock your strongest creative potential yet. How it works is that Squarespace will actually recommend a fantastic
it doesn't work the same way as it did in Persona 3 Reload.
Website crafted with a bespoke digital identity, so you'll never have to look at the template again. The game has finally changed thanks to Squarespace. But of course, building a website with Squarespace is just the beginning, because you can also run email campaigns, you can get more customers, and even launch courses. That's right, if you want to teach something today, Squarespace is now your one-stop shop for your entire educational portal. So jump onto Squarespace to launch your own course and start getting customers today. Head to squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to www.squarespace.com/found to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Fascinatingly, this project didn't start from the Japanese army or
Navy, but rather it was the Nakajima Aircraft Company who would use their own resources to launch a feasibility study into building a super large bomber. Now you might ask why that is the case. Well, because back then, Japan's current success in the war with the use of short to medium range bombers made them not impressed with the idea of a larger aircraft. Simply, they didn't need it. It was only until the American military won Midway that the Navy and Army suddenly started to realize that they needed to take on the industrial might of America head on.
Hello.
They
Hi,
asked
Captain.
Nakajima
Would
to
you like
return to
some
the
food?
table with their ideas.
Not at the moment,
And
thanks.
whilst this meeting
No,
was more
to
successful than the
level
last,
grind.
the Army
your
and
mind,
Navy brought their own concepts and couldn't agree on one type of
Nowhere
super
to
large
go.
aircraft. The Imperial Army of Japan asked for a type of aircraft that could operate at 32,000 feet and carry a heavy defensive armament. By contrast, the Imperial Navy wanted a bomber that was capable of flying at an even higher 49,000 feet, an altitude where interception would be minimal, and thereby the aircraft would have a lighter defensive weapon load to be carried, meaning more room for bombs. Furthermore, the Navy wanted the bomber to take off from Japan, bomb any target within the United States, and then utilize bases in Germany or German-held territory to land, as opposed to making a round trip like the Army. And these differences would become physical in the actual design, with the naval version having a single tail fin and being designed for these ultra long-range operations, whilst the Army version would have a twin tail fin setup and be used for lower altitude flying. But as the war progressed, Nakajima managed to merge these two concepts together to create a final design that would have pleased both parties. And this design was created to be as flexible as possible, with the military coming up with 3 variations for different missions. The first was the heavy bomber described to the mission before. It would have an aircraft range of around 11,000 miles that with a few tricks could be extended, one of which was jettisoning the landing gear after takeoff. After all, once the aircraft was in the sky, it wouldn't need a landing gear to perform its bombing mission, and should it survive, to get to Europe, it could easily land on its belly relatively undamaged, as it would be light with no fuel
as it
or
was in mainline SMT.
It was estimated that with a crew of 10, 4 of which would operate guns on board, and the rest to fly the plane and drop the 44,000 pounds of bombs, the mission to bring the fight to the Americas would begin in earnest. But it's the next 2 designs that I feel like are a little bit more interesting. Their second design was that of a transport plane, able to carry 300 troops, or to be a resource transport to bring essential materials in for the war, like oil. While it would have primarily been used to transport troops and VIPs around the Pacific, there was a grand plan to invade America. The Japanese engineers envisioned a grand scheme of a raid against America where 400 transports would deposit around 120,000 men. This was specified as a Japanese army, which was the equivalent of a US or British Army Corps. These US troops would take over the Seattle-Tacoma airport located in Washington, and then the troops would then move over land to attack and destroy Boeing's B-29 production facility in Renton before returning to Japan on the aircraft. And the third design is probably my favorite and the most insane. A gunship armed with 40 downward-firing machine guns in the fuselage for an intense ground attacks. This gunship version would be used for trench warfare or to attack crews of ships, flying low to obliterate the top of hulls. Then a second wave of bombers would arrive armed with massive torpedoes that could sink the vessels, free from return fire. The machine guns could also be swapped out with 20mm grenade launchers that could explode in the air to create a flak screen, useful against enemy bombers flying in formation on their way to attack Japan. Brutal. To facilitate these plans, the aircraft would need to be nearly 150 feet long and have a wingspan of 213 feet.
These would be straight wings with 6 contra-rotating 4-blade propellers. Now the reason that it would have 6 engines, as we saw with the later America bomber design competitors, was to compensate for nearly all imported German aircraft engines being limited to 2,000 horsepower maximum output. And for an aircraft this size, this wouldn't work. So Nakajima proposed to build a new colossal engine that had 6 blades and could spin at an incredible 5,000 to 6,000 horsepower, with its blades having a diameter of 4.5 meters. But you'll see in a moment that making a new engine from scratch would prove to be a disaster. With the aircraft design on board, Nakajima took it back to the armed forces and even used their political sway to get it in front of the Prime Minister, with a catchy title on their proposal called Strategy for Ultimate Victory. And while the key component of the Project Z bomber was to destroy US airfields to stop raids against Japan and to also attack the industrial capability of North America, there was also an idea that Japan could then sell these aircraft to Germany, who could also then use it against the Soviet army. Cha-ching! More money in Nakajima and Japan's pocket. The military loved the aircraft concept and gave it the green flag to start development of a prototype, with a goal for the aircraft to be flying by May 1945. While the production model would fly at 15,000 feet and be pressurized in the cockpit, the initial prototype would require oxygen on board and be open to the elements to save time and resources.
I have a bad feeling
Honestly,
about
at this
one.
point, the engineers at Nakajima were excited and already started to think beyond military versions of this aircraft. Perhaps with a fully pressurized cabin, they could develop an airliner to cross the Pacific Ocean, or perhaps an oil transport model to bring in refined petroleum from Japanese colonies. Truly, with this aircraft design, the horizon had opened, and the future was now unbound. Development was initiated in January of 1943, and a design and manufacturing facility built just outside of Tokyo. And it's around this point where the first of the
Hey, what's our flight plan looking like? Still on track for a smooth landing.
The first, of course, was that engine. The aircraft was designed to use a 36-cylinder radial engine, which was in fact just 2 smaller 18-cylinder engines paired together to get the aircraft up to its top speed of 422 miles per hour. The issue was, of course, heat. The engine would easily overheat and melt itself, and a proper cooling solution couldn't be figured out even up at the higher altitudes. They had to swap the engine out to a smaller, more experimental one that could only provide around half the horsepower required, meaning a slower bomber that had to carry more weapons for defense and have less weight for bombs. Yikes. And that's where we get to the second issue: resources. Building an aircraft of this scale from scratch is hard, and during the war is even harder. The US government, during the development of the B-29 bomber, spent years and $3 billion to bring it into reality, which was twice as much as it cost to develop the nuclear bomb. For the Japanese to build the G-10, it was pretty much impossible with the limited resources they had. In addition, developing this new cutting-edge engine was simply too hard. They lacked the engineering technologies of the age to develop the powerful enough engine to reach the speeds of flying. Now, this is beyond my expertise, but had the Japanese had access to the jet aircraft technologies that the Germans were developing, or perhaps the new jet engine technology that the British were working on, perhaps it could have worked. But even still, at this stage of the war, it was too little, too late. And that's what we need to talk about next. The main blow of this project would come in 1944 when the military forces of Japan lost the island of Saipan. This shook up the military command, who decided to switch from large bombers to fighter aircraft to prevent further bombing of the Japanese home islands. They informed the project to stop development of this new super engine, and thus the project died, even with the materials to build a prototype sitting on the factory floor. Now, I should mention that it wasn't just Nakajima who was developing an aircraft for this program, but Kawasaki was covertly brought in as well. Concerned with the development of the G-10 and the failure of the previous G-5 aircraft by Nakajima, the Imperial Army of Japan brought on Kawasaki to develop their own version of the B-29 bomber, with a plan that it should also be able to fly to America without any of the new technology requirements of the G-10. It would be called the KI-91, and it was designed to be a heavy bomber of similar size to the B-29 Superfortress and the consolidated B-32. It had a bigger wingspan and fuselage than that of both those aircraft, and also featured a pressurized cabin to allow high-altitude flights. It would only have a range of around 6,000 miles, which was a far cry from the G-10, but that would be enough to at least reach the US mainland, bomb the factories, and bail out once the mission was complete. Happy with this concept, the Army approved the program and asked them to rush it into service as quickly as possible. And that's when they hit a roadblock, because it was around this time that Nakajima found out about this Kawasaki bomber program and started a huge political fight talking about how they took away resources from their own bomber program. This argument caused a huge issue, not only around these two bomber projects, but all aircraft projects throughout Japan, contributing to the paranoia around the increasingly lack of resources and stifling the innovation of any of these projects. In April of 1944, a wooden mock-up was built for inspection, and by May, production of the first prototype was ordered. Construction of the prototype began in June, but the first B-29 raids on Japan were already underway in that exact same month. By February of 1945, the first prototype was around 60% complete when an air raid damaged the facility, destroying the entire program. And without a prototype or the engineers to work on it, the program came to a halt. For Japan, there wouldn't be any large bombers to fly in the war, and ultimately, the war itself would end before any of these ideas could be realized. As for the engineers who worked on this Nakajima project, interestingly, when they were given the stop order in 1944, the head of the Nakajima aircraft plant would turn to them and say, "Hey, don't be sad, keep your chin up. We will crush the automobile market after World War II, so make sure you go home and study hard." And guess what? They did. And today, you might even drive their little car that has the spirit of the giant G-10 bomber. It's called the Subaru.
Right? Unlock from the other side.
Sponsored by Squarespace.
I'm just a literal kleptomaniac.
It's the star of every air show. The most maneuverable fighter jet ever made. The pride of the Soviet
the kleptomaniac in the game.
Powerful, fast and agile, and armed to the teeth, this jet was made to destroy the best fighter of the era, the F-15 Eagle, and become the first area superiority fighter of the Soviet Union. However, it was also one of the most troubled developments of the late Cold War and was almost never built. And in fact, it almost completely destroyed the entire Sukhoi Bureau with its development. Today we will be exploring the insane story of the best Soviet fighter ever made, the notorious Su-27 Flanker. The story of the greatest Soviet fighter ever made actually starts with a colossal mistake.
It is going to be my first game over.
But not the MiG itself, but rather the insane reaction of the Americans after seeing it fly in the sky. It was faster, more agile, and could bring more weapons to bear than anything the Americans could muster up. But what the Americans didn't know was that the MiG was actually rather flawed, which is a topic for another day, but the panic made Washington start a completely new program and designed a new aircraft role, the Air Superiority Fighter. This was to be a jet like no other, a type of soldier that could be a sniper, but also fight in hand-to-hand combat with a knife, something to beat the supposedly world's best jet, the Soviet MiG-25. All this effort led to arguably the best fighter jet in history by its combat record. the F-15 Eagle. The Soviets, on the other hand, got a big slap in the face from Israeli pilots during the Israeli-Arab Wars and needed to change their fighters not only in tactics but also with doctrine. They needed something new. So in 1969, as a response to the US air superiority fighter program, the Soviets started a new program called the PFI, or Prospective Frontline Fighter. And this fighter would actually become the greatest ever made, and not just pretend. Sukhoi Bureau, along with the TS-AGI, started working on a completely new design that could fulfill this role of a new omnipotent fighter. And so, the game began. This aircraft was a total game changer for the Soviets. Finally, they were in a position to beat the American F-15 and come up with what I like to call their own aerial superweapon. And the real game changer behind this was the engines that would make this new aircraft faster and better than any Soviet aircraft that had ever come before. Now, before I dive into how exactly that's possible, there is actually another engine I have to mention. The Squarespace Fluid Engine. While not designed to make aircraft break the sound barrier, the Fluid Engine's impressive drag-and-drop technology makes making a website a breeze, including one for both mobile and desktop. It does it both automatically. And before you skip away to the next part, I actually have a sneak peek of an upcoming Found and Explained video that you can watch right now. So I personally use Squarespace for years now for my online store at www.foundandexplained.shop, and it thanks to the hundreds of templates on Squarespace that makes it so easy to create and use. I just drag my merch in and there we go, it's ready to sell. Easy. Plus, Squarespace lets me collect emails and run mini marketing campaigns all online without any coding. Incredible. Now, I bet you're like, Found and Explained, I love this, but I don't need to hear this right now, and what can you actually give me? Well, I don't come empty-handed. I can give you 10% off your first site and domain and 14 days for free at www.squarespace.com/found. Anyone who clicks the link gets my eternal gratitude, goes into the running to win a real Su-27, I'm just kidding about that part, and helps make Found and Explained continue forever onwards. Thanks very much. Man. This new fighter had a basic set of requirements outlined by the Soviet government. It would have to have a max speed over Mach 2, have excellent agility, great control at low speeds, a large payload capacity, and have the ability to take off from short runways. Sukhoi, MiG, and Yakolev each proposed their own designs for this new jet. MiG proposed the love child of the F-15 and F-14 with a compound delta wing hybrid. Sukhoi proposed something very unique, an Ogivale delta wing hybrid that resembles the Concorde, or the first version of the Tu-144. However, it was not a tailless configuration, and the Yakolev version, well, they were the weird friend that you don't have to talk about. What came out of this project, though, was a jack-of-all-trades aircraft that was a master of none, and that one fighter couldn't fulfill every single role on the battlefield. Just as the Americans had started a new light fighter program, which would lead to the F-16, the Soviets decided to split this program into two new aircraft, building both a light and a heavy fighter. MiG was given the green light to develop the light fighter, and Sukhoi began to work on their new masterpiece that would then become the new heavy air superiority fighter. They started with the wing. Its design would play a key role in what today is the key advantage of the Su-27, giving it speed, lift, and maneuverability. Having a swept-back wing means that you have the aircraft optimized for higher speeds, but also means that you have issues in subsonic velocity, and especially when landing at speed. That's why the design went for a delta wing hybrid, which meant that they would have a cropped delta wings and a leading edge extension. These upgrades improve the airflow at a high angle of attack and delay stall, allowing the aircraft much better maneuverability at low airspeed, such as landing. Sukhoi would also copy the engine in gondola design from the F-14 and left a tunnel between them to allow for better lift and weaponry hidden from radar. And on that topic of lift, when you simplify the design, it was basically one giant wing with engines and a cockpit strapped to it. This minimalist design eliminated the extra drag, which gave the aircraft again better maximum speed. By 1977, 5 years after the first flight of the F-15, the Su-27 prototype under the designation T-10 took to the skies. But it looked nothing like the Su-27 that we know and love today. And there is a big reason why. The first flight was carried out by Vladimir Ilyushin, son of the legendary Sergei Ilyushin, head of the Bureau. He was Suhoi's best test pilot and took almost all of their jets to the skies for the first time. And after his first flight, he stated, "In my life I have flown 142 types of aircraft and always felt that I have control. But this is the first time where I knew that the aircraft could do more than I could and its abilities are superior than mine." Damn, what a quote. The T-10, unlike its Western counterpart, the F-15, was equipped with a fly-by-wire system developed on the T-4 Sotka. However, this is where the problems started to crop up. Ilyushin noted that the aircraft was experiencing severe vibrations at high angles of attack because of the wing design. Also, the fly-by-wire system would stop working at extreme maneuvers, and the pilot would have to take over and try and save the aircraft in time. But the real disaster would strike in 1978. The second prototype crashed with the pilot dying. This put the project into serious jeopardy as the engineers scrambled to find a solution to the high angle of attack flaw. During the same year, 2 additional prototypes were completed, equipped with the new AL-31 engines that were designed for the new fighter. But the engineers still hadn't figured out the problems with the controls and those extreme vibrations, causing some critics in the government to demand the cancellation of the program. The Suhoi Bureau had found themselves between a rock and a hard place. After spending a huge amount of money with no results and no solution to these issues, it was very possible that the Suhoi Bureau itself would have to shut down. The future was looking grim.
And you have to provide the documentation.
The engineers knew that this was a do-or-die scenario, and they went back to the drawing board for 2 years to come up with a new, completely overhauled design named the T-10S. This was, in a way, almost a new aircraft.
Yep.
The wings were changed into a trapezoid, with the leading edges now completely separated from the wing area to eliminate vibrations during extreme maneuvers. Next, to deal with the angle of attack issue, new control surfaces, flapper arms, were added instead of classic flaps. This would allow the aircraft much better roll capabilities and a larger flap surface for takeoff and landing, fixing also that low speed issue. The canopy was changed to open vertically instead of sliding, where the mechanism was much more safer for the ejection of the pilot, something that if they had had with that second prototype, the pilot might still be alive today. The engine placement was also rotated so the bulge of the gondolas would be removed, and with it, all that additional drag. The front landing gear was also moved some 3 meters towards the back to prevent any debris to enter the intakes whilst landing. And last but not least, 2 more hardpoints for weaponry were added to the wingtips. Vladimir Ilyushin again performed the first flight of the new prototype, and the results were much better. But bad luck was not done with this jet yet, and the prototype crashed on one of the following flights. While the first was lucky, the second prototype was not, also crashing and then taking the life of one of the best test pilots. So far this program had claimed 2 lives, extracting a heavy toll. But all of this redesign wouldn't be in vain. The engineers sat down and created a third prototype that finally corrected those issues and was able to convert it into the record-breaker aircraft to finally beat records set by the F-15 Eagle in 1975. To do so, the third jet, called the P-42, was stripped of all weapons, radar, and even paint, and had an insane thrust-to-rate ratio of 2.1 to 1. With it, legendary pilot Viktor Pugachev broke 13 world records. Finally happy with this result, in 1985, the new aircraft called the Su-27 got the green light and entered production. And with it, a new era of air combat was here. You've probably all heard about the insane maneuver which became a symbol of flankers, called the Pugachev's Cobra. Now you know who it was named after. But this is actually completely unrelated. The maneuver itself was first performed by by Swedish pilots on their J-35 Draken, and later on by the Syrians on their MiG-21s. Yes, the MiG-21 could do a Cobra. In fact, we have a whole video about the J-35 Draken right here on the channel. However, during the testing phase, pilot Igor Volk, whilst testing a high angle of attack, actually had its fly-by-wire system stop working. To save the aircraft, he engaged the afterburner and took over the controls manually and did a Cobra. The Soviets knew about this maneuver for a long time, but further testing proved that the Su-27 was the perfect platform for it. With enough power and great aerodynamics along with the center of gravity further back, the flanker was the perfect jet for acrobatics. But pause for a second, because you might be confused what I mean by the Cobra maneuver. It's basically when you pitch the nose sharply upwards while losing the power and getting the speed to zero. The lift would push the nose backwards to a 120-degree angle, and then a massive drag with center of gravity far back would push the aircraft nose down. Then you kicked in the engines, providing enough thrust to prevent a stall, and that is the perfect Cobra maneuver. Unlike popular opinion, this was not just an airshow maneuver. The Swedes and Syrians used it as a last-ditch effort in a dogfight by suddenly dropping their speed to near zero. This maneuver would confuse older pulse Doppler radars, such as the one carried on the F-15. Its radar would stop tracking objects at a slow speed to prevent confusion with terrain. Newer radars don't care about this, and nowadays the Cobra is just an airshow maneuver, or still possibly a last-ditch dogfight maneuver if you're really desperate. So how did the Su-27 actually compare against the F-15? Well, it would have a very similar radar, and it would also carry a similar armament with some short-range missiles and some long-range missiles that had both infrared and radar-guided variants. But the Soviets had one sneaky trick up their sleeve. Infrared guidance was supplemented by OLS-27 IRST, which stands for Infrared Search and Track, which was mounted in front of the canopy with a fantastic range of 80 kilometers. This allowed the Su-27 to fly with radar turned off and still engage with the enemies at that range. Su-27 pilots, as well as those in the MiG-29, received the new 3UM helmets, which allowed the pilot to fire missiles at targets off-bore, controlling the sight with movement of their heads. However, the R-27 missiles were very reliable, and with the development of AMRAAM, the F-15 was again the superior jet in beyond visual range combat. But for a brief period of time, Su-27 was probably the best fighter jet in the world. After the USSR broke up, the new Russian Air Force had a lot of problems, and Sukhoi Bureau took the matter into their own hands to survive and further improve their best jet. First, they won the new naval contract with the Su-33 and got the funding to develop a strike aircraft on the base of the Su-27 called the T-10V, which we know today as the Su-34. The twin-seater Su-27UB showed even back in the 80s to be a prospective platform for future development as a multi-role fighter. Retaining the great performance in the air and being a twin-seater, this was used as the base for the new Su-30, which would become the international hit and a lifeline that funded the Sukhoi Bureau for almost another 2 decades. The Su-27 continued its development through the M, SM, and SM-3 variants, which saw its electronics and engines upgraded, and the SM-3 is still the latest version within service in the Russian Air Force. The Su-35 and the later Su-35S became the ultimate 4.5 Gen air superiority fighter for the Russian Air Force, and in a game of irony, were the only ones that have shot down the Su-27 in air-to-air combat. I'm going to be doing a video on the whole flanker family in the future, so be sure that you catch it to hear more about the variants and some of the more obscure, lesser known ones. Until then, thanks so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this one, and I'll meet you in the next video. Man.
This video is brought to you by our animation studio, Throttle. We are an animation studio run by engineers and help engineering companies to communicate how their products work with beautiful animations. If that's something you need help with, reach out with the link in the description. Late on a spring evening, 1992, the Endeavour space shuttle, on its maiden flight, stood on its launch pad in Cape Canaveral, Florida. The crew sitting aboard, ready to take on a daring mission. A rendezvous between two spacecraft in orbit, a rescue mission. Bruce Melnick was aboard that day.
The challenge we had was that this satellite was never supposed to be touched by human hands once it got in orbit. It was supposed to be way up in geosynchronous orbit, over 22,000 miles up. But it launched on an unmanned rocket that failed to fire second stage and send it on its way. So it was stuck in a useless 800-mile high orbit.
Melnick and his crewmates were about to take the ride of their life to rescue the satellite, to grab it with their bare hands and attach a new second stage. But before that could happen, a complicated series of events was about to take place beneath them. 3 liquid fuel rocket engines were about to burst into life with furious power that would tilt the entire structure off axis, held back by just 8 explosive bolts, fed with turbopumps driving fuel out of the external fuel tank slung underneath the orbiter. Meanwhile, the 2 massive solid rocket boosters lay dormant, the 2 largest solid rockets ever made to date. And when the signal that the orbiter's engines were up to the challenge arrived, an inferno would be lit inside them, causing the entire column of solid rocket fuel inside to erupt, lifting the revolutionary, reusable space plane off the ground and to orbit. This is the insane engineering of the space shuttle. We are mere minutes away from launch. Helium and nitrogen have purged the main engines. The flight surfaces and main engine gimbals have been tested. The shuttle is now fully fueled and under its own power, no longer connected to the launch pad. 10 seconds are left. Sparkler-like igniters fire underneath the engine to burn any stray hydrogen as the shuttle prepares to open the main fuel valve. Liquid hydrogen begins to race through the fuel lines, pushed by the pressure of the tanks, through the engine nozzles, where it begins to expand and turn into gas. This gaseous hydrogen drives a low-pressure turbopump turbine, elevating the rate of flow of hydrogen through the fuel lines. This is all happening in the blink of an eye. Less than a second later, the main oxidizer valves open, unlocking the fuel's true power. Fuel and oxygen meet in the 2 high-pressure turbopumps, raising flow rates even higher. Back in the nozzle, we see our first flames. Oxygen levels are still low, and combustion instabilities cause the engines to rattle. But the engine is now ready to enter its next stage, entering open-loop engine control, no longer controlled by a pre-scripted startup sequence. Instead, the engine constantly monitors pressure readings and adjusts valves accordingly. The engine begins to throttle up, oxygen valves continually opening wider. The flame transitions from a low-pressure orange flame to an eerie hot blue. The space shuttle is unique in that these engines are not directly under the fuel tanks. The expensive rocket engines were attached to the reusable shuttle, not the expendable external tank.
And because the main engines are offset from the solid rocket boosters, which are holding you to the pad, when we light off the main engines at 7 seconds, it actually bends that stack over, and you can feel this little lurching back and forth. NASA calls it twang, kind of a real technical term.
The only thing stopping the entire shuttle from tipping over at this point are the hold-down hoists attached to the solid rocket boosters, which for now lay dormant, waiting for the signal to ignite. The pressure inside the diverging nozzle is still lower than atmospheric pressure, and as a result, we can see a flow separation layer, which gradually creeps to the edge of the nozzle as the pressure inside increases. 3 seconds until launch. The engines are checked to ensure they are running at 90% of their rated thrust. The time has come for the solid rocket boosters to ignite. The solid rocket boosters are 45 meters long and are filled to the brim with solid rocket fuel, a rubbery mixture that combines both the fuel and oxidizer into one solid material. The oxidizer, ammonium perchlorate, makes up nearly 70% of the mixture, while 16% was the aluminium fuel. We need a way to ignite the entire column quickly. The igniter itself was essentially a miniature solid rocket motor, which itself was ignited by an even smaller miniature solid rocket motor. To ensure extremely quick combustion, this main igniter was shaped with a 40-point star orifice. When it comes to solid rocket motors, the more surface area available to burn, the quicker it will burn, rapidly producing the heat and pressure needed to ignite the entire column of solid propellant. Once this happened, there was no turning back, so there were several safety mechanisms in the arming sequence to prevent it happening accidentally. The first part of the arming sequence began when technicians accessed the safety and arming device in the top skirt of the solid rocket booster here to remove a pin. This pin locked a safety device in place, preventing it from rotating into an armed position by accident. When it was rotated into position on command at T-5 minutes, it connected a standard NASA detonator through a tunnel to the igniter system. When it fires, it begins the rapid chain of events that brings the space shuttle to its highest thrust. But the entire rocket is still anchored to the launch pad, held down by the hold-down posts, 4 on each solid rocket booster. These hold-down posts anchor the solid rockets to the ground through the aft skirt with massive 711mm long and 88mm wide bolts. The lower side of the bolt is tensioned using a regular nut, while the upper nut is a special kind of explosive nut, a frangible nut. On 2 occasions, 2 of these frangible nuts did not fracture correctly, something NASA described as stud hang-ups. These issues did not stop the space shuttle from taking off. With the power of 2 solid rocket boosters and 3 main engines, 1 or 2 improperly fractured nuts were not going to stop the space shuttle from taking off. These hold-down posts were primarily designed to prevent the space shuttle from tipping over while the 3 main engines were brought up to full throttle, or simply by a gust of wind. However, if 4 or more of these stud hang-ups occurred, the issue could have been mission critical. And so, a redesign was introduced for STS-126, where a crossover assembly was included. This new system linked the 2 pyrotechnic charges in each nut to ensure they detonated within 50 microseconds of each other. A delay of up to 250 microseconds was possible with the previous design, and this was identified as the main issue causing the so-called stud hang-ups. The shuttle is now free, with the largest and most powerful solid rockets ever used in human spaceflight powering it upwards. Each solid rockets provided 13,000 kilonewtons of thrust each, nearly double that of the Falcon 9 first stage. But the very notion of using solid rocket boosters for a crewed space shuttle was initially met with extreme concern. Using solid rocket boosters for human spaceflight had never been attempted before. They were nearly exclusively used for military use, like the Minuteman ICBM. The solid rocket fuel allowed them to stand ready, available to launch at a moment's notice. However, once ignited, there is little that can be done to stop them. The entire column of propellant is ignited at once. There are no pumps or valves that can lower the fuel and oxidizer being delivered. Once ignited, they stay ignited until all of the propellant is expended. This, of course, comes with extreme control issues that need to be engineered around. To begin, the engine needs to be throttled back as it expends fuel. As fuel is used, the weight of the rocket lowers. If the thrust isn't lowered, the rocket could exceed its max allowable dynamic pressure and disintegrate. An improperly designed fuel column could make matters even worse, as a simple circular internal cavity will result in an increase in thrust as the fuel is burned. However, many different thrust profiles can be achieved with different shapes. A pointed star cavity will start with higher thrust thanks to the increased surface area, but rapidly decreases in thrust as the points of the star burn down and the surface area decreases. This effect can be increased by increasing the number of points on the star, which is why the igniter had 40. Nearly every illustration online shows the space shuttle solid rocket boosters with a continuous cylinder. If this was the design of the fuel channel, it could have caused issues. The surface area of a circular internal cavity would have increased as fuel was burned, because the cavity's diameter and circumference would be increasing. This was not how the solid rocket boosters were designed. The upper section of the solid rocket booster had an 11-pointed star shape. This shape was created with this mandrel placed inside the upper section before the fuel mixture was poured in. This shape then transitioned into a circular section. However, it wasn't constant in diameter. The diameter increased towards the nozzle. This design provided elevated thrust at ignition when it was needed most, and then reduced gradually to lower the maximum dynamic pressure the space shuttle experienced, with the thrust decreasing by 33% 50 seconds into the flight. When filling the solid rocket booster segments with the propellant, they were filled in pairs, matching with its contemporary segment on the other booster. This allowed the two segments to be filled using the same batch of fuel mixture. So, if there were any inconsistencies in the mix, they would be at the very least consistent on the left and right side of the shuttle, ensuring differential thrust from the boosters would not drive it off course. However, all 5 of the nozzles were capable of thrust vectoring to control the space shuttle during ascent, and 80% of the steering power came from the solid rocket boosters. Thanks to their power and increased distance from the central axis of the space shuttle. The space shuttle's aerodynamic flight surfaces played no part in control during ascent, but they did actuate to reduce aerodynamic stress and drag on ascent. 7 seconds after takeoff, with the space shuttle traveling around 140 kilometers per hour, a roll program is initiated through asymmetric thrust vectoring of the nozzles of the solid rocket boosters with actuators mounted inside the aft skirt. Here, there are 2 hydraulic actuators on each nozzle to allow it to move in both pitch and yaw. The space shuttle turns over 180 degrees and pitches 12 degrees off a straight-up trajectory, placing the shuttle on a heading towards its assigned orbit, lowering the dynamic pressure on the shuttle's wings, and providing the flight crew a view of the horizon out of their windows. Of course, this 180-degree rotation would not have been needed if the space shuttle was simply rotated on the launch pad. But the launch pad was designed for the Saturn V. The position of the service tower and all of the supporting infrastructure associated with it locked the space shuttle into this orientation, and it was simply easier to program a roll than to build a new launch pad. 45 seconds into the flight, something fascinating happens. The space shuttle exceeds the speed of sound, and the sound of those rocket engines can no longer reach the astronauts.
So you don't hear those rocket motors that much anymore behind you. But now you hear the air rushing down the side of the shuttle because you're in the thickest part of the atmosphere, and it sounds like a train howling through a tunnel when that air is going across the rough blankets and tiles on the outside of the shuttle.
And as the space shuttle races higher and higher into the atmosphere, the air gets progressively thinner, even this sound begins to dwindle away.
For the last 15-20 seconds of first stage, it's just a quiet, very rough ride because you're still on the solid rocket boosters.
And it will get even quieter as the solid rocket boosters reach the end of their fuel supply 2 minutes into the flight.
Oh boy.
Lowering chamber pressures triggers sensors to begin the separation process. However, if these fail, a backup system based simply on time elapsed takes over. Once triggered, the thrust vectoring system is commanded to return the nozzles to the neutral position, and the orbiter is commanded to maintain its attitude for 4 seconds. The SRBs are attached to the external tank at 4 points, through 3 struts on the lower section of the rocket and an additional upper connection, each held in place by frangible connections that are severed on command. At the same time, 8 separation motors, 4 on the top of the solid rocket booster and 4 on the bottom, fire. These were also solid motors and provided 96,000 newtons of thrust, ensuring the SRBs safely detached from the space shuttle as it continued its flight to orbit. This solid rocket booster separation process was the thing that caught Bruce off guard most on his first flight.
Picture this, you're sitting on top of the explosive bolts that are holding the boosters to the tank. So when those explosive bolts let go, it's a large bang, and then the booster separation motors fly fly the boosters away from the shuttle so it doesn't recontact it, those exhausts are aimed right at your windshield. So it's staging, instead of there being this little pop and off you go in second stage, it's this big bang, and then you're in this fireball where the exhaust from the booster set motors are over the windshield, and it's like, geez, did we just blow up? And then very quickly, you get through that, and you can see the nice dark purpleness of space ahead of you. So that's really the only surprise going uphill that I had on my first flight.
At this point, the SRBs are continuing to climb in altitude, just slower than the space shuttle. Upon reaching their apogee, roughly a minute later, they will begin their journey back down to Earth, eventually releasing a series of parachutes from its nose cone to slow its descent and land in the ocean to be recovered and reused. Meanwhile, the orbiter is continuing its journey in its second stage of flight.
Second stage is smooth. Matter of fact, most astronauts will call it electric drop. But now's when the G's start to build up, and you're getting pushed further and further back in your seat. And then we throttle the engines back when we reach 3 Gs because it is a winged vehicle, so there's a lot of aerodynamics going on there. And for the structural integrity, we go ahead and throttle back to 3 Gs because the wings could come off if you accelerated a whole lot more than that. And that would make for a bad day.
Under the power of the 3 main engines, fed with liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen from the external tank, the shuttle continues its way to orbit. This external tank is a bit of an anomaly. The space shuttle was intended to be fully reusable when it was first conceived, with the fuel and oxidizer tanks incorporated into the orbiter itself. In fact, the space shuttle was envisioned in many forms. Ultimately, funding challenges forced the space shuttle's ambitious designs to be simplified, and the Air Force was approached to bolster funds, influencing the design to stray even further from the original vision, primarily in an increased cargo bay capacity and increased glide range. The external tank was, however, the largest compromise of design. Gone was the idea of a manned external tank that would glide back to land. What would have saved money in the long run simply would have been too expensive to develop, relying instead on an expendable external tank, a massive non-reusable structure that would disintegrate during the entrance. The external tank was heavy. It wasn't simply 2 pressurized tanks. It was a structurally integral component, responsible for transmitting enormous loads. It was the centerpiece of the space shuttle system, the structural backbone, connecting to both the solid rocket boosters and the orbiter. In order to do this, the external tank had to be strong. It was 47 meters long and weighed 33.5 metric tons, empty. Its aluminium skin is reinforced with strengthening rings and strainers. This was essentially a massive thermos flask with a spaced double skin to insulate the cryogenic fuel inside. Finally, the entire structure was covered in a layer of orange insulation foam, which alone weighed 2.2 tons. The first 2 space shuttle missions featured a white external tank, coated in a fire-retardant latex, which was removed to save a 1/4 ton of weight. The liquid oxygen tank was located on top of the external tank. It's much smaller than the liquid hydrogen tank, thanks to oxygen's much higher density. And this is part of why the liquid oxygen tank was placed on top of the external tank, as it pushes the rocket's center of gravity higher, an important aspect of stability in flight. If a rocket is traveling straight up, drag and lift acts through the center of pressure. The location of the center of pressure is determined by the location of the aerodynamic surfaces and engines, but the rocket rotates around the center of gravity, which is determined by the placement of lands. Because of this, it makes sense to place weight higher on the rocket, as it moves the center of gravity above the center of pressure. Imagine a rocket flying with its orientation aligned with its direction of flight. When a gust of wind knocks it off balance, it introduces an angle of attack, which creates lift acting through the center of pressure, and the rocket rotates around the center of gravity, returning the rocket to its original position. If the center of gravity was below the center of pressure, the opposite would happen, and the rocket would be unstable. So, the dense liquid oxidizer was placed on top of the external tank. This came with the added benefit of allowing the intertank to be placed higher on the external tank, as the hydrogen tank is much larger. The intertank is a load-bearing structure between the 2 tanks. There is even a massive beam hidden within this intertank, resisting enormous compressive loads as the solid rocket motors attempt to push inwards. The lower support holding the solid rocket boosters takes all of the shear stress created by the upwards thrust of the booster, and so the upper support acts primarily in compression. The forward attachment point to the orbiter is also located on the lower portion of the intertank. Of course, all of this liquid oxidizer and fuel needed to get to the main shuttle engines on the orbiter. The liquid oxygen exits the tank here. This pipe is massive, 46 centimeters wide, big enough to crawl through. When the liquid oxygen begins to flow, it acts much like water, and with this rate of flow, a massive whirlpool could form. With the weight of all this fluid swirling and sloshing inside the tank, this could cause massive instability issues. Or it could even expose the outlet and allow bubbles to enter the engine. So, anti-vortex and anti-sloshing baffles are placed on the bottom of this tank where the oxidizer exits. Liquid oxygen travels down this pipe into the interstage where it exits and runs along the length of the outside of the liquid hydrogen tank until it meets the primary orbiter connection point. This connection point connects physically to the orbiter, but is also the primary connection for the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. To the left and right of this truss connection are two umbilical plates, which mate directly to corresponding plates on the underside of the orbiter. The left plate provided a connection for liquid hydrogen, and the right plate provided a connection for liquid oxygen. Each also had gaseous lines that brought back gaseous hydrogen and oxygen from the main engine to their respective tanks. This was vital in order to maintain ullage pressure. Ullage is the volume of gas above a liquid storage tank, like the cryogenic liquid oxidizer and hydrogen tanks. The pressure of this volume has to be maintained as the liquid lowers. If the pressure is allowed to lower, the structural integrity of the tanks could be compromised. The gaseous hydrogen used to pressurize the tank was tapped off from the hydrogen fuel line after it went through the regenerative cooling loops of the nozzle here at the outlet of the turbine exhaust manifold of the low-pressure fuel pump. Liquid oxygen did not pass through this regenerative cooling system and thus needs to be converted into a gas to pressurize the tanks. It instead was tapped off here at the outlet of the main oxygen turbo pump after passing through a heat exchanger around the turbine of this pump. Finally, there were electrical connections on each plate too, made up of smaller electrical wires provided power to the external tank and solid rocket boosters, while also carrying vital telemetry data from each of the orbiter's computers. Finally, there was also the liquid hydrogen recirculation connection, which was only used during the liquid hydrogen engine cooldown sequence before launch, where the cryogenic fluid is circulated through the feed lines, valves and turbopumps to bring them down to temperature. If this didn't occur, bubbles could form. The time for main engine cutoff is quickly approaching. The process will be triggered by a predetermined velocity target, around 28,000 kilometers per hour. However, it can be triggered by fuel and oxidizer sensors detecting a low fluid level. There are 8 propellant depletion sensors. The 4 fuel depletion sensors are located on the bottom of the liquid hydrogen tank. However, the liquid oxygen sensors were located downstream of the feed line, inside the orbiter. There was also an extra 500 kilograms of liquid hydrogen loaded over the required 6:1 oxidizer fuel mixture ratio. Together, these ensured that in the event the main engine was cut off as a result of propellant depletion, the main engine cutoff occurred in a fuel-rich scenario, as oxidizer-rich engine shutdowns severely erode and damage the reusable engines. The time has now come for the main engines to shut down and for the external tank to separate. Frangible nuts once again explode to separate the two structures. The external tank begins to float away, leaving the umbilical plates underneath the shuttle exposed, and fixing that is the next challenge.
You've got to close those doors. That's one of the first things you do. And that's very, very critical, because if you don't close those doors, you can't re-enter, because you'll burn up during the entry. And so that's one of the things that we've talked about, we've learned about, but nobody has ever really thought about, or no one has ever really come up with an easy solution. If you had to do an EVA to close those doors, how you'd ever do it? You'd have to do a spacewalk back to the back here somehow, and maybe hold on to there's just no easy way to get underneath there to close those. But we talked about it, and we come up with some ideas, but never had to be done, and there was never a procedure set to do it.
Thankfully, these doors successfully closed on every single space shuttle mission. The external tank is now on its way back to Earth's atmosphere, helped along by a vent opening in the oxygen tank that causes the tank to tumble away from the orbiter. With the thrust of the main engines gone, the astronauts have instantly become weightless. A serene moment that filled Bruce with so much joy that he forgot his first job as a
Now, we always took a nice close-up picture of the external tank right after Nico, because if you'll remember, the external tank was the only part of the space shuttle that wasn't reused. You know, the boosters would fly back or splash down in the ocean, we'd tow them back in, refurbish them, the shuttle would come back, but the external tank, as soon as we got off the tank, it would start tumbling back to Earth and break up and burn up, re-entering the atmosphere and just splash down into pieces. So we always wanted to take a nice big picture of the tank right after we got off it, to see if there was any abnormality with it that might be generic that we would need to fix before the next shuttle took off.
Let's make
So
a
my
record.
very first job as a rookie was to, as soon as we got to Miko, instantaneously 0G, was to get unstrapped out of my seat,
let's end the stream.
float down to a locker by me, get the proper camera out, float up to the overhead window, while Dick Richards, the leader on my first flight, was pitching Discovery over on its back so that we could take a picture of this tank Earth. Well, I floated up to the overhead window and I'm looking outside. Dick says, "Hey Bruce, you should be seeing it." I said, "Yeah, Dick, I do. It's awesome. It's beautiful." He said, "Well, why aren't you taking any pictures?" I said, "Pictures of what?" "Oh, the tank." I was so blown away by seeing Earth for the first time from the space shuttle that I choked on my first job. And I was supposed to have this great big picture of the tank. Well, by the time I took a picture of the tank, it was like falling away from us. But it was just beautiful. It was just, seeing the Earth for the first time in space is probably my most memorable experience.
As Melnick got briefly distracted by seeing the beauty of space for the first time, the commander of the space shuttle was pitching the shuttle onto its back using its maneuvering system. Scattered all over the orbiter are smaller rocket nozzles, part of the reaction control system. This removable module in the nose of the aircraft was the forward reaction control system. Inside, there are two spherical tanks, an oxidizer tank filled with nitrogen tetroxide, and a fuel tank filled with monometal hydrazine. This fuel oxidizer combination is unique. It doesn't need an ignition source. It's hypergolic, meaning they spontaneously ignite upon contact with each other. But both substances were extremely toxic, producing ominous orange clouds of toxic gas. Breathing this in would cause your lungs to rapidly fill with fluid, and once in your bloodstream, it interferes with the blood's ability to carry oxygen. Anyone working with these propellants had to wear pressurized breathing suits to prevent any chance of contact. The astronauts also had exclusion zones around these nozzles on spacewalks to prevent any danger of the chemicals coming back aboard. It's an undesirable fuel to work with in many ways, but its advantages were why it was used. These hypergolic fuels were extremely reliable. Igniting on contact with each other removed any need for complicated ignition systems that could fail. They could be stored for longer periods than cryogenic fuels that would have to be continually vented as temperatures rose, which makes cryogenic fuels unsuitable for longer missions like the space shuttle. With the longest space shuttle mission lasting 18 days, this was critical.
I don't know what
the propellants could also be quickly mixed in precise volumes to provide precise and instantaneous thrust control. This was important when maneuvering in close proximity to another spacecraft. The propellants are fed into the combustion chamber through pressurization of the tanks with high-pressure helium, held in spherical Kevlar composite tanks with titanium inner liners. An extremely lightweight tank, just 10 kilograms in weight, but nearly a half-meter in diameter. Spherical tanks are the most weight-efficient form of pressure vessel, with the highest volume-to-weight ratio. Ideally, all rockets could use spherical tanks, but ultimately, diameters increase too much as volume requirements rise, and it's preferable to minimize the cross-sectional area of the rocket to reduce drag. There is no turbopump needed here. The back pressure from the high-pressure helium provides enough flow rate for the purposes of these low-power rocket motors. In the forward reaction control system pod, there are 12 main thrusters, and there are 12 in each of the left and right rear pods too, for a total of 38 main thrusters, each capable of providing 3,870 newtons of thrust with a specific impulse of 289 seconds. Sometimes even finer control was needed for delicate docking procedures, and for this, the orbiter had 6 smaller vernier thrusters capable of producing as little as 111 newtons, the same amount of force you would need to lift an 11-kilogram weight here on Earth. With a total of 44 reaction-controlled thrusters scattered around the orbiter, the astronauts needed a way to control them. The controls were located at the commander's seat on the left side of the cockpit, and here on the left side of the aft flight deck. The rear position was added to allow the commander to look out this rear window while maneuvering for rendezvous with other spacecraft or releasing payloads. Each station had a square knob controller used for translational movements, in and out, side to side, and up and down, and a more traditional flight stick, which was used to control attitude, pitch, roll, and yaw. There was also a flight computer where desired altitude and velocity changes could be entered with a keypad. Of course, this was all fly-by-wire. The commander's inputs were all fed into a computer which interpreted the commands and decided the best course of action. There was only one notable exception for this fly-by-wire system.
I mean, there is nothing mechanically linked to any of the control surfaces or anything. Everything goes through the computer. Everything you touch goes through the computer, and the computer generates everything. We're concerned about things called signal
We are about to
upset.
serve our drink station.
Where
Our menu
cosmic
has
ray
been
comes in and
containing a
upsets
variety
the
of soft
computers.
drinks.
You
Please
know,
hold your table into the
because there was no
Clear
way
any
to
items
raise
in
the
the aisle.
landing
Thank
gear,
you.
we were concerned a single event upset if there was an automatic computer way to lower the wheels that you could get your wheels lowered on orbit, not be able to come home. So we always made that mechanical. And so once we got down to under 300 feet, 200 feet, that was the pilot's main job, was to lower the wheels manually.
Putting them back in place required ground crew to push them back in. So, because ionizing radiation in space could potentially trigger the computers to lower the landing gear, and with no way of raising them back up, they were lowered manually. The landing gears were held in place by a hooked lock that was released after the pilot flipped the protective covers on these two buttons, an arming button and a button labeled DN for down. When this happened, a hydraulic actuator released the hook, holding the landing gears in place and allowed them to lower. The first day of the mission is now starting. The astronauts begin their tasks. The pilot and commander, seated in the left and right seats in front of the instrument panel, are busy working towards the first rendezvous with Intelsat. Through the forward windows, the astronauts can glimpse a distant bright dot, the satellite they are maneuvering towards. These weren't the only windows on board. There were additional overhead windows, along with rear windows looking into the payload bay, which for now remains closed. These windows were key to the reusability of the shuttle. The windows had to be durable enough to survive space debris impacts and capable of resisting the temperatures of re-entry. The space shuttle's window structure had multiple layers of glass, each tailored to withstand different conditions. The pressure pane was engineered to endure the cabin pressure in space. It was made from 15.7mm thick aluminosilicate glass that was tempered to be mechanically strong. On the outer edge of the pane, a red film was added to reflect back the heat into the vehicle so it wasn't lost to space, while still letting visible light through. The outermost pane, or the thermal pane, was also 15.7mm thick and capable of resisting temperatures of up to 482 degrees Celsius. There was also a large space between these two panes, which minimized heat transfer between the outer shell and the inner crew cabin. On one Discovery mission, one of these windows was struck by space debris, leaving a small crater in the window, but it did not break. If it had, the astronauts inside were in no danger, as there was also a center redundant pane, serving as a failsafe for both the thermal and pressure panes. It was 33mm thick and made out of fused silica glass, the same material the laboratory crucibles and beakers are made out of. The rear windows, looking into the payload bay, did not have the outer thermal pane, since they would not be exposed to the extreme superheated plasma during re-entry. There were no windows in the middeck below the crew deck. The middeck is where many of the science experiments in orbit were performed, and this is where the astronauts slept and ate. There were stations where the astronauts could strap themselves to the walls in the weightless environment, but not everyone chose to use them.
The commander and pilot generally slept up on the flight deck. They would just loosely strap themselves in their, commander and pilot seats. That was a good way. And you want to be kind of strapped in. There were some astronauts like Story Musgrave that liked to free float around in space, but he would bump into people, and I heard that it was quite annoying sometimes. But the rest of us, you have a cloth sleeping bag that's made out of just light material like this, where you Velcro it to a bulkhead or the ceiling, and you just zip yourself up in it.
The time has now come to open the payload doors. The doors needed to be opened shortly after reaching orbit, as one of the space shuttle's vital life support systems required them to be open, the temperature control system. 2 radiator panels are attached to each of the forward payload bay doors. Freon-filled tubes snake around these panels, where they radiate heat absorbed from a heat exchanger located inside the orbiter into space. The payload doors themselves are made from a graphite epoxy composite material, which reduced the weight of the doors by 408 kilograms over a comparable aluminium design. At the time, this was the largest aerospace composite structure ever made. Covering the payload bay, which was 18.3 meters long and 4.6 meters wide, the largest and heaviest payload it ever carried was on STS-93, with the Chandra X-ray Observatory coming in at 22.7 tons, maxing out the shuttle's capacity. This mission came worryingly close to disaster. During each refurbishment of the shuttle's main engines, they were inspected with ultrasound to find signs of damage. In some cases, damage may be detected in one of the liquid oxygen posts that delivered liquid oxygen to the combustion chamber, and instead of replacing the entire expensive and difficult to manufacture injection assembly, the post was simply deactivated with a gold pin that plugged the channel. During the pre-launch startup sequence of the main engines on STS-93, one of these gold pins was ejected out and struck the hydrogen coolant channels in the nozzle, resulting in a hydrogen leak that you can actually see here in images of the launch. The engine detected a decrease in combustion chamber pressure and opened the oxidizer valve to increase thrust. The engine had no way of knowing the issue was a hydrogen leak. It could only detect the drop in combustion chamber pressure and respond by making the combustion less fuel-rich, which increases thrust and temperature. This incident resulted in a maintenance policy switch that meant damaged oxygen posts had to be replaced, not simply plugged. Thankfully, the engine survived, and the mission was successfully completed, despite the main engines shutting down prematurely as a result of the oxygen depletion sensors being triggered. So, the orbiter was 4.6 meters per second off its target orbital velocity. Thankfully, the orbiter had an orbital maneuvering system to bring it up to its desired velocity. These large rocket nozzles were not part of the reaction control system and were capable of providing 305 meters per second of additional velocity, powered by the same hypergolic fuel and oxidizer as the RCS system, from tanks hidden within the OHMS pods, capable of holding 4 tons of fuel and 6.7 tons of oxidizer. When performing large orbital changes like this, it was important for the spatial to wisely and to do this, it could open these doors on the left side of the orbiter's nose, revealing the star tracker optics. These star trackers analyzed known positions of the stars in the sky to determine exactly where the orbiter was, allowing it to precisely navigate in orbit. Once the space shuttle has arrived at its target orbit, the real work can begin. On Bruce's mission, STS-49, the first task was to rendezvous with that stranded communications satellite, carefully maneuvering the orbiter closer to the satellite as the satellite's operators attempted to stabilize its spin. As they approached, 2 astronauts, Pierre II and Richard Heeb, donned their EVA suits in the middeck and prepared to enter the airlock. The airlock for this mission was located inside the crew cabin of the middeck, but it could be configured to be outside in the payload area. During the construction of the International Space Station, a special docking system was also installed, which was required to allow the space shuttle to dock to both Russian and American spacecraft. It was called the Androgynous Peripheral Attach System. The androgynous name comes from the fact that both the target and the receiving end look identical, with no male or female parts, with the goal of this being a universal docking system allowing any two spacecraft to dock together, as Goddard intended. Each side had a ring with 3 petals equally distributed. One side extended its mating ring for a soft capture, where the 3 petals of each side come together and connect with these latches. At this point, the soft capture ring is retracted and 12 latches engage to form a between the two spacecraft. This system was used extensively during the construction of the International Space Station, which the space shuttle had an instrumental role in transporting and assembling in space, including the very first modules to be connected in 1998 on STS-88, when the orbiter docked with the Russian Zarya module using this docking ring and proceeded to connect the Unity module. On STS-49, Bruce's mission, the stranded satellite was never intended to be docked with and had no docking points, and thus, to capture the stranded satellite, the astronauts needed to perform EVA and manually grab the satellite using a capture bar specifically designed for this mission, but not everything went to plan.
So we made several attempts to grab this satellite with the capture bar, but every time Pierre touched the bottom of the satellite with the capture bar, it bounced off out of control. Fortunately, the engineers that owned Intelsat, they could send commands back up to it, re-stabilize it so we could maneuver back closer to it and try again. So we tried 3 or 4 times the first day to grab it. Every time it bounced off. Second day we tried again. Every time it bounced off. So at that point, we were kind of at a loss. We didn't know what we were going to do. And of course, all this time, I'm operating the arm. I'm chasing the satellite with Pierre on the end of it. And so it was a very demanding part of the flight. So after 2 days of trying, the ground said, okay, we're going to take the 3rd day off. And then we'll go back out and try on the 4th day to do it again. Well, of course, we felt like the mission was lost. So, you know, the ground told us, go ahead, get a good night's sleep, we'll call you in the morning. So we got to thinking. As a matter of fact, I saw that I could hear that Dan and Chili were talking up on the flight deck. We were supposed to be asleep. So I floated up to the flight deck with them, and they were talking about how Endeavour was so maneuverable and was so efficient on its fuel burn that they thought we could get close enough to the satellite to where Rick and Pierre could just grab it with their gloved hands. And we saw it at one point when Pierre got the capture bar, one side of the capture bar fired, and it almost immediately stopped the rotation. So we knew that it was going to be easy to stop the rotation if Rick and Pierre could just grab the bottom of the satellite. The problem is now what do? If you do grab the satellite, you've got 2 guys out there holding a 9,000-pound satellite with no way to get it back on the rocket motor that we took up to strap to it to send it back up to the proper orbit. Well, I scratched my head while I was up there, and I knew that because after we finished this satellite business, 2 other astronauts, Tom Akers and Kathy Thornton, they were going to go out and do some practice of assembly of the space station. You know, we hadn't built the space station at that point, and they were going to be out trying to do some methods for that. Well, in order to accommodate all the different sized astronauts, the EVA suits, or the spacewalking suits, they're made out of different components, different length arms, different sized torsos,
Sorry to bother you, Captain. I
those
was
sorts
just
of
wondering
things.
if you'd like a
And
drink.
Rick Heeb is this big.
No, thank you.
Kathy
No
Thornton
problem.
was this tall, and then Tom
Give me a call
and
if you change your mind.
Pierre are about my size. So in order to accommodate 4 astronauts on 2 different spacewalks of those different sizes, we, for the first time ever, had 3 full EVA suits, the components of 3 full EVA suits on board. So I got to think, and I said, well, we have 3 suits on board, why don't we send 3 spacewalkers out? We can have 2 people grab it, and then one person with the capture bar, because the capture bar had to be attached to the satellite, because that was what was going to attach it to the rocket motor that we brought up.
However, this plan had one problem. The airlock was only designed for 2 people. The airlock consisted of 2 airtight doors. Once inside, with the doors sealed, the astronauts could depressurize the inside by venting the air to space. This could only be done from inside the hatch, but repressurization could be done from outside and inside for obvious safety reasons. This process took about 30 minutes, and while it happened, the astronauts were connected to life support biblicals so that they didn't have to waste their internal supplies during the wait. This was the first problem. There were only 2 life support biblicals available. It was also going to be a tight squeeze for 3 astronauts with full EVA gear on, as the cylindrical airlock inside the mid-deck was just 160 centimeters in diameter and 210 centimeters high. The third astronaut was going to need to make some sacrifices.
So unlike normally where you just have 2 astronauts, you put them in the airlock, you close the door, with Tom, he had to go on all of his internal controls, and we float him in the airlock upside down. So now you've got Rick and Pierre right side up and Tom Akers head down in the airlock, and he's on his internal systems now where Rick and Pierre are still attached to the umbilicals inside. Close the airlock, evacuate it, and then all 3 of them float out.
And here, the 3 astronauts got to work, with Bruce on the remote manipulator arm controls inside the orbiter, and he was chosen for a very specific reason. He was a Coast Guard helicopter pilot.
And the reason, Dan wanted to have a Coast Guard helicopter pilot on the arm. And the reason for that is that operating the arm, the controls that you use are vaguely similar to operating a helicopter. Because in a helicopter, you have to fly with both hands and both feet. But when you're operating the arm, you've got 2 controllers. You've got a rotational hand controller and a translational hand controller. So the translational hand controller, you move up, down, sideways, in and out. Rotational hand controller controls the attitude of the arm. So it's very much like flying a helicopter. And you can't be thinking about it when you're in a very, tight situation. You've got to be the arm.
The Canadarm, named after its country of origin, was a multifunctional tool used for many tasks aboard the shuttle. A simple articulated arm may not seem overly impressive, but the unique physics of a weightless environment and the desire to minimize the launch weight of the space shuttle made for a very interesting engineering challenge. The entire 15-meter-long arm weighs just 430 kilograms, and despite being able to move 30 tons in orbit, it couldn't even hold up its own weight on Earth. The booms were made from low-weight epoxy graphite composite with 6 joints, 2 joints at its shoulder for yaw and pitch, 1 elbow pitch joint, and 3 joints at the wrist for yaw, pitch, and roll, for a total of 6 degrees of freedom of movement, exactly like your own arm. However, your elbow is only capable of about 140 degrees of pitch before your bicep gets in the way. The Canadarm's elbow joint rotational axis is offset by 0.15 meters to allow up to 160 degrees of rotation. Because the arm is working in a weightless environment, the motors don't need to be able to apply that much torque. Each motor could only produce 0.7 Newton meters of torque. With no friction in space, a small force can move any mass. It just depends how long you want it to take. In the same way, ion thrusters with thrusts of just 25 millinewtons could theoretically get a spacecraft up to light speed if it had enough propellant. However, the dangers of inertia are still real. If a satellite was moving quickly relative to the arm, it could easily bend and break the arm. So, delicate movement is the name of the game, and the motor can work in reverse to assist each joint's brake system. The loaded arm speed had a maximum speed of just 6 centimeters per second. The arm had a unique end fixture designed to grapple onto attachment points on satellites. However, because the Intelsat was never intended to be rendezvoused with, it didn't have any grapple points installed. So, the capture bar had an attachment point for the second stage rocket and had a grapple point, allowing the Canadarm to grab hold of it once it was securely attached. The grapple point is a simple metallic pin with 3 lobes at its base. And this is all the arm needed to firmly grab onto the Intelsat. The end effector of the Canadarm used a naturally self-centering wire grapple system to hold on to this pin. 3 wires, each anchored at 2 points. 1 point is stationary, while the secondary anchor point is attached to a rotating ring. Once Bruce had maneuvered the arm over the grapple rod using the camera feed, this rotating ring would turn and ensnare the pin, pulling it to the center. The pin is then pulled inwards until the three lobes at its base lock into corresponding cutouts on the outside of the grapple ring. A simple but effective mechanism. With the satellite now secure, the three astronauts could get to work attaching the new second stage to the capture bar, which they did successfully, allowing the Intelsat to raise itself to geostationary orbit, where it operated for 21 years. STS-49 had another mission to complete, a test run of space shuttle building techniques, but with their time in orbit running out, that mission lost a day. Life support systems on board were supplied with enough gases for the planned duration of the mission. Spherical tanks in the mid-fuselage contained high-pressure oxygen and nitrogen, with 3 nitrogen tanks and 1 oxygen, used to create a breathable atmosphere of 80% nitrogen and 20% oxygen. Of course, carbon dioxide needed to be scrubbed from the air, and this was done by passing the cabin air through lithium hydroxide canisters located underneath the middeck. These solid canisters would react with the CO2 to remove it from the atmosphere and create water in the process. This was not a renewable solution, so every 12 hours the crew would access and replace these canisters through the hatch on the middeck bay. There were also oxygen and hydrogen tanks used for the space shuttle's power system, a fuel cell that reacted the hydrogen and oxygen to produce water and electricity. These powered everything on board and produced water in the process. But this water carried some extra hydrogen gas, so before the water could be used, it had to go through a process of degassing, which separates the hydrogen and dumps it overboard. It was now time to prepare for re-entry, and the first step was closing those payload doors. But on STS-49, another problem was encountered. The payload doors would not latch due to thermal warping of the doors, requiring some creative problem solving.
There's always 2 astronauts trained to do EVAs, and I was trained to do an EVA on my first flight, and that's for a contingency if, for example, the payload bay doors wouldn't close or latch all the way when you're on orbit. We have special tools where we could winch them closed and latch them all together. And matter of fact, on STS-49, after we had trouble getting the satellite to launch because of a different switch configuration, we got up there and the payload bay doors wouldn't close all the way. And so we thought, oh man, do we need to go back out and do that? So your first attempt to fix something like that is the thermal loads on the space shuttle. As you can imagine, you know, you're 200 degrees in the sunny side and 200 degrees below zero on the dark side. So a lot of times you'll get a little bit of an oil canning effect or a little twisting of the fuselage just because of the thermal effects. And that's what we did. We went ahead into what we call the barbecue mode, and so we went ahead and orbited the Earth in the barbecue mode to try to equalize the temperatures on the shuttle when we couldn't get the payload bay doors to close all the way. And
when you say barbecue mode, do you mean like a spit roast? It's like rotating.
Yes, yeah. And I mean, it's not that fast, but you do that to where you try to equally heat while you're going, through the sun and through the dark. And I think it was just one orbit we had to do, and we tried to close the doors again, and they latched.
With the doors successfully closed, the space shuttle could begin its preparations to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. The re-entry procedure begins with a 2 to 4 minute burn of the orbital maneuvering engines, while the spacecraft is upside down and traveling backwards. With an orbital speed of around 7 kilometers per second, the OMS pods need to reduce the orbiter speed by just 0.1 kilometers per second, 1.3% of its velocity, to lower its orbit enough to bring it into a collision course with the Earth's upper atmosphere. A precise maneuver will lead to little speed, and the orbiter will overshoot its narrow window for success, skimming through the thin upper atmosphere and potentially bounce back into space. The orbiter has wings that generate lift, after all. Bleed too much speed, and the orbiter will descend through the atmosphere too fast, reaching the thick lower atmosphere before enough speed has been leached away, resulting in catastrophic overheating. This narrow entry window is called the entry flight corridor. Once the delicate retro-firing sequence has been completed, the next phase of re-entry begins. The reaction control system flips the shuttle around and places it into a 40-degree upwards pitch angle, ready to meet the Earth's atmosphere, entering the upper atmosphere at 30 times the speed of sound. The speed is so great, it begins to rip air molecules apart, creating a glowing cloud of charged plasma around the lower surface of the orbiter. with peak temperatures reaching 1,650 degrees Celsius. Nothing like this had ever been attempted. A blunt body capsule, like every other re-entry capsule to date, designed purely for thermal protection, is an engineering challenge. But tack on the needs of an aircraft, and the task gets vastly more difficult. Thankfully, NASA had a test run in 1959 with the X-15, the fastest plane in the history of humankind, and it advanced our understanding of hypersonic flight, providing many lessons that were incorporated into the space shuttle's design. However, the X-15 had one major advantage over the space shuttle. It didn't need to launch itself into orbit. It didn't even launch from the ground, instead launching from the belly of a B-52. This allowed the X-15 to use a state-of-the-art advanced heat-resistant aerospace metal, Inconel X, with a max operating temperature of 980 degrees Celsius. The space shuttle could not use this metal. Inconel X is too heavy, about 180% heavier than an equivalent aluminium airframe, a massive issue for an aircraft designed to be carried to orbit. The space shuttle's airframe, therefore, is not made from Inconel X. It is composed of lightweight aluminium, which has a max operating temperature of just 177 degrees, 5 times lower than Inconel X. The orbiter would experience temperatures 10 times greater than this for extended periods of its re-entry flight. To make matters worse, one of the principal lessons learned during the X-15 program was that the hot pink foam ablative coating sprayed onto the plane for the top-speed flights was completely unusable for the space shuttle. An ablative coating is a sacrificial material designed to gradually burn and fall away from the aircraft, pulling the heat with it. However, the ablative coating of the X-15 had a nasty habit of burning away from the nose of the plane and begin attaching itself to the cockpit windows, rendering the pilots completely blind, which presented a bit of a problem. At one point, the engineers of the X-15 considered attaching small explosives to the window and intentionally exploding the outer pane of glass to remove the ablative stained window, leaving only the inner pane for landing. Thankfully, they came up with a much less risky solution of installing a mechanical eyelid to the left window that remained closed until the high-speed portion of the flight concluded, providing the pilot one clean window to land with. An extremely primitive solution that created stability issues, as the open eyelid acted like a canard, causing the plane to pitch up, roll right, and yaw right. Even more terrifying, this coating became explosive when mixed with liquid oxygen and could be triggered by even a slight impact, a massive safety concern for a plane that required a liquid oxygen oxidizer to operate, a danger that would be multiplied manifold with a vehicle filled with 500,000 litres of liquid oxygen. The ablative was also not reusable, which would drastically increase the cost of refurbishing the shuttle between flights. The space shuttle would need to be better. As the space shuttle descended through the atmosphere, its nose and wings bore the brunt of the re-entry heat. The high-pressure shockwaves forming around them have created a layer of superheated plasma. If this heat managed to find its way into the delicate aluminium framework inside the orbiter, it would be game over. This is exactly what happened to the Columbia shuttle as a result of damage to the leading edge of these wings. The first step in protecting the orbital surface was to keep this superheated plasma as far away from the surface as possible. The nose, wings, and belly of the orbiter was carefully crafted to ensure shockwaves were kept at bay. We can see how using Schlerin imaging. A pointed missile-like vehicle pierces through the air with efficiency, and in doing so creates a shockwave, attached to its nose with an angle determined by its Mach number. This shockwave is simply a region of incredibly high pressure, and with that pressure comes incredibly high temperatures. This can have disastrous effects, as DARPA experienced twice in 2010 and 2011 when testing their sharp-nosed hypersonic re-entry vehicle, the HTV-2. Within 9 minutes of re-entering Earth's atmosphere, both vehicles disintegrated as a result of the 1,900 degree heat penetrating their metallic skin. The HTV-2 completed its mission of collecting hypersonic flight data, but the space shuttle needed to not only survive this mode of flight, but to do it repeatedly with minimal refurbishment. A good portion of this heat could be kept away from the aircraft's skin with blunt-bodied design, which creates a rounded bow shockwave, with a layer of insulating lower pressure air between the vehicle and the shockwave, reducing heat transfer. For this reason, the Space Shuttle's surface is carefully molded to take advantage of this phenomenon. The rounded nose cross-section gradually transitions to a blunted triangle. This shape minimized the heat reaching the less protected sidewall of the shuttle, which used lower temperature insulation. We are now 7 minutes into the re-entry procedure, having descended 50 kilometers in altitude, but only shedding 0.5 kilometers per second of our velocity. We've entered the period of maximum re-entry heat, a confluence of speed and atmospheric density. The layer of superheated plasma surrounding the shuttle is blocking communication to the computers and astronauts inside, a result of free electrons in the plasma interfering with electromagnetic communication techniques, a problem that would last for the next 12 minutes. For now, the shuttle is operating on its own telemetry data, ensuring that 40-degree angle of attack is maintained. Managing that angle with a velocity of 6.5 kilometers per second was no easy task. A massive control surface was needed. The elevons on the outer wing would not suffice. This is where the rear body flap came into play. It was a massive control surface underneath the shuttle's main engines, covered in high-temperature insulation. The body flap doubled as a heat shield for the shuttle's main engines. With no cooling liquid hydrogen running through the nozzles, the flap was needed to shield the engines from the heat of re-entry. On the Space Shuttle's third flight, the Kuiper Airborne Observatory flew underneath the orbiter as it re-entered and captured an infrared image of its searing hot belly, an experimental program to validate NASA's newly developed computational calculations and experimental testing. This is what it saw. The nose and leading edges are a scorching 1,500 degrees Celsius, far beyond what the aluminium airframe underneath is capable of enduring. These leading edges, experiencing the hottest temperatures, needed the most heat-resistant material on the entire shuttle, a reinforced carbon-carbon composite. One of the amazing materials created in the years between the development of the X-15 and the Space Shuttle. A carbon composite manufactured with a special post-processing step. It was initially manufactured like any other carbon fiber part, a carbon fiber weave molded into shape and bound together with a resin. However, the heat of re-entry would set the hydrocarbon resin on fire without special treatment. The post-processing step would solve this problem. The carbon composite is placed in a vacuum chamber and heated, causing the hydrocarbon resin to decompose, releasing the hydrogens, leaving layers of pure carbon behind, graphite. Carbon fibers bound together by a maze of graphite, strong and capable of withstanding 1,510 degrees Celsius. They face head-on into the inferno of hypersonic flight. The leading edge of the orbiter's wings is composed of 22 of these carbon-carbon panels, with sealing strips covering expansion gaps between each panel, an essential solution to a lesson hard won during the development of the X-15. To investigate the heat of hypersonic flight, the X-15 was painted with a special kind of paint that reacted to heat. And after one flight, the X-15 returned with strange, wedge-shaped patterns emanating from the leading edge expansion joints, small gaps in the leading edge to allow the Inconel skin to bend and contort with the wing without buckling. This localized heating was happening as a result of turbulent flow, increasing the rate of heat transfer to the metallic skin of the aircraft. To fix this, small floating strips of Inconel were placed over the expansion gaps. These strips of reinforced carbon-carbon serve the very same purpose. However, there is one more problem. Carbon is a thermally conductive material, not ideal for a heat shield. The Space Shuttle has been traveling through the atmosphere for 15 minutes, but is still traveling at 6 kilometers per second, and contact has not been re-established through the cloud of plasma surrounding the aircraft. This is a sustained heat, and with carbon being conductive, this heat could make its way to the aluminium airframe over this period of time. If these carbon-carbon shields were attached directly to the airframe, the heat would come in direct contact with the metal, raising it above its max operating temperature. To prevent this, the panels were fitted with Inconel attachment points that attach to the aluminium airframe with Inconel bolts. Inconel, being mostly made of steel, is a poor conductor of heat and could handle the heat the carbon parts transferred to it, without easily transferring that heat to the aluminium. This wasn't enough to protect the interior of the shuttle, however. A layer of insulating tiles were placed underneath the carbon-carbon shield too, the same insulation that was used on the underside of the entire orbiter. The Space Shuttle Columbia had 32,000 of these tiles in two flavors, low temperature and high temperature, white and black. But both of these tiles were made from the same base material, silica fibers, just a few millimeters thick, which, by volume, made up just 10% of the tile. The remaining 90% was nothing but air, an excellent insulating material, a thick and light tile, composed of a material with a high operating temperature. The coating is where the tiles differ. The black tiles installed on the lower portion of the shuttle were covered in a black borosilicate tetraboron silicide glass coating. This black coating helps dissipate heat before it can conduct to the vulnerable inner structure. Black for the same reason that SR-71 is black, Kirchhoff's rule of radiation. This rule tells us a good infrared heat absorber, basically anything black, is also an equally effective heat emitter. With the heat gained from hypersonic flight vastly higher than the heat gained from solar radiation, it's preferable to prioritize outward heat radiation than minimizing heat gained from solar radiation. So why isn't the entire space shuttle black, like the SR-71? The space shuttle has one important difference with the SR-71. It exited Earth's atmosphere. Once outside the Earth's atmosphere, the intensity of solar radiation increases drastically. With the longest orbiter mission at 17 days, this heat had plenty of time to conduct through to the people inside. The orbiter did have huge radiator panels to reject heat to space, but to minimize their size, we want to reflect as much of that heat back into space, and for that reason, they are white. These tiles were coated with a similar glass coating, but with an aluminium oxide additive to provide the white coloring. The coatings also help to waterproof and strengthen these porous tiles. The tiles were assembled like a giant, precisely engineered puzzle with 32,000 pieces. Each tile assigned a serial number that corresponded to their location, shape, and thickness. The tiles were created by mixing cotton-like silica fibers with water. This mixture was then cast into large blocks and were then dried in a microwave oven. Once dried, they could be cut into smaller sheets. The tiles varied from 25mm to 127mm thick, with the 127mm tiles insulating up to 1,280 degrees Celsius. These sheets were then cut into their precise shapes according to their assigned serial numbers, using a computer-controlled milling machine. We are now coming through to the end of the communication blackout, and enough of the heat of re-entry has reached the aluminium airframe to cause it to expand. A major problem, as these tiles are not flexible in the slightest and are quite fragile. The expanding airframe could easily break the tiles and open up a path for the superheated gas to penetrate inside. The engineers needed a way to allow the structure to move beneath the tiles without causing the tiles to pop off. To do this, the tiles were first glued in groups to a layer of flexible Nomex felt. This Nomex fabric allowed the structure beneath to flex, expanding the lower side of the felt without transferring that strain to the upper layer attached to the tiles. These tiles and felt were then attached to the shuttle using the same adhesive, a commercially available high-temperature RTV adhesive, a bright red silicone-based adhesive. To prevent collisions between tiles, gaps between 0.46mm and 1.9mm were included. Thankfully, the issue of turbulent flow created by expansion gaps primarily affected the leading edges of the wing, so these gaps were not covered on the exterior of the shuttle. In areas exposed to lesser temperatures, flexible heat shields were used, constructed from high-temperature silica and Nomex fibers to create a flexible fabric which were sewn together with the same fibers, giving a quilted blanket appearance, with the Nomex fabric capable of resisting temperatures up to 370 degrees, and the silica fabric capable of tolerating temperatures up to 650 degrees. These were lighter and easier to replace than the tiles, being bonded directly to the structure again with that bright red silicone RTV adhesive. We are now out of the communication blackout and approaching 4 kilometers per second or Mach 12 velocity, and are about 45 kilometers in altitude, about 4 times the cruising altitude of an airliner. The orbiter has maintained that 40-degree angle of attack this entire time. Being forced to hold an angle of attack this large comes with some control problems. The orbiter needs to land precisely on a landing strip from orbit. Managing its trajectory while being stuck with its nose up would be difficult, especially for a glider with no way to add energy once it's been bled away by drag. If the space shuttle wanted to lower its lift and lower its altitude faster, it could not lower its angle of attack. So, the shuttle needed a special way to adjust its trajectory to adjust its landing area. Instead, the orbiter decreased its lift by banking. This split the lift into vertical and horizontal components, reducing the lift keeping the shuttle in the air and trading it for lift that moved it sideways. This is what a typical re-entry flight profile looked like. This line is the angle of attack, keeping steady until Mach 12 and then gradually reducing as it descends through the thick lower atmosphere. And this is the bank angle. As the orbiter crashes down from orbit, it banks wildly from side to side. The astronauts inside, who are already pointed 40 degrees up, are now tilted on their sides up to 70 degrees. The orbiter is essentially doing the fastest drift in history. There are some quirks to flying this high in the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds. The bank angle controls actually work in reverse to normal. If we deflect the right elevon down, it should increase lift on the right wing and cause that wing to rise, banking the aircraft anti-clockwise. But it doesn't. When the elevon is deflected downwards into the already compressed hypersonic air, it causes drag to rise on the outer wing. This causes the orbiter to turn its nose in that direction. As the nose turns in the direction of the deflected elevon, it shields that wing and causes a decrease in lift, causing the shuttle to bank in that direction. So, where a downwards deflecting elevon would typically cause an increase in lift on the wing, here, through a series of events, it causes a decrease in lift, working in reverse. Of course, this bank angle causes the orbiter to drift off target for its landing, and to correct, it needs to bank the other way. The orbiter has now slowed down to Mach 3, and at this point, the flight crew deploy air data sensors to aid in the final approach. Two probes rotate from underneath the heat shield on either side of the nose, providing airspeed, angle of attack, and temperature data to the flight computer. At this point, the orbiter is flying like a plane, but it's not a plane, it's a glider, and the flight crew needed to carefully manage the remaining energy to land safely. Especially as the orbiter was not built like a traditional glider. Balancing the need to survive re-entry while maximizing lift efficiency was a unique engineering challenge, made more difficult by Air Force funding, causing the design to skew closer to a plane than a re-entry vehicle. Early concepts of the shuttle drew inspiration from the X-15 with much smaller wings, more than enough to land the original smaller orbiter on a runway. The Air Force wanted a larger payload capacity, and they had one more specific requirement that required bigger wings. They wanted the space shuttle to be able to take off from Cape Canaveral, complete its mission, and land back at Cape Canaveral after a single orbit, essentially treating the space shuttle like a military operation to avoid Soviet attention, fast and elusive. This came with some issues. A single orbit took 90 minutes, in which time the Earth rotated below the shuttle's orbit by 2,000 kilometers. So, to return to its launch location, the orbiter would need to be capable of flying laterally by at least 2,000 kilometers. This is called cross range. The original X-15 inspired design was capable of just 370 kilometers of cross range. North American Rockwell proposed this huge blended body delta wing concept in 1970, which would have given the orbiter 2,800 kilometers of cross range. The fully reusable concept, with its crude booster rocket and internal fuel tanks, were not to be, but the large delta wings endured. These delta wings provided enough lift in both hypersonic, supersonic, and subsonic flight regimes to provide the cross range needed to reach the original launch site after a single orbit. Despite that, the space shuttle was an unwieldy aircraft, and with no powered flight, the commander had one shot to land it safely. So, they had to go through intensive training. In 1973, NASA created 4 training aircraft by modifying 4 Gulfstream jets to fly like the space shuttle. In order to mimic the immense drag the blunt body design of the space shuttle would create, the Gulfstreams flew with their landing gear down and their engines working in reverse, and flew with their flaps deflected upwards to decrease lift. With flight characteristics like this, the space shuttle needed to carefully manage its energy. Losing too much altitude far from the runway would be far from ideal. The pilots aim, guided by beacons and ground control, for a tangential entry into a circular approach path, 5,800 meters in diameter, just off the runway. The moment they intercept the circle, the space shuttle commences a deep spiral turn. At this point, the space shuttle is still traveling at about 0.8 Mach, still very fast, and it's at this point the wings are stressed the most, hitting a higher max dynamic pressure than at any point during the re-entry process, due to the higher air pressure at this altitude. And the shuttle's descent rate increases, now losing altitude rapidly, with the knowledge the runway is within a safe gliding distance, descending to about 3,000 meters in altitude, slowing to about 0.5 Mach. At this point, the shuttle enters a straight 20-degree down glide approach path, much steeper than any airliner approach path, leading speed as needed using the split rudder speed brake. The rudder on the vertical tail wasn't just used for controlling yaw by deflecting left and right. It could split in two, deflecting outwards to a maximum of 62 degrees on either side. The gear is lowered as late as possible, and in the final moments before touching down, the commander will increase the angle of attack of the shuttle using the elevators in order to slow its descent rate before touching down. At the moment of main gear touchdown, the speed brake is commanded to fully open. At this point, the shuttle is still traveling at 360 kilometers per hour, close to 0.3 Mach, and there is plenty of braking left to do. The runway at Cape Canaveral is 4.6 kilometers long, much longer than your average runway, with typical 3-kilometer long runways being able to deal with the heaviest of jumbo jets landing. As the nose gear touches down, the electro-hydraulic brakes in each of the 4 main landing gear wheels are fully engaged by application of the foot pedals in the cockpit. Each brake assembly had 9 carbon-lined beryllium discs, 4 rotors and 5 stators, which were pressed together to provide braking force. On STS-49, Bruce Melnick's mission, an additional braking mechanism was introduced, hidden away underneath the vertical tail speed. STS-49 was the maiden flight of both Endeavour and the drag chute, an explosively deployed parachute. You can even see the parachute door and sabot being flung from the back of the shuttle on landings. It was designed to allow the space shuttle to land on shorter 2,500-meter runways, a contingency plan in the event the space shuttle had to abort launch and land on a runway on the other side of the Atlantic. For each and every launch, NASA sent staff to these predetermined landing locations, like Fairford RAF Base in Gloucestershire, England. A large team was needed to assist the final moments of each space shuttle mission, and these teams were not once needed in the entire history of the space shuttle program. A giant fan was even rolled out on the runway to help disperse any toxic chemicals, like the hydrazine fuel, away from the shuttle and the crew. The mission is now over. The crew has disembarked, and the space shuttle will be refurbished and flown back to Florida on the back of a 747 in preparation for its next mission.
What do you think of that video? How do you like that? The space shuttle is really unique bird. The only thing we have, I know we had only power suits. Discovery, Columbia, Olympus. I can't think of the other one.
仲良し。
Wait, it's today?
Yeah, I think.
Yes, it's today. So what,
Yeah,
like, I just show up into this...
Cheers, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. We're going to start doing some landing challenge here. Currently, I'm number 2 in the world on the landing challenge. Today is the last day. It expires tonight. I was number...
Tyler, thanks for coming by. Happy Sunday to you. And Nav, we'll go to the status, and that'll give us an idea about how long we're doing for alignment. We'll do the one over the co-pilot seat, turn on those 2 oxygen switches. Well, maybe I'll have to go and look at that. Now, that's only working in the old sim, right? That's only working in 2020?
So a Pokemon with no defense versus a Pokemon with no special defense.
Send me in.
One is faster.
Way more stronger Rampardos is.
Wait, is it faster than me?
I guarantee you it's not.
It's a base speed of 58. You have a base speed of 105.
I still don't have anything that's really good for it.
Hit it with a shadow ball.
Hit it with a stab.
Okay, yeah.
Hit it with Moonblast.
I'll go Moonblast then, yeah.
Its defenses are shit.
Yeah, there you go.
Good.
Nic panu, já jsem se ho rozloučil dneska, takže musím docela tak nějak.
Nechám ti pak odkaz.
Jo,
Můžeš.
to tam už.
Dobrý. Čau.
Have you recently picked up Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 for Xbox and you're looking for a career mode? Well, this could be an option for you. Let's get into it. Hello and welcome back to the channel, everybody, and today I'll be showing you through the Virtual Pilots Association. As I said on my intro, this could be a good career mode option for those of you that are playing Microsoft Flight Simulator through your Xbox. And the reason for that is, unlike some of the other add-ons that are available out there at the moment, like NeoFly, FS Economy, etc., this particular site does not require you to have a SIM Connect connection, which the others do. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether you're on PC, on Xbox, or whatever it might be, you're able to use this career option. So I'll talk you through it. Essentially, it's a website. And what I would say is a bit of a disclaimer up front. It's not really an ultra casual type experience. You do need to have a little bit of aviation knowledge. Now, they've got some good tutorials and stuff like that, but it's not the sort of thing you just fire up and away you go. There's a little bit of pre-work you've got to do before each flight, but I'll talk.
How's the food service going? Wow, 11 minutes away.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. How are things? All good?
Yes, everything is fine. Thanks for asking.
Give me a call if you need anything else.
Hey, B, when the next layover? We need some coffee and gossip prior shoe.
contact. Continue to Nilbob. Hong Kong Center Cathay 714 Heavy is passing flight level tree 75, climbing flight level 410. Cathay 714 Heavy, Hong Kong Center radar contact. Continue to Isman. Boeing Tree 16, you are 300 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level tree 40. Climb and maintain flight level tree 40, Boeing Tree 16. Luna Tree 0 Sierra, you are 300 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level tree 70. Boeing Tree 27, you are 300 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level 270. Airbus Niner 2, you are 300 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level tree 30. Boeing 515, you are 300 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level tree 70.
Climb and maintain flight level tree 70 Luna 30 Sierra.
Climb and maintain flight level tree 70, Boeing 515.
So is this the new updated Joint FS you're doing?
Yeah.
Because I know you told me you were waiting on it.
Luna Tree 0 Sierra, please expedite your climb. Flight level tree 70.
What did they add this time?
No, it should be more stable.
I hope so. That's a good
Flight tree
program.
16, you are 300 feet below your assigned
Not real
altitude.
stable.
Climb and maintain flight level tree 40. Climb and maintain flight level tree 40, Boeing tree 16. Luna Tree 0
thought he wanted me to share the news with you, bud. Thought he and Whisker just got married.
Boeing 515, you are 300 feet below your assigned altitude.
Bud.
Climb and maintain flight level 370.
Oh, sweet, what's today?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Runway 30 Sierra, please expedite your climb. Flight level 370. Climb and maintain flight level 370, Boeing 515.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we will be starting one of our in-flight movies. If you require headphones, please contact the flight attendant and we'll be happy to help. For those of you who brought your own, you can plug them into the armrest to the side of you. Choose channel 6 on the in-flight entertainment system. Thank you.
3,000 feet, expect ILS runway 7 right approach via Limes transition, clear to Limes Cathay 811. Runway 30 Sierra, please expedite your climb, flight level 370. Saudia 3020 Heavy, descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Descend and maintain 3,000 feet, expect ILS runway 7 right approach via Limes transition, clear to Limes Saudia 3020 Heavy. Cathay 811 contact Hong Kong approach on 119.5. Good day. Cathay 714 Heavy, you are 84 miles southwest. Descend and maintain 17,000 feet, expect ILS runway 7 right approach via Limes transition. Clear to Limes. Cathay 714 Heavy, descend and maintain 5,000 feet. Runway 30 Sierra, please expedite your climb, flight level 370. Emirates 90284 Heavy, you are 35 miles south. Descend and maintain 3,000 feet, expect ILS runway 7 right approach via Limes transition. Clear to Limes. Cathay 714 Heavy, descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Saudia 3020 Heavy, contact Hong Kong approach on 119.1. Good day. Emirates 90284 Heavy, descend and maintain 3,000 feet.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start one of our in-flight movies. If you'd like to watch, please plug in your headphones and select channel 18 from your armrest remote. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the film.
Expect ILS runway 7 right approach via Limes transition. Clear to Limes Emirates 90284 Heavy. Runway 30 Sierra, please expedite your climb, flight level 370. 118.905, Boeing 515. Goodbye. contact Hong Kong approach on 119.5. Good day. White Star 105 Heavy Hong Kong Center radar contact. Continue to Sierra. 119.5 Emirates 90284 Heavy. Goodbye. Luna Tree 0 Sierra, please expedite your climb. Flight level tree 70. Luna Tree 0 Sierra, please expedite your climb. Flight level tree 70. Airbus 909er, climb and maintain flight level 410. Climb and maintain flight level 410, Airbus 909er. Luna Tree 0 Sierra, please expedite your climb. Flight level tree 70. Boeing Tree 16 contact Guangzhou Center on 118.905. Good day. Going to 118.905, Boeing Tree 16. by Alliance transition. Clear to line. White Star 105 Heavy, you are tree 5 miles south. Descend and maintain 16,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 7 right approach by Alliance transition. Clear to line. Wagon Air Tree 00, climb and maintain 13,000 feet. White Star 105 Heavy, descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Luna Tree 0 Sierra, you are 300 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level tree 70. White Star 105 Heavy, descend and maintain 3,000 feet.
Climb and maintain flight level tree 70 Luna 30 Sierra.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to our Microsoft Flight Simulator career. It's stressful. Running an aviation company is stressful. We're on the phone right now, checking everything, hoping everything's all right. So we are not looking good money-wise. We've got 29,600 credits. That's because I've been trying to repair one of our Cessna 172s. I believe it's the, let's check all companies. It's our Get You Theirs. This one right here, we just did, let's manage it, we just did a maintenance thing, our checkup. So we spent over $150,000 on this plane. There's a few things that are not looking good. Flight controls are good. Fuel system is good for now, but not really great. Electrical system, we've got a lot of issues. If we want to fix the electrical system, that's going to cost us 71,000 credits, which we don't have. Landing gear is good, general is okay, lights, whatever. So basically what I'm trying to do, I was trying to get this thing fixed up. We've got the crew back on, and what we did is we bumped it down to the lowest insurance of 570 credits per flight hour. I'm assuming if you put an AI pilot as crew in your aircraft, they're not going to crash it. So I'm going to test that out. I actually moved all of our aircraft, including our Vision Jet, into the lowest insurance because it was just absolutely killing our bottom line. I'm hoping this thing's going to make us some money. It's technically not fully good to go in terms of maintenance, but we don't have enough money to fix it. We could do a one-off mission, but I'm ready to move into our next level of flying here. So if we take a look at some of the specializations we're working towards, still can't figure out aerial advertising. Looking forward to seeing the comments from the last episode. I think you guys are probably going to have a tip for me. We just did search and rescue. Cargo transport, we need our turboprop rating. Aerial fighter fighting, we need our turboprop rating. Medivac, we need our turboprop rating. There's a common denominator here. Turboprop aircraft are more efficient and cost-effective than jets when flying at lower altitudes. They're also better suited for takeoffs on shorter and unpaved runways. So we are going to be taking our exam with the last $20,000 in our account. Holy cow, it's time to not mess this up, Trev. Here we go. Didn't even have our setup good to go. So, yeah, we're going to be getting the turboprop rating. Maybe doing some medevac missions today. Kind of makes sense. We did search and rescue in the last episode. Now we're going to be flying in and getting people out. A little bit worried about that because I feel like we've done like package delivery missions. You need to have some smooth landings in and stuff. See how that works out, but this is kind of the choke point to a lot of future things for us. So we're going to be able to get into, obviously very excited for firefighting. We're going to have to get the scoop rating for that though, so we can fly down and scoop up water. That'll probably be like maybe next episode. I don't know, we'll see. It's fun. I like bouncing back and forth. Obviously, we've got to keep branching out and getting ratings for future things, but I'm also a little bit worried about the business side of things. Dude, this is a big airplane. The Grand Caravan, baby. The minivan of the skies. I guess I never realized how big these things were. Like, I feel like we're really stepping up in size here, and obviously there's pretty big jumps from here too. So we're going to remove the engine covers. We've got our wheel chocks down here. I don't know what's going on with the ground. I'm sorry about this. I want to record. I want to record episodes, but I also want to wait because I know big updates are coming out for the game, and it's definitely not my internet. We have well over a gig here, so it's like the servers for flights. Oh, there it is. Tarmac just popped in. All right, here we go. We are going to go ahead and enter through the door here. Little fold-down ladder type thing. All right, this thing is nice. This is truly the minivan of the skies. I didn't realize it had this many rows. Are you kidding me? It feels like I'm on a school bus just going back to 7th graders. Something. Did I ride the bus in 7th grade? Maybe more like 5th. I'm not sure. But all right, go ahead and get her fired up. See what we got going on. Looks like we've got some Garmin avionics. Is this the G1000? It looks similar to stuff we've used before, but I don't think it's the exact same. We'll take it. We've got dual
green fields and beautiful lakes of Switzerland. We're lucky enough to be flying over Lake Constance with some gorgeous weather today. You will be showing me how you perform a standard traffic pattern with a short landing using reverse thrust.
Oh gosh.
You start whenever you are ready.
Oh, now you've got me nervous. I don't think I've set up reverse thrust as a thing. Okay, so there's going to have to be a reverse thrust button. Hold on. Do we want hold or toggle propeller reverse thrust? Oh boy. Do we have it on? Okay, I'm going to say, I'm trying to think of a good button for it. Maybe like X? There's 4 other things for X. That feels like a bad one. We've got it set on B2. I'm hoping that's going to work. We'll see what happens. It's going to be a bit of a sketchy thing. I'm sure it'll tell us on the keyboard what we need to do. All right, so we're going to request taxi clearance.
St. Gallen Ground Cessna November Flight 90292. Quebec, request taxi for takeoff west departure.
This is a fat plane. It's going to be low and slow. It's going to be easy to...
Contact tower on 119.7 when ready.
To manage. Go ahead and confirm all that. Thank you very much.
Runway 10 using taxiway Alpha Cessna 292.
She's got some hiccup. I like it. All right. We're going to stop at our little hold short over here. I just love the sound of aircraft. The whines and everything else. Got it. Stop at the hold short. Request clearance for takeoff. Dude, this thing, it rolls if you aren't actively on the brakes. Go ahead and acknowledge you've got clearance for takeoff. Move forward, runway 10. Is that from like a power perspective or what? Most of the other planes we use, they, like if you're stationary, even if the prop is running a little bit, are we going right or left here? Want to assume left? To runway 10, looks good. Over towards the middle, we're going to start our initial climb. Oh, this sounds amazing. Yeah, most aircraft, even if your prop is kind of idling, it'll just sit there. This one, it was rolling forward. Push forward here. Keep on the same line. Go ahead and lift back a little bit. Flaps up. We're doing all right so far. We got a lot of weight in this thing. 2,100 feet up over Switzerland. My goodness, what a beautiful place. Look at those rock cliffs and stuff. Dude, it is so crazy that you can just push forward.
St. Gallen Tower Cessna, November Flight 902 continue for west departure.
I just can't even imagine this really in real life. Like, look at what we're looking at. It's just like the most beautiful thing you've ever seen every time you decide to go flying. Like, how are we up here? How are we doing this? How is this possible? The fact that we're doing this from our living room on our video games is pretty cool. So turn there, a little over 30 degrees, that's fine, no? Yes, It's a little more punch than I thought it was going to. 700 feet. We're going to be taking another left, doing a go around here.
Remember that you will have to perform a simulated short field landing as instructed in the aircraft's handbook. The most important part being the use of the reverse thrust, of course.
Bet. I got it on a button. The button's also going to do something else at some point, I think. We'll see. It's going to be kind of a surprise. I don't really know where the reverse thrust thing... I mean, we could try to figure it out in the aircraft and do the actual aircraft part of it, but... coming in a bit hot. Use power, bring it back down. I think that would be one of the hardest things for me. Like, actually try to become a pilot. Is I just, like, get completely infatuated with views like this. You're up here in the clouds, looking down. We're going to announce our full stop.
November flight 902.
Put our flaps up, even though we never did that before. We need to get... I think I did. I don't remember. Runway 10, gotcha. Go ahead and acknowledge that. Release power.
Runway 10 Cessna 292.
Have to add flaps again here in a second. These little go-arounds here. Alright, so we've got the first set of flaps. Going to be taking a left. Bringing her around town. Oops, sorry. Yep.
Clear to land runway 10 Cessna 292.
Just like the shadows coming across the avionics and stuff, like it's just unbelievable. Like it's so cool that humans have achieved this. I know we're in a very weird part of society. I think we're in the best part of society. Obviously, at some point in the future, you know, we're starting to send rockets out into outer space. At some point, we're gonna have space figured out. But the fact that we figured out how to get something like this giant behemoth and have it just float around like a bird in the sky, like that is just stupid. We really think about how, like, on a simplistic level, how ridiculous this is. It's just so funny. And then nice and slow. Gotta remember. So we did the hold, I think. I'm gonna try holding the button when we need to reverse thrust. Also gonna keep an eye on the thing on the top right, the mission steps, because I'm thinking blank tell us what to do. This is our last $20,000, so we really don't mess this up. Flaps 2. Bringing Big Bertha into this bad boy. Shot it a little bit, we'll bring it back left. Use too much speed, but we're looking all right so far. Glide slope available. I feel like there should be like a landing target and then we gotta stop before we hit something. I don't really know what the plan is here, so we're just... We're gonna cut power.
Heavy traffic is 8 o'clock 3 miles at flight level 390 airbag. Report them in sight.
Good level.
Runway 30 Sierra, please expedite your climb. Flight level 370.
Push the throttle lever down and F to reverse thrust.
387 heavy, have the traffic.
Confused. Control F?
Airbus 952, have the airbus in sight.
I don't know if we did that right. That was weird. Okay, we're definitely gonna have to figure out the reverse thrust thing, but we're gonna be all right. Ideally, what happens is we're able to throttle up, and it will help slow us down, right? That's kind of the plan there. So you're stopping with your engine, like it's actively working against you. You're not just stopping with your you're not just stopping with your brakes. 121.805. I feel like we may have messed that up a little bit, but I'm not too worried about it.
Congratulations. Your flying could have been a bit cleaner, but that was a solid performance.
Prop just gave us a certification where we have no idea how to use reverse thrust. That's a good thing. 48% traffic pattern, 95 path, 100% taxi, 93 plane, 90% we missed the ATC transmission. I mean, they're just letting anybody get pilot's licenses nowadays. So we have access to turboprops. Pilatus Pilatus, is that how you say it? I think Pilatus PC-12 NGX. This thing is bad. I've heard of that thing before. A Cessna 208B Caravan EX. This is like you got the family, the friends, the extended family. You're taking everybody
Just to let you know
on vacation, or we can take a lot of packages, a lot of questionable packages, getting paid more money for it. Literally, we've got medium transport now. We've also got medevac. Okay, so we're going to be able to make some money. Medium transport might be the play over VIP. So it was, flyovers, and then first flights. These are the lowest things. These are what you start with. Then you go to skydiving, which honestly is more work than what it's worth. It doesn't pay enough. Our packages were pretty good until we unlocked those VIP transports. These are the best now. But Japan, okay. Medium cargo transport, hour and 30 minutes. What are we going to get paid for this is the question. All right, new day here. We are back in the saddle. Looks like we're clipping through a semi there. That's all right. Yeah, it's the next morning. Game wasn't loading last night. I swear, it's like after 9, 10 p.m. Eastern time, the servers just shut down. Everything stops loading has been my experience so far. So we have our first big cargo delivery mission here. Look at the size of this bad boy. My goodness, we've got a lot of packages back there. I don't know why, I just think this plane is so cool. I always thought they were kind of big and ugly and kind of minivans in disguise, but there's something about this thing that's sick. Is this the same as like a normal Grand Caravan, or is this a special one because it's got the turboprop? I'm not sure, but...
So today's destination is Miyakeville, and we're loaded with general freight. Everything's secure at the back. Nothing's moving. It's going to be smooth and easy.
Yeah, looks like it's really secure back there. We're going to see what we can do. Let's go ahead and complete the startup procedure.
The skids have high tolerance with turbulence, but make sure you keep the delivery smooth and on time.
The same as always, we're going to be able to get this thing done. Let's go ahead and announce our taxi. Oh, I love the way she sounds, dude. She sounds so mean. We have made it to runway 35, and we are going to go ahead and take off, and looks like we're going to be turning to the right after rotation. So yeah, very excited to be back, man. I ended yesterday playing. I mean, obviously went downstairs, hung out with Chelsea. We're doing our yearly Harry Potter rewatch, which we're honestly really late on, so we gotta step our game up a little bit. So we're going back behind us. We're climbing at 8,000 feet. I'll take the TC here. But ended the night playing. Woke up playing the next day. This is my dream. Okay, it's not. No, it's
Yokoto, approach Cessna Juliet Alpha 1917 is type Cessna Caravan 1 miles north of Chofu, 500 feet. Request flight following.
Oh, were we supposed to? I think we were supposed to take off the other. I think we're supposed to go to the end of the runway and turn around. That wouldn't make sense. Why would I have us do that? I'm not sure. All right, you know what? We're gonna say screw that. Yep, squawk 3135.
Squawk tree 125.
Tree 125. Gotcha. We're gonna go to our scheduled flight back. Welcome to Japan, baby. We're going to be flying mainly over the ocean today anyway. We're going to be flying on one of the outer islands here, so it's going to be nice. Is this Tokyo in front of us? I've never been to Japan, dude. I want to go so bad. We almost booked a trip last month. I would say Japan and Africa are two, but sorry. I'm just thinking, dude.
Roger, Cessna 917.
But yeah, I would say Japan and what's it called? Africa are two of our main ones here. So we go ahead and get rid of the yoke here. We need our range barometric. Where's our... We'll be taking a right up here. We might as well start it. Have I lost my mind? I guess this is a new system we haven't used before. You can tell we're starting to get a little bit...
Cessna Juliet Alpha 1917 is cleared to Romeo Juliet Tango Quebec Airport as filed. Squawk tree 125.
Sorry about that. We're getting up into the clouds. I forgot to ask for permission. Go ahead and accept the instructions. Looks good. Listen, ATC, I'm trying to find the autopilot button. There might not be autopilot on this thing. I feel like it has to. I really don't see... Is it pilot intercom isolation? We don't want that. Bro, if it's on this screen and I can't see it, I'm going to be so upset. We've got nav and heading and everything else. I mean, I guess those don't mean you have autopilot. We might have autopilot here. The thing is I don't see like...
Good morning once again from the cockpit.
I don't see like
As you may have noticed,
vertical
we've
speed
begun our
mode or
descent.
anything else like that. So
We should be arriving in around 20 minutes depending on local air traffic, and I will shortly be instructing the cabin crew to get the cabin ready for our arrival.
But it's okay. All we can do
After
is
that, the seatbelt
just
sign will be illuminated and you'll need to stay seated until after landing. On that note, if you need to use the toilet, then you should try to visit one now as they will be closed during the approach.
Does that not look like we're going
For now though,
backwards?
I will
Okay,
wish you
well,
a very
I hope
good
this is
morning
right.
once
Looks
again,
like we're
and I'll
mirroring
speak to you in a
our
short
thing
while
out to
once
the
we've
right there,
landed.
so I think that's correct. Alright, we're just gonna keep going. Take a moment to enjoy the view, baby. Look at that down there. Oh, what a city. Alright, so it looks like our flight path actually might coincide with that blue line over there. It's definitely off to our right a little bit. So we're just going to slowly make our way to Cannon, try to climb relatively respectfully. We were losing a bit of airspeed there because we were climbing a little bit too fast. We're at 5,600 feet, so we're just going to keep this thing going, get up above the clouds, and hopefully have a smooth ride. We're just surfing the clouds here, baby. I love this, man. It's so funny because like my entire Instagram algorithm has turned into flying stuff now. And my phone sits on my desk as I'm playing, so it hears me, you know, speak into ATC and whatever else. And like, I'm sure I'm watching more plane videos now too, but like just getting recommended all kinds of crazy stuff. People's first solo flights, issues with ATC, arguments, all kinds of stuff like that. It's funny. I've gone full aviation due to this series, but here we go. All right, so we kind of lost our bracket now. My bad. I mean, it's just a couple hundred feet. What's the worst thing that could happen, Mr. ATC?
Descend and maintain 8,000 feet Cessna 9017.
Gotta be honest with you, it is a very windy day today. When we go outside of the thing, this is centered. The plane is literally just catwalking this entire way. It looks like we are towards the edge of the island here. Honestly, what we need to do, and we haven't done this in a while, we need to set our trim so that we're not moving all over the place. We've been relying heavily on autopilot, which is fun. You know, that's great. Use the tools to your advantage, but I think we've been relying a little too heavily. Now we're not holding at our desired altitude. So we gotta, let's mix of power and trim. Try to get it to the right spot. 8,000 feet. Hold on. What's that number? Where are we at? Okay, a little bit less power maybe. See where that is. A little bit more power. She just doesn't want to stay at 8,000 feet, huh? Or maybe it's the wind gusts. I think the wind gusts are pushing us up and down. So this is gonna be a stressful flight. We're just gonna have to watch this number here. We really want this black line to be stuck right there. That's pretty good right there. Okay, that's where we want to be. We're losing a little bit. I mean, we could inch up the power 1 more %. That's gonna do a bit more than we want. So we just got to keep this thing around that 8,000 feet mark and keep flying. Oh, fly to Cannon. Why does this say Mo? Cannon's down here. So we're right here. Weird. It's like our flight path disappeared. Cannon's all the way down there. Oh, there's MOE04 past Cannon. Okay, so we're just gonna aim for this and hope for the best. I'm pretty sure it's glitched. Look at our flight path thing here. Like we're going in a straight line. It keeps going to the right and then resetting. I don't know what's going on. We're also getting pushed to the right. There's a horizontal trim, right? Is there a way that we can try to hold this thing level? I missed my autopilot.
Give me a few minutes.
Procedures menu enter. There's no like altitude hold. There's no nothing here. That mountain off in the distance right there, dude. That is so sick. I love all the little imperfections and bugs and stuff on the windshield. This is just so amazing. You taking in this view, bro? This is insane. I can't believe we're up here right now. We're over on the other side of the world flying around Japan. Like, how sick is that? Gotta be careful, make sure we're not gaining too much altitude. She's been a bit finicky, that's for sure, but things are going well.
Climb and maintain flight level 230
Oil pressure's down. We've got warning. Sir? What's going on here, sir? I was just outside of the plane getting B-roll. We've got no oil pressure. Warning. Warning. We're stalling. Why? What? I don't know what to do. I'm panicking. We're out over the ocean. I don't know what to do. We're just going to have to hold it here. A good thing we were at 8,000 feet like they told us to. Are we landing at Mo? How do I call it a mayday? I don't understand what happened. I don't know if this is planned or not. Sir, is this supposed to be happening? I think what happened, I was switching. It's back. Oh my gosh, it's back. I think I hit the engine cutoff. Or the fuel cutoff. No, it might not be back. Oil's getting up there. We're getting speed again. Oh my god, that absolutely scared me. I thought we were going to try. I was looking down here, so there's an ignition switch, alternate power, bus tie. There was a fuel pump I was going to try using. Starter engine is on, so we could have tried that. I think what happened is I think my hand brushed the keyboard as I was going to switch from inside and out and getting those camera angles, and that was almost an absolute disaster. Okay, it's got our flight path back, so I'm just going to go to that. We have lost a lot of altitude here. We're down to 4,600, but that's okay as long as we can hold steady here. Oh, we've got power again. Oh my goodness, dude. I really scared myself. This would be the coolest thing, dude. just skirting the top of the clouds, dragging your wheels through it, feeling like a bird. This is awesome. Definitely get a little bit scary as you go into them, but that's okay. That's what happens. That's why we've got instruments, and that's why we trust said instruments. Definitely be a little bit scary as you go into them and lose bearings, but that's all right. That's why we've got instruments, and we're going to trust said instruments. So we're going to MOE04 over here. We probably need to be a little careful about our power. I'm going to start reducing that since we're going to be losing altitude. Looks like we're going to hit MOE and then go off to the left. I'm really confused by this entry pattern. I've got a feeling we're not going to get a very good score on this one based on the fact that we cut the engine off over the ocean. Are we landing over there? It kind of looks like we're coming in and then banging a left. I'm not sure. We could be landing right here too, though. That kind of looks like a runway over there. Let me put my yoke back. We aren't going to have to restart the plane or anything. That absolutely terrified me right there. Reduce our power. We always do a go around if you need. So more power is better than less power, I would assume, but I just don't think we need that much right now. Dude, this is so beautiful. We just turned our heads in sync. Look at that thing, man. Look at those islands over there. I'm ready for a nice beach day. This looks like some sort of an approach, right? Really appreciate this headwind letting us see the entire island. We're going to the left here, but we're looking at the island, just kind of crab walking along. That is so weird. That just feels so unnatural. It feels like we're moving through space and time that we shouldn't be. Definitely looks like an airstrip down there.
Cleared to land runway 20.
Okay. Go ahead and acknowledge that. Runway 20. I don't know.
917.
If we zoom in on this, I don't know what's going on. Maybe that's the next part of the path. Maybe we're going to stop here and then take off and go over there. I don't know if that's going to be a part of our mission or not. We're probably a little off center here. I thought we were going to be low, but we're actually looking pretty good. Speed's holding nicely. We could probably reduce speed and add flaps at this point. We probably should have done that a while ago. Slow it down a bit. Go ahead and add our first degree of flaps. That's going to slow us down even more. We can add a little bit of power just to keep us floating here. We are losing speed pretty quickly. Don't have any glide slope or anything. Just going to have to trust our judgment and the magical blue lines. Oh, this is so insane. What are we doing coming in like this? I love it, but I hate it at the same time. It's kind of stressing me out. So I guess when you're coming in into a wind like this, you're supposed to use rudder at the last minute to correct yourself, right? I really don't like using rudder on this. I need to get it set up where we have pedals. That would help out immensely, but I guess we just got to do what we got to do right now. This is just so insane. Look at that island there. Oh my goodness. Oh, I love this. Just love this so much. Holding steady around 100 knots. Could probably drop it a little bit more. Do we want to go to flaps 2? Let's see where flaps 2 puts us. Stresses me out messing with the flaps. Oh, that added a bunch of lift. Stresses me out with the flaps as we get closer, because it really changes the attitude and the kind of responsiveness of the plane. So I like to have it locked. For a while there, we were switching to 30-degree flaps right at the very end. I don't think that's the call. I think we want to have it on 10 or 20. As long as you're not in a crazy situation with a short runway or crazy wind or anything like that, I think you want to just kind of set it and have it there. We're going to stick around 75 knots here. Probably reduce it a little bit. Obviously a little off the center line here, but that's okay. I'm going to reduce a little bit more power. There we go. This is so freaking stressful. Look at how sideways we are. They got a cruise ship port or something right there. Watch your speed. Do we want to be closer to that 50 to 70 mark? Is that why that's the solid white line on our airspeed indicator? Really good. Reduce power a little bit. Coming in absolutely off the center line, but it's fine. We'll fix it. Why are we so sideways, bro?
Descend and maintain
What in the...
4,900 feet. Keep speed not above 205 knots. Expect view or DME runway 05 approach. Via D2310 transition clear to D2310
For a what? Look at the way the plane starts that way and then it turns sideways. All right, so I'm just going to try to put this thing down the T. Martin way here. I'm not going to worry too much about everything. Question for you, is too much flaps bad? I feel like we had a bit too much flap there. We have way too much speed here, but it's fine. We're at least coming in more on the center line. We can iron that out. Do you need me to announce my intention to land here or what? There we go. Why? Our engine's not slowing down at all. Bro, what? Okay. ATC, I'm doing a go-around. We're going to get these packages here in a hurry. I know they're going to be bouncing around a little bit back there, but it's fine. Time is of the essence. I'm actually about to go play the Fortnite, whatever they call it. Like the original map is coming back. It's going to be fun. I'm gonna post a video on it. You guys will have already seen that video when you're watching this, if you have any interest in Fortnite. I'm kind of excited, dude. I haven't played Fortnite in so long. I'm supposed to be getting on in 2 minutes, so this is a bit of an important approach here. This is really windy. So we had one failed attempt, second failed attempt, but we didn't crash it. We were able to, you know, play it smart and go around. We're flying into the wind straight up here. Definitely want to slow this thing down. I feel like the 20% flaps almost kind of messed us up there.
For arrival.
It's just, sometimes you just gotta send it, baby. Sometimes you just gotta send it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to descend into
Not into the side of the house. Dude, it is ridiculously hard. Look at the way this plane is moving here.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Shaman approach Luna 30 Sierra at 11,200 feet, descending 4,900 feet.
Oh, too much lift. See those? The dang flaps. Bro, I'm gonna go no flaps. Looking like I'm straight out of the Colombian cartel. Pablo would hire me. Why is my engine not stopping? I feel like my engine's messed up. We're not slowing down at all. Okay, you know what? I just realized it. We aren't using our reverse thrusts. I think that's part of the problem. Let's get one set of flaps out here. This is really hard. This is the hardest mission we've done yet. The thing is I don't think I have the reverse thrust properly set up. I got an idea. Where's that engine ignition? Let's just set the fuel pump. We're gonna set the fuel pump and the engine ignition off. It didn't work. Okay, it's fine. Here we go. And over the houses. We mapped it to this button. I don't think it actually works. I'm hitting it. Shut the engine off. Shut it off, shut it off, shut it off, shut it off, shut it off. Oh my gosh, we got it. Okay. Tried to completely cut our fuel and everything to be able to do so. You know, I'm gonna have to get that thing figured out. But the landing before this was pretty good. I felt like we were actually doing pretty good. I obviously didn't want to slam on the brakes because we had a decent amount of speed there, but the engine just wasn't slowing down. Is this? That is doing that. So we just need to hit that button. That's all we had to do. Well, you live and you learn. You crash a couple planes. Spend a couple of your lives. It's fine. Not a big deal. We got this. I think we're ready for medevac. Here we go. Medical flight for a surfer urgency in Courchevel ski station. Urgent air ambulance for Pierre Vachir, 28-year-old French skier. He's got some head trauma, bad wipeout after hitting a bump on the slope. I don't know what's worse for him, the slope or my flying tendencies, but we're going to try to keep things as even and contained as possible here. Transport the patient safely to the hospital for appropriate treatment. Sounds good to me. Little medevac mission. Judging off my health insurance premiums, I would assume we're probably going to get paid a whole bunch from this. Look at this outfit, okay? Got the little cross and stuff on the side. All right, here we go. We're going to go ahead and advance. We traded in the captain's uniform. We are a man of the people now. Loading them up. I thought we might be like landing on the ski slope or something, but no, okay.
Abraham ran your final check while I'm briefing our pilot. We're in charge of Pierre today. French man of 28, out for a wander near Courchevel ski station. Bad wipeout after hitting a bump on the slope. Pierre's father, Philippe, is with us too.
He's still weak, so fly carefully, please.
Oh gosh, okay. There's a lot of pressure here. This isn't just a bunch of Amazon packages we're going to be delivering. This is somebody's life, so we
Take your seats now. We're almost ready.
Golf Papa Yankee Delta is taxiing to runway 4.
We have to lock, and it looks like this is our runway. Oh my goodness, okay. Oh, Courchevel, this is a really crazy runway. We did landing challenges here. on the last game. I'm hoping we don't. Yeah, we're gonna run it. That's fine. They shouldn't have. Oh, we actually missed it. We'll take it. Up over the wing there too. Beautiful. Try to brake as lightly as possible. And go ahead and request the takeoff permission. Dude, these turboprops are weird. So that's 100% what was wrong with the last one. Because like right now, if I let off the brake, it goes, it rolls. So she's just got so much power, there's really nothing we can do unless we use that reverse thrust. Kind of forgot about that since we had started the episode on one day, finished it the next morning, but it's what it is, baby. All right, so we're going to be taking off from runway 04. I'm assuming we want to wait until we get to the edge before we start advancing. This is one of the most terrifying things I think I have ever seen in my entire life. It's very
emergency or not. Can we get a flight today? Why are
all right. Now we can head down the runway. Hopefully we're going to be able to pick up enough speed quick enough. Dude, this is ridiculous. And we're going to go ahead and lift off at the end. Oh my goodness, dude. Wow. Okay, I think it wanted us to take off a little bit earlier, but there's not a whole lot that we could have done, to be honest. We're going to go no flaps here. Dude, it wants us to climb like this?
Approaching 05.
I was gonna say, it feels like it's really aggressive for somebody who's laying on a gurney. Maybe we just kind of level this thing out. We're gonna have a slightly more moderate altitude gain here. There's a lot of extra pressure here too, because his dad's in the cabin watching our every move. We're gonna be reporting everything. If it was just him, we could just take advantage of him. He would remember anything.
Tango, Delta, Sierra, 7,400 feet. Request flight following.
I mean, beautiful country though. This is absolutely unreal. Look at these mountains. Wow. We're taking a left here, trying to get to our flight pattern. A bit underneath the just. That's okay. We got 42 nautical miles to our next waypoint. What's the? Let me see this here. I think it's going to be a pretty short flight. Maybe not as flat as I thought. All right, we're going to be fine. Here we go. I really don't know how to use this thing at all. Can we zoom out? There's no zoom out button. All right, I guess we can. The thing is our flight path is totally wrong. Look at this. It's got us going back to the left. Meanwhile, this wants us to go this way.
We have just landed at our destination.
Yep, I got you. I'm trying to figure out where we're going, man. Most important thing is we get them there and we get them there.
As you open the overhead bins,
nice and safely.
Radar contact 125.
Additional assistance will disembark on aircraft now, and flight attendants will come to assist you.
And following heading 30.
Sincerely appreciate your interest and look forward to serving you again in the future.
So we're just going up to
Eclipse Airways and have a nice day or night.
11,000 feet. Keep speed.
乗客の皆様へゲートに無事到着し
11,000 feet, 170 knots. Looks good to me. All right, this is 11,000 right here, so we're going to pitch down. Let me go ahead and shoot. I just realized we don't have the vertical speed or the altitude hold mode or anything like that. Let's go ahead and confirm that with ATC. Yes, I know. You can't even let me think before you ask me to reconfirm it. Come on, man. Give me like 2 seconds.
And following heading tree 05, proceed on course climb and maintain 11,000 feet. Keep speed. Not above 170 knots Cessna Papa Yankee Delta.
So we're currently at 153 knots, which is fine. What we're going to do is adjust our trim. Yep. Dude, you literally have to tell them I heard you immediately, which makes sense. I'm complaining, but that definitely makes sense, but it's kind of a lot.
Cessna Foxtrot. Golf Papa Yankee Delta 10,900 feet.
Alright, we're looking good. Actually, really love the delivery on the plane here. I gotta be honest, like, we didn't put, we don't have landing gear we can put up here. Okay, that makes sense. ATC's annoying, not gonna lie. I've realized they're supposed to be our best friend up here. They're doing a great job keeping us safe, but I'm assuming it's the same thing in real life. Steady as possible, we can do that. We're holding right at 11,000 feet. We got our trim set, we got our speed, everything is looking perfect. But yeah, it's all for a reason. It makes sense. These are the people with the eyes in the sky that can keep us all safe.
On it, Doc.
doing a patient exam live mid-flight. He's actually checking on him over there. All right, we're gonna be careful not to take our eyes off this guy for too long, but it makes sense. It's just like, bro, you gotta. I can't believe the amount of chit chat that pilots have to do back and forth to keep everything on the up and up. But all right, we're chilling. We're cruising altitude, cruising speed, trim set.
We need to land immediately and get clear to the nearest hospital. Please.
Oh shoot. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to land quickly and safely.
Golf Papa Yankee Delta is declaring Pan-Pan. Medical condition critical requesting landing to Lima Foxtrot Lima Juliet altitude is 11,000 feet.
Cessna Papa Yankee Delta Roger Pan-Pan.
Where's Pan-Pan? Pattern entries over there. All right, so we're gonna be switching.
Shaman ground, Luna Tree 00 Sierra.
Patients in pain. I don't think we're that aggressive right now. 33 turn. I mean, that's a pretty high turn, but I'm kept it nice and clean.
Taxiway Bravo Bravo 10 Tango 15 Luna Tree 0 Sierra.
Okay. Are we flying back to where we just came from? It's kind of a catch-22 because you need to be as quick as possible to be able to get the patient to where they need to be. But you also need to be as steady as possible to make sure the patient's not deteriorating along the way. Pattern entry is back that way. Wow, okay, so they had us fly out and then we're gonna fly back. All in one go. You just had to be difficult, didn't you, buddy? I'm just kidding. We're gonna get you there in one piece. Come on.
It crashed it.
Let's see if we can see what runway they have us on. Did our flight plan or anything?
Ladies and gentlemen.
No, I don't think we really have like a set flight plan. We would have to input that and update it.
Yeah.
Because obviously we're flying by the seat of our
It
pants.
crashed it when landing at this
See a bunch of little ski Dude, I've never been like skiing out in the Alps and stuff. This would be amazing.
But I got it back on.
Airport. We're gonna get this guy down as soon as possible.
Yeah, I see that.
We're literally taking him right back to the same place. Perfect.
What?
This isn't stressful at all because it's the terrifying runway that we had before, and this is a patient's life that we have in our hands. So you guys can see it has us coming in, going around, and coming this way. We're not going to do that. I'm going to get this patient down as soon as possible. We are in a life-saving situation. The airport is pretty much directly underneath us, and that's a cause for drastic measures.
Hard touchdown.
We're just basically going to skip the whole loop-to-loop part.
Nothing else.
Got a lot earlier. Here we go. Come on, baby. Don't forget your what's it called, Trev? The
no, that was awesome to that.
Okay. Go ahead and add first set of flaps so we can start losing some speed here. I would imagine we're going to want a bunch of flaps on this because it's a very aggressive looking runway. Are we going to have enough time to lose speed here? I think we will. Let's do double flaps, 20 degrees. Let's see where we're headed down there, kind of. We can see some ski lifts and stuff. That looks like fun. I'm telling you, as soon as I drop this guy off, we're getting out. We're strapping up and we're getting in there. It's gonna be great. There's our runway. Wow, we have a lot of altitude to lose. All right, I'm gonna go flaps 3. We're gonna have to start pushing down on this nose here. This is so freaking
Not gonna lie,
it's so beautiful.
it did not do the landing config.
And that runway down there.
Feeling absurd. Full flap myself.
That kind of shuts down the engine a little bit. That kind of slows it down. You let go, she fires back up. Okay, that's what we were doing. I didn't.
Yeah.
I thought it was like an actual reverse thrust where we had to like push the thrust forward because it, like on a jet or something. But no, this is. Are you sure this is where we want to land?
Manually.
This is not a very good final. Okay, I'm gonna shut the engine down. Lose a bunch of speed. We're gonna come around here. We're gonna be fine. Your boy's kind of going off the flight plan.
But we're down. And it's didn't me broke with speed.
Slowly gliding in here.
I had to put the gear down too.
Wow. How long does it take it to go back up? We're holding steady on the speed too. That's terrifying. All right. I'm gonna see.
That was scary.
I actually feel like that was pretty smooth right there. Flatten her out. Now the thing is, we're gonna have to have a nasty flare on this. We're not landing on flat ground. We're gonna have to kind of swoop down and up. We've still got quite a bit of speed. We're gonna have to hammer that brake. Oh boy. Oh boy.
500.
Are we coming in too hot?
Whoa!
float. Don't float, don't float, don't float, don't float. Brake, 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 brake. We were a little late on the landing.
Out 1 to 10.
Oh my God, we were so close, dude. Oh shoot, okay, this time it's gonna have to be different for us. We're gonna have to actually land at the normal airport. I wish it would have given me at least one more chance. You know, we almost had it there, it's fine. I kind of like that though. The missions are gonna be a little bit different. So it looks like this time we're gonna be landing at a much more respectful airport. I really don't. Every other time we end up crashing, it'll let you retry it. I don't know why that one didn't let us retry it. Thank goodness you're not on this time, Pierre, because in the in the metaverse where, yep, confirmed. In the metaverse where we had to turn around, you weren't making it. We weren't gonna make that landing. We kind of stuck the landing. I shouldn't have turned so hard. I feel like we made the landing and then we flipped the plane at the end, but you could have gotten the patient out. You could have gotten him to the hospital. You know, plane was a bit of a loss, but
yeah,
it's no big deal. Let's go ahead and contact
and
the tower.
It's fun with my dad pushing me up and down there. It's like a roller coaster.
Definitely gonna have to use a bit of speed here. Put our flaps down.
You know, it's like one of those
1-8 approach, here we go.
Zulu runway 18 approach Cessna, Kilo Echo.
Cleared to land runway 18.
Cleared to land runway 18 Cessna, Kilo Echo.
We're just gonna have to make this one buttery smooth in response, baby.
It's okay for landing. It's quick and smooth. It's serious, man.
I will do my best. We don't have any sort of glide slope indicator or anything, so we're just going to be on this on our own. I think we're probably a little bit high. Let's reduce a little bit of power. Lose some altitude. We've got a nice long runway along
Cabin crew, please set doors to manual.
How's this going so fine?
Engine shut down if we need it. These planes are fun. They give you a lot of freedom. A lot of control over what you're doing, if that makes sense.
Cabin crew, the aircraft is secure. The jetway is connecting. Start deboarding once ready.
Still very high. Get down a bunch more. Probably going to kill the engine here.
No, I used to go down and
Access high.
Coming in.
Ground blue cockpit.
Officially over the runway. Speed
Go ahead.
Good. Trying to get him in.
Hi, Captain. Microphone check, please.
Quick, safe.
Loud and clear. Roger. Okay, Captain. Ground power is available. Stand by. We'll start getting you.
Still a little bit fast, to be honest. I think we could have added a little bit more flap.
Just a few minutes more.
Flap was definitely a bit of an issue there, but it's fine. If anything, I'm just mostly sad that we weren't able to retry that one at Courchevel, because that was pretty epic. This thing has so much power. Will do. On this guy. I just can't believe how fast it is.
Dear passengers, the aircraft has now been safely parked at the gate and we are ready for disembarkment.
Going to 118
Once again, please take caution in opening the overhead bins when retrieving your belongings.
Right there. So for a double speed
Passengers
landing,
who are
that's
in need
pretty
of
good.
additional assistance,
Sometimes
flight attendants will be on hand to assist you momentarily.
We failed the other one, so we had
It's
to get
been
to
our
that
pleasure
point
to
again,
serve
so I
you,
fast
and we look
forwarded
forward to seeing you again.
I'll be
Thank
honest,
you.
if everything's coming at you double speed, that was pretty good. I've said it before, it's honestly really surprising just how slow everything moves up there, which is nice. I mean, I'm sure there are moments where things come at you fast, but in that sense,
Eclipse
I'm already in
航空をご利
the
用
loading
いただ
screen,
きあり
girl.
がとうご
All
ざい
right,
ました
100% patient's health, 50% medical procedure compliance. I don't even know what that is. We gotta be. I'll take it. Medivac is complete. We're definitely gonna have to do some more medevac and some more search missions. Those are a lot of fun. In terms of certifications, looks like scoop endorsement's coming next. So I think we're gonna be fighting fires coming up next. We've got AGAV, which is really close too. We need landings on soft runways, so I can work on that off screen. But it looks like if we get that scoop endorsement, we're gonna be able to do some aerial firefighting. The initial attack. There's also extended attacks, which is with bigger planes. Cool. All right. So we're making our way through, man. We're really moving on up. Hope you guys are enjoying. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm gonna see you guys in our next
That was
episode.
a
Stay
good
safe out there.
flight.
And thanks for joining Team Army.
Little scary on the landing. Actually, not a little, a lot. I thought
Guys,
we
welcome
were,
back to our
we
Microsoft
were
Flight
gonna
Simulator
make it.
career. We have a big one ahead of us today. This is a big step as a pilot. We are going to be earning our IFR certificate, our instrument flight rules.
I guess if they have signs inside the jetway which go with the supposed to take, right? Or is it just pick one and go out? But
This brand new GT3RS has been on its route.
Yeah, definitely need a stretch after that one.
What?
Cause that was stressful.
And I had to buy this one to fix one that's been underwater.
Yeah, not ideal, but we ended up stripping apart all the parts of the one
Yeah.
that's been underwater
and putting them in a box to send back home
couldn't
to
have-
the UK after finding out
couldn't
that
have
that
gone
chassis wasn't
any
worth
better.
repairing.
I don't think this is even repairable either.
But once we got the engine back in the UK and stripped that apart,
Look, what's all this?
we found out that there was even more damage to it, meaning it needed a whole new block to be able to fix it.
So what's the solution to that?
Put a new block in it.
Brilliant. So now I've got to fix this tub and this engine. That was the £145,000 that I spent. Has gone to waste. First thing we need to get off then is this roof.
Enjoy the beaches of Shaman.
Damage glitch. It's literally doing nothing. It's doing nothing. And it's PPF. Let's see what's wrong.
Hey, which one's the ghost shot?
As you can
Not
see,
good.
that roof is
Not good,
irreparable.
John.
And so was the one of the car in America.
The
There's
roof.
4 bolts underneath holding it in, and then the rest of the roof is sealed on, just like a windscreen is. So I'm using a lot of heat, and then a hammer and a chisel to wedge open the roof.
Take a piece of the roof.
There's barely any structure to this roof. It is so flimsy.
What?
Because the roof needs to be replaced.
You said Matt?
Okay. Roof
Matt.
is off. But if it was just the roof, we'd be okay.
Remember the waterboarded
This part of the structure
GT3RS?
of the roof is damaged, which seems the only structural part of it, and we think the people that sold us this car actually pushed this out to make it look a little bit better, because you can see it's actually broken there, and I think that's broken from pushing it up. So this is going to have to be replaced, but
Roof panel.
got structural parts from Porsche, unlike in the US. 220 quid gets us a new roof panel. We've just got to figure out how to fit it, because unlike in the US where they can't sell you structural parts, UK can sell you structural parts, but they're not allowed to tell you how to fit them. So we've got to work it out ourselves. Best way to find out how it was fitted, how we can fit it, is to take this one apart and work out how it's put together. So the carbon part of the roof wasn't really much of the structure, but this part was. First off, my dad's drilling out the rivets, which hold on the brackets, which hold on the sun visors. Then I'm on the top of the car with a wire wheel, trying to clean up all the sealer that's on it to expose any rivets or nuts and bolts that might be holding this part on. And it actually looks like the A-pillar is overlapping this roof panel. So it's looking like we've got to remove the A-pillar first, or at least move it out of the way, so we can get this roof panel on. Which means drilling out the rivets which hold this A-pillar on. This should break up the panel bond between the two panels.
And between the aluminium A-pillar and the steel structure underneath, there's a lot of panel bond. So look guys, we've got an A-pillar outer skin. So I think from Porsche they expect you to join it around here. So what I'm going to do, for now, we're going to go with the safety bit. I'm just going to cut the A-pillar a little further than it needs to be at the minute before we have to do a perfect join cut later. I've got to be careful here not to cut through and damage the inner structure. And then surprisingly, on the inside, there's no rivets at all. The A-pillar is just panel bonded and then folded over onto the inner structure of the car, which made it actually pretty easy to remove. And remember, we're just trying to figure this out as we go along. There's no information about this anywhere. Whoa! Good, put them in. Oh, my good ones there. Good ones. Okay, all of the outer structure is off and inner structure is good apart from this roof. So it looks like we have to take off the outer skin to get to this inner skin anyway, so now we've got to drill this off and off that side as well. And I did find another A-pillar for that side, but we don't know if we're going to repair it or not. There's a few dents in it, but I think we're going to have to take it off anyway so to replace that. So that side's going to come off now, and then we can fit this new roof panel. And I think everything should just line up and be self-explanatory. We hope, because we don't think any of this is moved or anything, but that is definitely gone. But let's see. This side A-pillar wasn't actually too bad. But now that we have to remove it anyway to get that roof panel off, we might as well replace it whilst we're there. It saves repairing it. And now I'm working away at getting off that roof panel. Heating up the panel bond so it loses its strength, drilling out any rivets, and then wedging my chisel underneath to pull it up. Oh. That was only held in by 9 rivets, 18 rivets, and that's it. Do that side now. Oh my God. Now that both A-pillars are off, I can access the other rivets holding the left-hand side of the roof panel on, and once we drill those rivets out, it should come off. Yay! Wow, it's what do they call it when it's got no screen and no roof? A Perton, that's it. GT3RS Perton. That flew well faster without that. We've got to make sure now, when we put this roof panel on, it's exactly in the right spot. So if we do it a little bit mill upwards or mill downwards, the screen ain't going to sit central and leave us the roof. So we've got to make sure this is perfect. We've got to clean up these, and the good news is, by taking it apart, we've learned how it's put together because it's just rivets. Got 1 rivet, 2 rivet, 3 rivet, 4 rivet. And that's it. And panel bond, which is all the blue stuff. So, rivet and panel bond, it is. Seems to be the way that most cars are going nowadays. So let's do it. Now, I need to clean up all the surfaces that the panel bond's going to be touching. And also drill out the holes for the rivets. Then I should be able to put the new roof panel onto the existing structure. Well, that's what I thought.
Well, if this works,
sits on here like this.
I wanted to try
nice and flat.
red hole and kittens.
I think that's
use
quite
it
nice. But if
again.
you look underneath, you can see that this is not sitting flush with that, and we think that this side's not too bad. Like I think once you put the rivets in, it will sit up snug. But this side is not going to close the gap. But because we think this car was on its roof and this bit had a kink in, it's all been pushed down, including this part of the structure here has been pushed down as well. You can actually see a little crease in this bit here, but luckily this little bit here is a section and we have got it on part of the inner structure down there. Check this out. So it's a steel inner structure, so we think if we take this off here and weld it onto there, we should be okay. The only issue is we've got to get it spot on in the right spot.
but we've got to get this right now, else the windscreen could look like this when it's in. Let's drill out these spot welds. Not ideal, but that's crash damaged cars for you. Luckily, I think this should be a simple fix. Because the inner structure's steel, it's spot welded on. So it should just be the case of drilling out these spot welds, pulling off the panel, and then re-welding on the new panel. But first, I'm marking it. Then let the drilling commence. And eventually, we got that steel structure off, and the underside of the panel looks all good. Okay, that was very strong, but it's understandable. It holds the roof on. Got that off now. My dad's got the bit off the other one. Now we've got to clamp this on and spot weld it, or we're going to plug weld it to the inside of this to make it look like that one over there, like that. So, let's do it. Before we weld anything, I'm just adding a little bit of weld through primer. This will stop it rusting from the inside outwards. Then I can put on my new panel. I've got to be 100% sure that this is in the right place. And to confirm it, I'm just fitting the roof panel in place as well, just to see how it all lines up. And everything is looking good. My dad's already drilled out the holes in this panel, ready for the weld to go in. Here we go. All we've got to do is plug weld these holes. It's easy said than done.
After the hardest landing I needed.
Now, I'm not the best welder in the world. In fact, I'm far from it. But as long as they do the job, it doesn't have to look pretty.
I said thanks for the
They don't look great, but are they going to do their job? Let's find out.
Why am I doing a blink?
Solid? It's good there. It's going nowhere. I think it just needs to clean it up a bit.
Yeah, that was perfect. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, not so perfect, but with a little belt sander, I should be able to make those welds look neat enough. Now, time for the roof panel. Hopefully now, it should sit nice and flush. And it does, which is good news. We can finally start making progress. Get the roof out. The roof was the most expensive part out of all of these. All these little panels are a couple £100 here and there. The roof, £8,900 plus that. And it's the weakest part out of all of this, but it's carbon fibre. Let's raid in.
What? Did the old one not have that?
No.
Well, it's got a hole.
What's the hole in there for?
Is that not where the antenna goes?
It did have an antenna.
Is it going back then?
Oh dear.
Is that like a GT3 roof?
No, because it's got the bits for the aero.
Yeah, that's going to be aerial.
That's going to be aerial, ain't it?
But look,
where's your antenna hole then?
Mine never had a hole in it.
Yours never had one. Yeah.
Well, that's got to go back.
Yeah.
Let's see if it fits. But
where's your antenna hole?
That hole in the roof.
It's not meant to be there.
No, I know, like, they're trying to make a safe way to go back. I mean, it's a bit random. It's got to be for an area that hole in the roof has to be. Well, despite the hole in the roof, we were going to see whether it lined up anyway. And that's all we need this roof for. Hopefully we can get one without that hole later. What we can do now is we'll continue to fit our and that's all we need this roof for from there. Hopefully guys, panel one and rivets. Now because we're joining aluminium to steel, you won't be able to weld the two together. And that's why most cars nowadays are put together with panel bond and rivets. You've just got to make sure everything's spotless and in the right place before you put any of those in. So I'm drilling the holes out for the rivets now. You've just got to make sure everything's spotless and in the right place before you put any of those in. Surface area, drilling the holes out for the rivets now. A little bit more sanding just to be sure. Porsche glue. If you ask for all the parts to fit the panels, when you order these structural parts from Porsche, they'll give you them. But the one thing they won't give you is the instructions on how to do it. You have to kind of work that out yourself, unless you're a registered body shop.
I reckon you'd be able to do a wedding cake now.
With the panel bond evenly spread on the new panel, we can now lower it down into place and slide in the rivets through the holes that we've just drilled out. My days. And in goes the rivets, and there was one self-tapping screw underneath. Strength test.
So,
amazing. Yeah! Imagine I fell through. One roof panel successfully on, and it all lines up great. Now, we've just got to start cleaning up the A-pillar, as that'll be the next thing to go on. That is not the finished cut. Now we can put the A-pillar over that and make a perfect line, and that's the one that's going to matter. But I've had 2 practice goes at it now, and I've got a bit better. Just got to make sure that this cut is perfect when we put that A-pillar on. So we're sliding the new A-pillar into place and sliding it over the top of the existing panel, and then I can mark a line on the existing panel where I need to cut it. We've never done this before, like, we've done it, we've seen it done, but we've never been left alone to do it ourselves. And now it's time to cut it. I've got to get this cut perfect, else these 2 panels are not going to line up. And after a bit of careful cutting, off comes the excess of the A-pillar. Then we can slide back on the new A-pillar and see how well I did. Oh my god, guys.
Is it bang on, guys?
Oh my god, guys.
Considering you don't have big glasses.
Do you know what? How we look at it, are we in the right spot, do you reckon?
Yeah.
Yeah? So what you should do as well is slide something in, but should be able to slide in a bit of metal like that. What I've seen people do before is cut an existing bit of metal off, then slide it underneath the panel on where you're going to join them together. That way it gives you something to weld onto and a little bit more structure underneath where the join is. I've applied some panel bond to my excess bit of metal, then slid it under the existing A-pillar, and whilst we're waiting for that panel bond to set, we can start cleaning up the new A-pillar on all the parts where the panel bond's going to be touching. Then we can be 100% sure that this panel bond's going to set right. Once it's cleaned up, it's time to put the 2-part panel bond in place, making sure we get a nice even spread across the whole panel. Then I'm just going to spread it nice and evenly across it, and it's time to put it in place. There's no going back now. This has to work. Once it's in place, we can slide back in the rivets, all along the front and the top, and then wrap around the inside of the panel onto the inner structure. It is on. The last bit though would be just to do the little seam welding here. And then it will need some body work just to smooth this into this perfectly good rear quarter that we have here. And we have everything crossed that the body shop can repair this quarter. It's aluminium quarter. It's going to be tough, but our repair is on the line. And of course, we've just got to do exactly the same, but on the other side. But now that we've learned how to do it, we can breeze through it. And there is 2 almost repaired A-pillars. We just need the last little bit finishing off now. Bob's here from the machine shop who completely welded up the Gallardo, so this is going to be light work for him. Just got to join it, special welding, aluminium to aluminium. Go. Bob is going to be TIG welding the 2 aluminium panels. That's because this takes a little bit more skill than the MIG welding that I did earlier, especially as it's on a panel that you're going to be able to see. And this welding gets super hot, and it's important not to get it too hot that it warps the panels. But Bob knows exactly what he's doing, and it's already starting to look really good. Once he's got the weld down, he can then clean up his work and start using a sanding wheel to make it nice and flat and flush. That looks too bad, is it? And that is pretty much job done. All done, look at that. All the product. Bob smashed it. If you want to learn how to weld, go to the machine shop. If you also want to borrow some tools,
and powder coating. What else you got?
We've got workshops like a gym where you can come and use all of our kit. So instead of buying your own kit, you can use ours. And we've got a YouTube channel now as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you can watch Bob on YouTube now as well. Now, this is off to the body shop and we've got an engine to rebuild. Let's go. This is a GT3 RS engine, completely stripped. And we had to do this because we found out that the cylinders were full of rust. Look at what we've got. A brand new £6,000 block from Porsche. There's no backing out now. This thing looks mint. A brand new cylinder block from Porsche. We did have an option to repair the old block, but we never thought it would be as good as it left the factory, as these engines are really reliable. So a new block it is. This is the start of it. Now what we've got to do is get all of this into this. We've not done this before. So first step is split this apart, and then we can start building this engine together, which goes together in such a strange way. But hopefully we can talk you through it. Here we go. First off, the block splits in two. We don't need this side just yet. This side will be back later.
Are you excited?
Well excited. Then we can turn over this side so it's upside down, and then I've got the pistons and the con rods, which I've marked to make sure they go back in the correct cylinder. We're not taking any chances. Con rod, piston rings. See how these piston rings are like a bit wider than the piston? We need to squash these down because these are actually what seals the gap going down the cylinder sleeve. Push them down there without breaking them. And we also have bearings on there. We haven't replaced any of them because they're literally perfect and we've just cleaned them up. Let's go. Remember, this engine has only done a couple of 100 miles, so mainly everything in it is brand new. Now we're using a special tool which is slide the piston down, which squashes the piston rings into the piston, allowing you to put the piston into the block. One piston in. And we've got to do that for all three pistons on this side of the cylinder block, making sure we lubricate them as they go in. We don't want to cause any damage. Okay, 3 pistons in, 3 more to go. But the way the other pistons go in, the level just increased in difficulty. Now we're going to turn that side of the cylinder block upside down so we can see the bottom of the con rods. The next thing to go on would be the crankshaft, but you can't put crankshaft onto bare aluminium. That needs bearings to go on. And we have them in the old wet block. So we're going to transfer these bearings out, put them into the here. Again, the bearings in this old block are brand new. So we're going to slide them out of there and slide them back into place in the new cylinder block. Normally when the bearings look worn, they're either really shiny or they look kind of like copper, whereas these still actually look matte silver. So they've barely been worn in. And these bearings are used for the crankshaft to spin round on. And remember, this car can rev up to 9,000 RPM. So it's crucial these bearings are good. And we've also got to be careful that if there's any rubber seals like this one, we're switching them over from the bad block onto the good one.
Just saying that I put a bit of oil on each of the main bearings. I mean, yeah, the main bearings, and I'll also put a bit of oil on the big ends, because once the crank's in place, we'll struggle to do that.
Now you can see the main bearings and the con rods with half of the big end bearings on. And my dad's now just fitting the last thrust washer, which stops the crankshaft going forward and backwards in the block. In goes the crank of the shaft. Right, these caps which go on the con rod, they're all made as one whole piece and then they're almost snapped off the factory, so these are going to be perfectly seated to the bottom of the con rods, and that's why they all have names. This one's called a HS5B, HH5B, husband. So we need to find husband to go on to husband, because the other side will be named husband as well. But if we mix them up, big problems. You can just see the bottom of the con rods poking through here, and we've got to now marry them up to the right con rod cap. There's husband.
Oh yeah, there is husband.
That's husband.
There he is.
We didn't in fact do husband first because another one was easier to access. The con rod cap slides around the crankshaft and connects to the rest of the con rod. And as the crankshaft rotates, this is what's going to lift the piston and the con rod up and down. Okay.
And another crucial part about this is torquing them to spec.
You do 10, then 30, then 190 degrees.
Really? That's it?
We managed to find the torque specs for these big end bearings, and you have to torque both bolts up to 10, then both bolts up to 30, and then turn them both 190 degrees afterwards. Sounds crazy, but I guess they're there for a reason. So we've got to connect each conrod cap up to the rest of the conrod now and torque them all to spec. So far, we're looking good.
Bottom rods and pistons are in the block. Now the way to do the other side is completely different to that side. Let's get to it. Here we have my drawing, where this is the bottom left side, and this one will appear to be on here. Issue we have here is if we put it on like that, if we then put the block on top, the piston won't come in from underneath. So you could go the other way and put this in the block and then put the block in from underneath, but then you won't be able to get to these bolts to tighten them up. So you have to do a special Porsche way of doing so, and we'll show you how you do that, hopefully.
You can see that the piston is attached to the conrod, and that's connected using a wrist pin, and the wrist pin is held in with a little clip. Now we've got to get the piston off this conrod, so we're using this special tool to remove the clip which holds the wrist pin in place. Once we have that clip out, we can slide the wrist pin out and then the piston off the conrod. And now that we have a bare conrod, we can slide it onto the other side of the crankshaft. And then we're going to get the conrod cap and slide it onto the other side of the conrod, clamping it onto the crankshaft. And of course, we've got to torque them all to spec. And I've now got to do this again for the remaining 2 conrods, which would then leave me with 3 conrods attached to the other side of the crankshaft, all torqued up, ready for the other side of the cylinder block to slot over the top of them. Hopefully that makes sense.
That's in. Never to be coming back out. So this is the next stage. Now, to put the other side of the block on this side. Then we'll slide the piston through. Imagine the blocks here. If I could do 3D animation, it would be there now. Then we're going to slide this in, like that. Slide that through there, and then we're going to have to use a tool to slide it all the way through into the engine, to slide the gudgeon pin in to hold that piston in place, like that. And we're going to have to do that.
Here's the rebuild
Crazy way.
We've
never done it like that before. It's quite interesting to see it done. Let's get to it.
Before we slide the other side of the block over onto that side,
everything
we've of course got to put the other half of the main bearings in. And these will match up to the other side when we connect the blocks together.
All the water
when 2 become 1.
Just before we lift over the other half of the block, we're just running a thin line of RTV sealing so it creates a nice seal between the 2. We don't run any oil from there. And now I can get the other side of the block and slide it over the conrods that we've just bolted to the crank.
What we're going to do first, before we put the pistons in, is put the bolts in to squash this together because of the sealants in there. So, in goes the first bolt.
And of course, once the bolts are in, you've got to torque them to the correct specification.
So you do all 15 Newton meters, then you come back, and then you do them all 50 Newton meters, and then you loosen them off 360 degrees, and then you do it again, but on the last time, after 50, you do 75 degrees, and then another 75 degrees, which would total 150 degrees.
Why? Why do they do that?
I think it's just so people who can't read try not to put an engine together like us.
So then we run through all of the bolts, torquing them to the correct spec and tighten them up in the correct order from the middle outwards.
Look at this. There's a hole through here.
And with that hole, you can see straight through onto the top of the conrods, which we're going to have to line up.
So now we've got to do the furthest away first. So we've got to get this so we can see it through there. This is a putter in tool. So then this goes in.
Boom.
Block.
Here's the
Hey,
next
excuse me.
person.
Boom.
Okay.
Then that, you see that? That is what's going to help us connect the piston onto that.
This is crazy. Look at this tool. It looks like something from 1950.
What tools look like that in 1950?
So now the far end conrod is in line with that inspection hole, ready for the
We
piston
pass
to go in.
backwards on the way.
So when we push through
Here,
the wrist pin, it can't come out that side because the pin's already in. There's nothing stopping it coming out of there.
So in goes the piston, knock that down into place, and then we can make sure it lines up perfectly with the conrod. With this special tool, you slide this through and it should align the conrod with the piston. And if you're managing to stay with me at this point, it would be amazing if you hit that subscribe button if you already haven't. Now it's time for the wrist pin. We've got to slot it onto this tool here, then slide it through that hole all the way to the end piston and slide it through the piston and into the conrod. And to hold that wrist pin in place, we need one of these, the little circlip on the end. So we have to get the clip inside this special tool here before we slide it in.
I've loaded the pump.
Now that that clip is inside our pump, we can slide that through the cylinder block all the way to the end piston and push the end of the pump to pop the clip onto the piston. And if we don't get this right, then it's a problem. 3, 2, 1.
Go on then.
If it goes ding 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 ding, we failed. If it doesn't, we may have passed. And that looks like it's on.
Look at that. It's in. It looks in.
First try. Now I've just got to do it again 2 times over to the other pistons.
Oh, you
And it wasn't as bad as I thought.
Look at this.
Why the openings is offline yesterday?
Yeah, boy. Then it
That
was time for the
is
shell
for
to be taken to the
if
body
you're
shop.
on,
Whilst
if
we
you're
lifted
on,
the engine block before the
that's
pistons
in my eyebrow.
onto the stand.
Wow.
Yes.
Otherwise it was the
Right.
offline
Now,
because you're not on
put the cylinder
ATT
heads on.
network.
But we can't because there's still a little bit of rust in the cylinder heads, and we're going to have a go at cleaning that out now before we put them on. Over to the cylinder heads. You join me at the cylinder heads. Normally, what you're supposed to do if you're correctly rebuilding an engine is take the valves out, clean the back of them, put them back in. The problem is if we do take the valves out and then clean the back of them, we're just worried that we then adjust the way the valve sits inside the head, which would mean we'll have to put shims in. Gets complicated. So ideally we just want to try and clean these out the best we can. The goal of this is that the valve sits flat on the cylinder head, doesn't leak anything coming into the cylinder head.
Get yourself some
And we know that
scrambled
we
eggs
already
and
put fluid on the
oysters.
bottom of them and they were fine. But we're just going to clean them just for precaution. When a valve opens in the engine, it's important it opens all the way, but also closes all the way. And if it doesn't close, then the engine's not going to get the correct compression. Now, our cylinder heads have been completely underwater. And we're a little worried that the back of the valves have got a bit of rust on them. But we know that they do close all the way because we put fluid on the back of the valves and they didn't leak through. But we want to make sure that we clear off as much rust as possible before the heads go on. And they do look quite bad. But we're hoping it's just a little bit of surface rust. So we're going to add some cleaner down into the intake ports and get a rag in there and try and clean it all up. And it's actually not doing a bad job. But remember, we've got both cylinder heads to do. And Dad's just took off the intake flaps off the other cylinder head so we can start attacking that one. And meanwhile, the GT3RS shell has arrived at the body shop. Now that it's there, they can inspect the rest of the damage, and I'm hoping they can get the dents out of both rear quarters, which looks tricky. But coming back to the cylinder heads, they're looking a lot better.
You're gonna love them.
I hope so, because I will try using
Head gasket. Here is our brand new head gasket. But before that goes on, we have no idea what they do, but they were in when we took the engines apart. So we got him back in. Now that the weird blue plastic things are in, we can slide on the head gasket and the cylinder head of one side of the engine. Being careful to keep the chain, which goes around the crankshaft, up and out the way, because this has got to go around the camshafts later. And not forgetting the chain guides. These, of course, guide the chain. They make sure that the chain don't rub on any of the cylinder block and ensure the chain stays nice and tight. And there's 2 timing chains on the car. One round the crankshaft at the bottom, which goes up to one cylinder head, and another round the crankshaft at the bottom, which goes to the other cylinder head. And meanwhile, back at the body shop, they've started work on perfecting the join between the A-pillar and the rear quarter. A little bit of body fill is added, and then they tape a line with some masking tape so they can make sure the body line stays perfect. And they're doing that for both sides. Now, we should replace the head bolts, and we are, for these special ones. Down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's back to the rear quarter dents, and the guys are going to attempt to get all of this out with very little use of body filler. I guess this is what you call panel beating. This is such a skill, and you've got to know exactly where to hit the panel in the right place to get those dents out. By sanding down the paint, the guys can see the high spots and the low spots in the dents.
Just trying to get these bits up now, so something like that, and then close them right down.
This GT3 RS is undergoing some serious amount of work, from the body work to an engine build. And if this type of work would put you off buying a car, there's a place you can check out the history of what's happened to the car before you buy it. And that's with Car Vertical. By putting in the reg or the VIN of a car, you'll be able to see the full history of it. Whether it's got any outstanding finance, whether it's ever been crash damaged, whether it's been stolen, or exported to another country. You can then see a full timeline of the car, whether any ownerships have been changed, registration plates have been changed, and if the car has been damaged, sometimes it will even show you photos of the car when it was auctioned off at the car crash auction site. So make sure you're checking the cars out before you buy them with Car Vertical, with the link in the description box below. And with my discount code, you'll save a nice bit of money on that check. We've found how to talk these up on the dark web. It's unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. You need a degree just to read how this works.
How many steps are there?
How many steps were there? 9 steps to do 8 bolts. 10 Newton meters first step. Step 1 done. 50 now. Okay, do you know what you gotta do now? Loosen all 360 degrees. Step 4 is to go to 4 Newton meters, but that's a joke, so that step can get missed. So we're going up to 12 Newton meters now. 65 degrees now, only 1 to 4. Is that right?
Yeah. 5 to 8 is 60 degrees. Can somebody explain to me why the outer bolts are not as tight as the inner bolts?
By 5 degrees.
No, it'll be 10 degrees altogether because you have to do them twice.
I know what would happen if you don't do it though. Airbags go off. So now we do the inner bolts 65 degrees, then the outer bolts 60 degrees. And after you've done that, you do it again. There's probably a good reason why. Maybe that's why this engine is so good. And once that they're all torqued up and ready, we can move to the next step. But back at the body shop, they're still working away on that right-hand side rear quarter. But it's starting to look a lot better now. You can see it's actually starting to get its shape back. The guys are even repairing the inner structure that they had to cut out to shape this rear quarter back. Once that's repaired, they can weld it back in place and weld up any cracks that the rear quarter had. And that is pretty damn good. Next step is, so these little rocker arms here, they go down onto there, but they do not solely push the valve down. They have shims in between them, which are measured to the thou. We took them out and marked them. We've got exhaust and inlet. This is exhaust, this is inlet, and each one of these will be a different measurement to the thou. You won't even be able to see it to the eye. Inlet 1. You can see how these shims sit on top of the valve, and then the rocker arm sits nicely on top. Now, if we had took the valves out and cleaned the top of the valves into the cylinder head, which is called lapping, then we'd risk that the valves would sit closer inside the cylinder head, which would mean that they'd poke out more at the top. And because of that, the shim between the rocker arm and the valve would have had to have been a little bit smaller, which would mean we'd have to order a lot of these shims. So by leaving it the same, all these shims should be the correct size for the valves. Before we put the camshafts inside the head, we've got to make sure that the engine is turned in the right position. So we use this tool here, which goes onto the crankshaft, and it turns the engine so the right cylinders are at top dead center. Porsche have actually left a mark on this pulley so you know where it is. And then you can slide this locking pin in to hold the engine in the correct position. We're going to try a cheat way, but we're going to try it nevertheless. So here it comes. So we're going to absolutely wallop this in and put it over the chain, yeah? We're going to try and do it. Really, you should remove this little end cog, but it is odd. Now I'm going to put in the intake camshaft. When this turns round, it'll open and close the intake valves. This matrix bit here should be facing upwards, and this tool that slots on over here locks that in place so it's exactly right. But I think we're going to struggle to do this. And here comes the exhaust camshaft. You'll notice that this one doesn't have the variator, the thing that looks like a sprocket on the end, because we removed it. And that's what you're supposed to do when you're fitting these. But we're just trying to see if we can do it in a shortcut way. Now we're using these blocks to hold the cams in place, and then we're going to try and slide on the exhaust cam variator. The thing that looks like a sprocket, which the chain sits on. But because we didn't take off the intake side, it was quite a struggle. So it looks like we're going to have to loosen the intake side as well. So that's loosened now, look. So that can spin on its own without the camshaft spinning. Should now be able to put both on. And who would have thought doing it how you're properly supposed to do it worked? Come on. Yes!
Shaman clearance delivery Luna 64 Sierra
We're
ready
on.
to copy IFR clearance.
So these are on, but we still will be able to spin the crankshaft and keep that in the same spot. Okay, so now we know the bottom half of the engine is in the right place because we put the pin in. We've got to make sure that the camshafts are in the right position before we tighten everything down. We don't want any valves hitting pistons because the engine isn't tight. Before we did that, we realised we made a huge mistake.
Maintain 5,000 feet. Departure on 120.5 squawk.
I told you how long was it going to be until we had to we go 5 steps forward and then 3 steps back. This is more like 10 steps forward, 20 steps back.
And what did your dad say?
It's gone well so far. As we've just found out, we've made a grave mistake. On this cylinder block here, this is marked G, 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 G. What that means doesn't matter to anyone. No one needs to care what that means unless you're replacing your cylinder block, which we did. And these actually relate to the bearing size you need on the main bearings which sit inside here. If you remember, this was one of the first jobs we did when we started building this engine. The bearings that the crankshaft sit on. And G means it's a mid-sized bearing, so we can do G, 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 G all the way along. And we was like, okay, that's fine as long as that says all G's, but it doesn't. You can see on our old block, there's 8 G's. 8 bearings, all middle size. But on our new block, there's 3 G's, a B, another G, 2 B's, and then an R. Meaning some bearings are slightly smaller or slightly bigger. Are you chancing it? If I chance it, it's gonna be in my mind the whole time, innit?
Plus, if you ever sell it, the person that buys it will know.
Yeah, and it's not a small job, is it? It's not, you're like, oh yeah, car's mint, all you need to do is change those 2 bearings in the crank. I can't be going around a racetrack at 9,000 RPM on the limiter, go bap, 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 thinking, is that bearing going to hold up? Do you know, to get them out, we've got to take out
everything.
The gudgeon pins,
everything.
The pistons,
everything.
The whole past couple of days is a waste. Well, the sizes are only going to be minuscule difference, and if Matt just moves the red line down on the gauge, instead of 9,000, we can just colour it in to like, what, 7.5? This is all to do with how the block's made, out of cast aluminium, and not every block is exactly the same, hence why they made different size bearings, just in case the cast is a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller. How much it will matter, I'm unsure.
You gotta think that that's both sides of the shell, so it's a clearance thing.
Yeah.
So, alright, you could say the ones that are bigger clearance, and maybe not a major problem, but the ones that are a tight clearance, I'd want to check how tough. If you're a betting man, you'd probably say 75% you'd be alright. You want to take that risk, and if it goes, it'll do more damage than just a block.
Right. Okay. Everyone has just watched all the way up to this video. All you need to do now to know what we're doing is just rewind it. That's all we're doing. I can't take the risk of just winging it. This engine has got to come completely apart again, which means ordering a lot of new bolts, because once they're fitted, we can't reuse them. But it's a good job we spotted it now, and not when we was about to start it. The top is complete.
Roger.
Look at that, it's fresh. What's it? High build primer, is that what's on it? High build epoxy.
Boarding started.
1/4 done. Oh, that is looking mint. Let's look at the other side. Yeah, that is good, isn't it? The good news is that the tub is now ready for paint. No dents in the quarters.
One thing I always love. Money was left.
Now we've got to choose what colour we go. It's not going pink, but it's not going white, and it's not going black. It's going a colour that is a little bit different. So I'm hoping it's really nice. We're going to see that in the next video, because now we've got to strip apart that engine and rebuild it all over again. The next time, this will be all painted. Thanks so much for watching the video. If you enjoyed it, hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up button, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out.
I've been very busy today. I've watched my son drilling holes. How's your day been?
I've been drilling holes and my dad's been watching me.
Passengers boarding starting.
Hi there.
Chaos. A brand new airliner, the most recent and advanced version of an old trusted type, rendered almost completely uncontrollable just minutes after takeoff. Now, you might think you know this story, but trust me, you will be surprised. Stay tuned. Sometimes a story is so big and includes such unimaginable monetary interests that skewed narratives are consciously being introduced in order to change the public's opinion about what actually happened. And this is such a story. And because of that, over the next hour or so, I will take you through some really complex explanations. But stay with me, it will be worth it, I promise.
Hello.
Money. The one thing that all businesses strive for, and the foundation of what makes a capitalistic society run. This is true for airlines and aircraft manufacturers alike, and that's what ultimately drove Boeing to create the 737 MAX model, the latest iteration of their hugely popular narrow-body jet, and the foundation of the company's financial success. But what I need you to understand here is that the MAX was actually never really supposed to exist. In the early 2010s, the 737 was already an aging design, harking back to the 1960s, and Boeing was planning for a modern successor. An aircraft that would have taken the full use of all modern technology available and therefore make it much more fuel efficient for the airlines. But then Airbus came into the picture and decided to strap new engines onto their Airbus A320 family, calling it the Neo series, improving its efficiency with as much as 16%. Now, Boeing knew that creating a brand new aircraft would take them around 10 years to do, and if they did that, their 737NG family would not be able to compete with the Neo, thus leaving a potentially huge amount of money on the table. So they quickly scrapped their new aircraft and instead started looking into the possibilities of equipping the old 737 with the latest, most efficient CFM LEAP engines. If they could do that, they would not only be able to match the Neo family in terms of efficiency, but it would also be able to be flown by the same pilots as the old 737s were. That was providing that the flight characteristics of this new variant didn't differ from the old 737. Remember that. Now, the airlines loved this idea since it promised increasing yields, money, as well as an improved environmental footprint. And one of the first airlines to buy this new 737 MAX model was Lion Mentari Airlines in Indonesia, more commonly known as Lion Air. It was the largest airline in Indonesia, and earlier it had struggled with a slightly checkered safety record, failing to be included in the International Air Transport Association, IATA, back in 2011 because of safety concerns. And it was also banned in all EU airspace up until 2016. But after that, they improved a lot, and in June of 2018, they received a positive safety rating following an audit by the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO. At the same time this story takes place, in October of 2018, their fleet consisted of several different aircraft types, and importantly for this story, 11 brand new Boeing 737 MAX 8s. The aircraft that we will be focusing on today had registration Papa Kilo Lima Quebec Papa and had received its airworthiness certificate only 2 months before its flight. And those had not been 2 problem-free months. For example, in the beginning of October, several problems with the aircraft's air data inertial reference unit had been recorded, including a maintenance fault message indicating an angle of attack signal out of range on its left-hand side. This was also combined with several electrical issues, but all of those snags were rectified on the 9th of October according to the aircraft's technical log. Now, I will soon be referring to several technical systems here, so it's probably good to do a little bit of a systems review before we continue. In order to display useful information on the pilot's instruments like speed, altitude, attitude and heading, loads of different information has to be collected, processed and then converted into electronic signals. On the 737, this is handled through 2 main computers known as Air Data Inertial Reference Units, 1 for each pilot. Those ADIRUs take information from our laser gyros in the inertial reference system, as well as a multitude of probes and sensors on the outside of the aircraft.
Hi, Captain.
Those sensors include pitot-probes who measure dynamic pressure, speed, static ports who measure static pressure, altitude, and angle of attack sensors, who are these wing-looking vanes that measure the angle of the air hitting the aircraft and wings. Knowing the aircraft's angle of attack is crucial for calculating if the aircraft is close to stalling, meaning that the wings will stop it to be able to create lift, but also for readjusting the values of the other probes, since the air hitting them differently can cause changes in their readings. Anyway, all of those probe values are then combined in 2 air data modules and then sent into the ADIRU, where it's prepared and then presented to the pilots. Now, some probes can use separate signals, standby signals. What is important, however, is understanding that one of the tasks handled by the ADIRU is to sense if any of these signals are false, and that they a failure flag or warning to the pilot to alert them about what's going on. If, for example, the 2 ADIRUs sense that the altitude is going above a certain value for a certain time, then we will get an altitude disagreement. And the same goes for both the speed and, in theory at least, the angles of attack. So, why am I saying theory then? Well, it turns out that the angle of attack disagreement was a warning that all Boeing 737NGs had and all the 737 MAXs also should have had, but in the case of the MAX, the software designers had rewritten the code for it, attaching it to the presence of an angle of attack indicator on the pilot's displays. But that indicator was an optional extra, which the airlines had to pay for including, and since very few had done that, including Lion Air, that angle of attack disagree warning now wasn't available on this aircraft. Neither the FAA or Boeing had noticed this during certification, but when they did, Boeing considered that minor issue, which they plan to fix in a later software upgrade. Now these type of decisions and many more would later be covered in extensive courtroom hearings, and to see more about how that unfolded, we will use Ground News, today's sponsor, and you can follow along via this QR code or the code. This is actually my go-to app when it comes to finding sources for covering a news story from every available angle, and as a long-time sponsor, they also help my team and I make these videos possible. Reading about Boeing's fleet agreement News, you can access over 200 articles covering it from sources worldwide, and comparing these perspectives offers a much fair and clear view of what's happening. For example, this left-leaning article from the Seattle Times praises Boeing's recent pause on workplace surveillance as a win for privacy, while the post-millennial critiques diversity, equity, and inclusion requirements in rejecting Boeing's legal deals. You have made it pretty clear to me that you are frustrated with the lack of context and abundance of sensationalism in today's mainstream media, and Ground News is a great tool to help you see beyond that. Something I also find quite useful is Ground News factuality rating, which at a glance lets you decide how reliable a news source is based on subjective language found in their printed reporting and their timeliness of corrections. Once you read the news this way, it is impossible to go back. So scan this QR code or go to ground.news/mentorpilot to save 50% off unlimited access to the Vantage plan, which is what I personally use. Now, make sure to use my link for their biggest discount of the year, whether it's for you subscribing for yourself or sending it as a gift. Thank you, Ground News. Now, where was I? Yes. Before we get to the flight, there is also another system that I want to discuss, and that's the pitch trim system. On the 737, the horizontal stabilizer in the back can be moved in order to affect the pitch of the aircraft. The elevators at the very back are the primary control surfaces, but the whole stabilizer can be moved in order to keep the aircraft balanced, that its weight shifts so the speed or configuration changes during flight. We pilots control this with the help of an electric trim switch on our yoke, and when we move those, we can see that the trim wheels move on both sides of the triple quadrant. Now, inside of those wheels, we also have a trim scale, which shows us the setting of the stabilizer. And that's super important for takeoff in order to make sure that the aircraft doesn't start pitching up too early or becomes too heavy to rotate. During the flight, when we are flying manually, it's also super important to keep updating this trim setting to avoid having to push or to pull too much on the controls. The stabilizer is a huge surface, so it can exert a lot of pitching forces properly. And that brings us back to the aircraft in this story and the troubles that it had experienced. That angle of attack signal out of range message that I mentioned before was a clue that there might be something fishy with the left angle of attack thing. But the problem disappeared once the associated computer was reset and the aircraft was then just released back to service again. Then, on the 26th of October, 3 days before the accident flight, the aircraft arrived into Manado Airport after a flight from Tianjin in China. After landing, the pilots reported that they had received both altitude and speed flags on the captain's side during the flight, and on top of that, there was also an illuminated maintenance light on the overhead panel. The engineer on duty in Manado checked the fault information in the aircraft's onboard maintenance function, OMF, which showed some type of issues with the stall management yaw damper computer, but when the computer was asked to do a self-test, the problem just cleared and the speed and altitude information came back again. So with that done, the aircraft was just released back to the line, but already on the following day, when the aircraft then flew from Manado to Denpasar, the same issues reappeared. Now the new engineer, this time at Denpasar, went through the same procedure, which again seemed to solve the issue. And before you start slapping your forehead here, this was the described maintenance procedure to follow when faced with this particular fault. Even though a repetition like this should have raised some warning flags. But the aircraft was once again released back to service, and for the following 2 flights the problem actually didn't reappear again. But when the aircraft had to do the 4th flight of the day, from Denpasar to Manado, both of the speed and altitude flags reappeared again, now together with a speed trim fail and Mach trim fail warning. What had actually happened here was that a coil inside of the left angle of attack vane had a damage on it, and that damage disrupted the signals from the vane whenever the temperature outside became too cold. Those 2 middle flights had been reasonably short and flown at lower altitudes where the temperature had been reasonably high, which was why the fault had not reappeared there. But on this much longer leg, the fault again activated. Like I mentioned before, the angle of attack vane was supposed to feed corrections to the signals from both the pitot and static port, and since those signals were now disrupted or completely inaccurate, it meant that those corrections were also inaccurate, which triggered those flags, as well as all of the other faults. And anyway, the engineer in Manado had no idea about this damaged coil, so he instead now got to work checking through all of the numerous fault messages that the aircraft's internal log had created. And if you think that multiple similar faults like this should raise some kind of internal alarm for the maintenance organization, you are absolutely correct. But in this case, the contractor that Lion Air used for their maintenance had a slightly different way of defining reoccurring faults, so it wasn't properly highlighted. During the night, the engineer did several tests and resets, but because it was raining, he couldn't do some of them due to the lightning hazard. But he did find ways to work around that, so when the flight crew, the same ones who had flown the previous flight, came back to the aircraft in the morning, it had once again been released to service. The pilots discussed the actions that had been taken by the engineer, but they weren't really happy with what they heard. They thought that more should be done to fix this, obviously a reoccurring issue, but the engineer told them that this could be better done at the destination, Denpasar. Now this was not great, as it shows that the engineer probably knew that there were still something wrong with the aircraft and allowed it to depart anyway, but that wasn't the worst part here. Because on the next flight, the crew did indeed experience the same faults again, as well as an auto-throttle failure during the takeoff roll, and when the fault codes were downloaded from that flight, it looked like the problems had reappeared immediately after engine start, meaning that the crew likely had elected to dispatch with the flags on the captain's side already present. If that was the case, it was a major breach of dispatch requirements, since we should never leave the airport with faults like this. Anyway, the flight was eventually completed safely to Denpasar, and when the aircraft arrived, still with the same problems, the engineering team decided to finally replace that left angle of attack vane. A good decision, but now a truly incredible coincidence happened. Because since the engineers didn't have any spare angle of attack vanes in their stores, they had to order a new one, and when that new one arrived, it turns out that it wasn't new at all. Instead, it was a refurbished one that had been fixed up and recalibrated by an American company called Extra Aerospace. It later turned out that they had used a calibration tool, different from the one recommended, but still allowed. The only problem was that this tool included a setting that, if activated by mistake, could allow a calibration to go through with the vane outputting the wrong signals. In this case, the vane worked perfectly, but with the small caveat that it was showing a 21-degree higher value than it should. Now, as part of fitting this new vane, the engineers should have run the new vane through a set of tests to verify its indications, which should have caught this, but there was no records of this test ever being made, and when the engineer in charge was asked for it, he showed pictures from the cockpit of a different aircraft. So that sets the scene for Lion Air Flight 043, the flight before the accident flight, and here is where this story becomes almost unbelievable. But first, if you know almost anything about this accident, you will have noticed that so far I haven't mentioned a system known as the Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System, or MCAS. And that's because up until this point it had not yet entered the story. But now it will, and I don't think that there is a single aircraft system in history that has been as vilified and misunderstood as this MCAS system. So in order to set the record straight, I will now explain exactly what it is and what it was supposed to do. You see, when Boeing decided to re-engine their old 737s, they quickly ran up against a problem, one that their competitor Airbus didn't have. The wings on the 737 were too low to enable the bigger LEAP engines to fit properly below them without risking them striking the ground. Most of the efficiency gains from these new engines came from the much higher bypass ratio that these engines produced, which meant that making these engines smaller would defeat the whole purpose of them. So Boeing's engineers went to work and decided to place the engines further forward of the wing and also slightly higher up, which worked great, but then came the next problem. You see, in order for pilots who were rated to fly on the older Boeing 737NG to be able to also operate this newer variant without extra training, the aircraft had to both act and feel exactly like the older 737. But when the engineers modeled the MAX with these new engine placements, they saw that under very specific circumstances, more exactly during high angles of attack and with flaps up, these new huge engine nacelles actually started producing some lift, which acted upwards around the pitch axis, causing a slight pitch up momentum. Now, from a handling point of view, this was not a problem. It didn't make the aircraft dangerous or unstable in any way, but it did mean that it wouldn't behave exactly like the old 737NG. In technical terms, the stick force gradient wasn't the same, which was a no-go from a certification perspective. So, what could Boeing do to solve this? Well, someone soon figured out that they had a similar solution for their KC-46 Alpha tankers, something known as the Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System. This was basically a software solution which worked through something known as the speed trim system to adjust the stabilizer pitch trim forward a bit when needed. The software could be programmed to only activate during those very specific circumstances. Hand-flown with high angles of attack and with flaps up, trimming forward when that lift effect from the nacelle started kicking in, and thereby basically simulate the same pitch feel as the older NG and also bring the stick force gradient back into regulation.
Thanks a lot.
This was a brilliant idea, since keeping the MAX within the same type rating as the old 737 without any simulator training requirement at all was a super important selling point for Boeing. Any extra training requirements in a simulator would mean extra costs and complications for the airline customers and therefore making it less competitive against the Airbus. Now the idea was that this system should be a very rarely used functional speed trim system, a system that was already being used in the older 737NGs, and Boeing therefore thought that the MCAS function didn't need further explanation or even to be included in the manuals. And this is very important to understand for this story. You see, the speed trim system is something that 737 pilots are very used to.
Good morning from the cockpit.
It kicks in automatically during certain circumstances.
I'd like to welcome you on board this morning's flight to Guangzhou.
And it's especially active off the takeoff.
We're currently preparing for departure up here in the cockpit and thought we'd say hello while we finish entering the data into the flight computers.
Moving by themselves
We're not anticipating any delays, so we hope to be underway very shortly. Once
when Boeing is
certified,
certified,
crew will start securing
part
the
of this included
As
something
we
known
head
as
to
a
the departure runway, please make sure you're seated and secured as they make their way around the
that the
aircraft.
system pulls to
The weather is looking good, so it should be a
For
nice,
several
comfortable
assumptions
climb up
based
to our
on
cruise
how
level.
pilots should react to a
Once
sudden
we're airborne, there
autonomous
shouldn't be any
activation
issue
of the
during our
system,
climb.
together with
It's
how
a pretty
much the
straightforward
system
departure out of the
trim,
airport, so
Boeing
nothing to
ended up
worry about there.
classifying the MCAS
It looks as though the en route winds are in our favour, so there shouldn't be any issue getting to our destination on time. However, we will keep you informed throughout the flight if it changes.
As this major
The ground
was
crew have finished
lower
loading the
end of
aircraft,
scale,
so if you can get yourself seated and secured, we'll be able to get going straight away.
Failure might play out
Thank you very much for flying with us, and I hope you enjoy
It was
the
just
flight.
tested in a simulator as an isolated fault to the original maximum trim authority of 0.6 degrees, used if activated at higher speeds than Mach numbers. Because of this, it was also deemed safe for MCAS to form part of the rest of the speed trim system, which only used one flight control computer at any given time, and therefore also only relied on one single angle of attack vane. During later testing, Boeing's test pilots found it to be necessary to extend the function of MCAS to include flights at lower speeds as well. And in that case, the trim function was expanded to 2.5 degrees of maximum trim, which is a substantially bigger trim movement. But that was not deemed as aerodynamically more hazardous than the previous limit of 0.6 degrees at a high speed and was therefore never tested. The FAA, who was in charge of overseeing this process, had delegated a lot of the oversight of these detailed certification tasks to certain approved Boeing employees. And it later turned out that all of the paperwork regarding this change in the authority of the MCAS system never actually reached the FAA. So Boeing knew about this system and what it could do, but never thought of it as a real problem. They assumed that a pilot who was faced with a potentially faulty MCAS activation would just take about 3 seconds to realize it, whilst counteracting it with elevator input, and then the pilots would use their electrical trim to cancel it and nothing worse would happen. They never took into account that a manual trim input would also reset the MCAS system, and if the high angle of attack condition was still sensed after that, but then MCAS would just wait 5 seconds and activate again, and again, and again. Like I said, this system was also thought of as so small and meaningless that Boeing hadn't even bothered to explain it in its pilot's technical manuals, so basically no one knew about it, especially not the normal pilots who were actually going to fly it. Now I should also mention that there was a way to stop MCAS and all other electrical movements, and that was by activating the stabilizer trim cut-out switches as part of the runway stabilizer memory. But as we will soon see, that was not as obvious as it sounds. On the 28th of October 2018, the day before the accident, the 2 pilots who were scheduled to operate Lion Air Flight 043 arrived to the airport in Denpasar in the evening to start preparing for the flight over to Jakarta. They talked to the engineer who informed them about the problems of the previous flight and that he had replaced the angle of attack sensor on the captain's side, which convinced the captain that the problem had now been solved. He then headed over to brief the cabin crew, and during that briefing he also stated that he would be flying on the flight, and he mentioned again that there had been some previous technical difficulties with the aircraft. This is important because it shows that he was likely aware about the fact that there was a chance that something might happen on this flight as well, but you always have to be more vigilant of this information to make sure procedures have been done. During the briefing, the crew was also joined by a third pilot who was working for one of the other airlines in the Lion Air group, and who was also rated for the MAX, and he was invited to stay in the cockpit for the flight. They then walked out towards the aircraft and eventually departed at time 22:20 local time after an almost 3-hour delay. And during the first couple of seconds of the rotation, everything seemed to be working okay. But almost as soon as the landing gear attracted a takeoff configuration sound momentarily, we should and then both the pilots disagreed on altitude disagreed warnings appeared on the captain's side together with the stick. Now for anyone who hasn't been stick shaker activated, it's quite loud and definitely startling when you aren't expecting it. But this captain kept his cool and just pitched to 15 degrees nose up as he would normally, keeping the thrust to the takeoff setting. He then did a quick scan of the first officers and the standby instruments and concluded that his were the faulty ones, probably because he knew that the work had been done on his side. He therefore handed over the controls to the first officer, who had good indications, and then asked for the airspeed unreliable memory items to be performed. These consisted of disconnecting the automatics, turning off the flight directors, and then setting, in this case with the flaps were still extended, a 10 degrees pitch up attitude and 80% of thrust. That would ensure that the aircraft kept flying in a safe way whilst the rest of the checklist could be executed, and knowing those memory items by heart is therefore super important. At this time, the first officer was still hand-flying the aircraft with the speed trim function activating a few times like it normally would. Interestingly, probably because the first officer saw how the speed was going up, he now also asked for the flaps to be retracted, and almost immediately when the flaps came up, he engaged the autopilot. Now, I should mention here that the memory item specifically instructed the pilot not to engage the autopilot, but this was likely done out of habit, and since it looked like the first officer had perfectly working instruments. For about a minute, the flight then progressed normally, with the captain looking for the correct QRH checklist to follow in order to deal with all of the different warnings that they had. And throughout all of this time, the stick shaker kept rattling away on the left-hand side. Then, the autopilot suddenly disconnected, and almost immediately the stabilizer trim started moving forward in a nose-down direction, but now with a much higher speed than it had been moving with before. Like I said, the crew would have been used to the trim wheels moving independently, but this time it wasn't helping them. Instead, it was making it much harder for the first officer to keep the nose up at the correct attitude. He therefore used his trim switch to trim up again, but 5 seconds later the trim just kept going forward, constantly a little bit more than the first officer trimmed back, making the controls just heavier and heavier. He tried to engage the autopilot again, but it immediately disconnected, and the trim battle then just continued. At this time, the captain called out a pan-pan, an urgency message to the controller, saying that they had instrument problems and asked to climb straight ahead. And when the controller started asking questions, he just told him to stand by, a great way to reduce the workload. When the aircraft climbed through about 5,000 feet, and with the captain still working through the checklist, the jump seat pilot suddenly cried out, "You're descending!" The captain looked up and saw how a descent was indeed developing, so he told his first officer to keep climbing and just follow the flight directors. But this also made him look at what the first officer was doing, and he noticed that he seemed to be constantly fighting with the trim. The first officer now also said that the nose was starting to feel very heavy. I guess some of you might have already figured out what was going on here. The new angle of attack sensor had, like I mentioned, a bias of 21 degrees nose up, which means that as soon as the aircraft got airborne, the flight control computer on the left side noticed what it interpreted as a high angle.
We're almost ready actually, so you can take your seats now.
Now, as long as the flaps were extended or the autopilot engaged, this only led to those other warnings: airspeed and altitude disagree, master caution and stick shaker. But as soon as the flaps were up and the aircraft was flown manually, MCAS had also activated and was now trying to replicate that stick force that we talked about before. The only problem was, of course, that the aircraft wasn't actually in a high angle of attack, so what MCAS now did was effectively forcing the nose of the aircraft down towards the ground instead. The pilots had no idea about this, since they didn't even know that this system existed, and whilst they were pitching up against it like Boeing had predicted, no one had thought of the fact that the system would reset and start trimming forward all over again every time that the pilot trimmed against it. When the captain noticed the reoccurring forward trim inputs, he soon figured out that they must be dealing with some kind of strange reaction by the speed trim system. And he therefore executed the memory items for a runway stabilizer, since he knew that this would stop the speed trim system. When he switched the stabilizer trim cutoff switches to cutoff, MCAS finally stopped. But this also meant that the autopilot would no longer be available, and they would need to trim manually for the rest of the flight. At this point, they were dealing with 3 different QRA checklists simultaneously: altitude disagree, air fiable, and runway stabilizer. But all non-normal checklists are written with the assumption that no other faults exist, and none of these checklists included the phrase "land at the closest available airport." Because of that, when the crew now started discussing what to do, they decided to continue the flight towards their destination, Jakarta, an over 90 minutes long flight, since the weather along the route was expected to be fine. Now, just for clarification here, if you find yourself in a situation like this with 3 different checklists, 2 of which includes memory items and a continuous stick shaker, it is perfectly okay to return back and land, even if the checklist doesn't explicitly say so. I would even dare to say that that probably would be the best thing to do. Anyway, this crew just continued to climb, but they asked for a lower cruise level than normal, since they were not equipped for flight with reduced vertical separation minimum, RVSM, without an autopilot. And they also kept the passengers seated and briefed the cabin crew about the issue. When they started approaching Jakarta, the captain asked for an uninterrupted descent, and they kept their pan-pan, urgency status active, until they finally landed safely on runway 25 left in Jakarta at time 02:56 local time. Now, very few sources have highlighted the importance of this flight in the reporting around this accident, but it actually holds some of the real keys to what was going to happen on the following day. First, it showed what a huge difference it made for the crew to be aware of the previous problems, since it clearly made them more alert. That's something you only get if you make sure that the technical log is thoroughly read through before the flight, or if you get briefed by an engineer, like in this case. Secondly, this was a very skilled crew, where except for mainly the decision to continue, the captain took all of the right decisions when they were needed. The extra crew member on the jump seat also quickly alerted the crew when MCAS started to force the flight into a descent, and overall the CRM, crew resource management, seemed to be working reasonably well. So even with all of the mistakes that have made these problems possible, providing that these factors were in place, the MCAS issues seemed to be able to be contained. But unfortunately here is where my praise for this crew will end. Because as they were now taxiing in towards their stand in Jakarta, they for some reason reset the stabilizer trim cutout switches. And as the passengers were disembarking, the captain did write up the problems in the technical logbook, but it didn't include the perceived stabilizer runaway, nor the stick shaker. Later, when he went into the crew room and filed his report about the flight, he wrote down the following description. Airspeed unreliable and altitude disagree shown after takeoff. Speed trim system also running to the wrong direction, suspected because of speed difference. Identified that captain instrument was unreliable and handed over control to the first officer. Continue normal checklist of airspeed unreliable and altitude disagree. Decide to continue flying to Charlie Golf Kilo at flight level 280. Landed safely on runway 25 left. As you can see, this didn't include the stick shaker, nor the fact that he had run through the runaway stabilizer checklist, and that in turn meant that the report wasn't given the priority it definitely needed, since it now just looked like an instrument problem. This lack of emphasis in the report on the truly dangerous part of the flight was later traced back to insufficient pilot training on how the Lion Air safety management system actually worked. Anyway, the problem was now that the same lack of information also hit the engineers who attended to the aircraft after the flight. When they opened up the technical log, they could just see that the captain had written up IS and altitude disagree flags shown after takeoff, and a field differential pressure warning that had occurred later on during the flight. Now it's worth noting here that all of these warnings and lights were the ones that were still present in the cockpit at the time when the captain wrote them down. If the angle of attack disagree flag would have also been present, it would likely also have been written down. But since Boeing had missed to include that on the Maxes without an angle of attack indicator, it now wasn't, so the failure was never recorded. The engineers now looked through the fault memory of the aircraft, but didn't write down the reference codes. Instead, they mainly focused on the messages that the captain had written down. They then checked their fault isolation manuals based on this and followed its guidance, which caused them to just flush the pitot tubes and clean the electric connector to the elevator field computer. And since both of these systems were then tested and worked just fine, the aircraft was then released back to service, with the real fault still hidden and still very much active. This finally leads us to the accident flight, which would take place on the following day, early in the morning on the 29th of October 2018. It was still dark outside when the two pilots scheduled to operate Lion Air Flight 610 arrived to the airport in Jakarta. The first officer had not been originally rostered for this flight, but had been called off standby to do it at 4 o'clock in the morning. The route that they now had ahead of them was going to take them from Jakarta over to Pangkal Pinang, and there were 181 passengers booked, including 1 engineer plus 6 cabin crew and 2 pilots, taking the total amount of souls on board up to 189. The pilots went through the weather, OTAMs and flight plans, and there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary. The weather at both Jakarta and their destination was fine, and there was no real turbulence expected. So, after having checked everything, they walked over and briefed their cabin crew and then made their way out towards the aircraft. The captain was going to act as pilot flying for this first leg of the day, so when they reached the cockpit, he checked the technical log and then started setting up the aircraft, whilst the first officer went outside to check that their almost brand new Boeing 737 MAX 8 didn't have any kinks on it. Now, we don't know how much time the captain actually spent checking through the technical log, but when it came time to discuss the technical status of the aircraft with the first officer, he only mentioned that an AVF was unserviceable, nothing else. So it is pretty likely that he only looked at the back of the tech load where all the open technical items are kept and didn't look much further than that. And of course, the engineers had already fixed the problems from the previous flight, so those problems were not written up in there. If he had flipped a few pages back in the log, he would have seen the numerous write-ups that his colleagues had entered during the previous day, and then maybe this story would have had a different ending. But that's sad. Like I mentioned earlier, being prepared for that kind of issue is a huge advantage, and that's why checking the tech log is so crucial. But that actually brings us to who these two pilots were. The captain was a 31-year-old Indian citizen with a total experience of just over 6,000 hours. Of these, he had flown 5,176 hours on the 77 class again. The report didn't specify how many of those were flown in the MAX variant, but it couldn't have been many because it was 3 years back. His training record was generally good, but he had received some remarks regarding the use of resource management of application, as well as some feedback on how he had handled a stall exercise back in 2015. But the problem though was that on this particular day he wasn't feeling well at all. During the pre-flight he told his first officer that he had the flu, and he could also heard coughing quite a few times in the voice recorder. His first officer was a 41-year-old Indonesian national with 5,174 hours of total experience, of which 4,286 had been flown in 2007. His training record was a lot more checked, and he had actually failed at least one check early on in his career. That had then been followed up by several checks with very marginal importance, mainly around handling skills, workload management, and knowledge checklists. In fact, the record shows that he had been struggling on almost every check done all the way up until this flight. Anyway, the cockpit preparation continued in a normal way, with all briefings being performed and checklists completed. They were clear to follow the Basta 1 Charlie departure, which would take straight ahead of the departure on reaching 3,000 feet, where they would turn left via the aircraft Bunga, Rati, Maras, out over the Yaras. The performance was then calculated with a fixture set to 6.6 units for takeoff, a completely normal value for the weight distribution they had, and trim setting is good to remember. The aircraft eventually asked for push and start, and at time 06:15 local time, the pilots completed the before taxi checklist, set flaps 5, and then asked the Jakarta ground controller for taxi. They were then told to taxi towards the holding point for runway 25 left, and also asked to switch over to the Jakarta tower frequency. All normal procedures and checklists were completed as per standard operating procedures, and at this point there were no fault indications, warnings or flags indicating the cockpit, but that would soon change. When the first officer called up, the tower controller instructed the flights to line up and wait from the 25 left. The first officer read this back and then instructed the cabin crew to take their seats for departure and start completing the before takeoff checklist. Everything was now ready to go. So at time 06:20 and 1 second, the tower controller cleared Lion Air Flight 610 for takeoff, the captain moved the thrust lever forward to 40% and 1, and the first officer called out stabilized. The tow gap was then pressed, causing the outer throttle to move the thrust levers into the takeoff thrust position, and the aircraft started accelerating down the runway. A few seconds later, the first officer called out 80 knots, to which the captain responded, check. But already here, a small discrepancy in the speed of 79 knots on the captain's display and 81 on the first officer's had started to creep in. Now, that would have been way too small for anyone to notice, but since the angle of attack vanes now also had enough air flowing around them to start working, they were already indicating vastly different values, with the captains showing an angle of attack 21 degrees higher than the first officers. Now, like I said before, there was no way for the pilots to see that, but there was one thing that could have given them a clue. You see, the flight directors, those magenta vertical and horizontal lines on the pilot's primary flight displays, were supposed to show a 10-degree pitch down until the aircraft reached a speed of 60 knots, and then they should switch to a 15-degree pitch up. But in this case, only the first officers was showing the pitch up. The captain only moved to a 1 degree pitch down instead, showing a clear split. But at this point, the captain would have focused outside, and the first officer on his own displays, so no one would have likely picked this up, nor understand what it meant if they had. A few seconds later, the aircraft called out its automatic, followed by the first officer's rotate. The captain started pulling back on his yoke, and as soon as the nose gear left the ground, the underspeed barber's port shut up on the captain's speed display. This meant that as soon as the aircraft got airborne, the left stick shaker immediately activated, exactly like it had done on the previous flight. And that was also combined with the momentary activation of the takeoff config warning, which the first officer called out. Now remember that this crew likely had no idea about those previous problems, so these sudden, very oral and tactile warnings would have come as a complete startle for them. The captain continued to rotate, but only a few seconds later he called out, "What's wrong?" with the first officer responding, "Autobrake disarm and indicated airspeed disagree." He also called out, "Positive rate," which prompted the captain to ask for the gear to be retracted. And once that was done, the first officer immediately asked the captain if he wanted to return.
Good morning once again from the cockpit. I hope all is well with
So
you
just to
and you're enjoying
clarify,
flying with
what
us
had
so
now
far.
happened was that the left
We've reached
angle
our
attack
cruising
bay
flight
had
level.
once again started
We're
indicating
expecting
a
to
very
arrive on
high
time as
21
planned.
degree
Progress
angle
is going
attack
very
to the
well.
left air day.
Unless anything changes in the meantime, you'll next hear from me
The
around the
angle
time
of
we
attack,
start our
like I
descent,
mentioned
so I'll
earlier,
leave
is
you
a
in the hands of
measurement
our
of the
excellent
angle
cabin crew.
between the wings,
Thanks
chord
very
line
much.
and oncoming air, and if that's too high, it means that the aircraft is about to stall. So, since that's what the faulty vane was now saying, the ADIRU and the stall management yaw damper computer immediately activated the stick shaker on the captain's side. That indication was then also sent to make corrections to the speed and altitude on the captain's side, leading to the IS disagree and soon also altitude disagree warnings. And last but certainly not least, this now also meant that MCAS was primed and ready to start trimming forward as soon as the program conditions were correct for activation. But these two pilots would have had no idea of this. For them, this was just a sudden chaos of different warnings as well as tactile and oral stimuli. And in situations like this, it's super important to fall back onto first the golden rule of aviation: aviate, navigate, communicate, meaning for the captain to just keep pitching to a known value, verifying his trust and then just concentrating on flying. And secondly, for the training of failure management to kick in, which normally says no actions below 400 feet except to cancel any warnings and raise the landing gear with a possible climb. Above 400 feet, providing that the aircraft is under control, the pilot flying should call for the pilot monitoring to help identify the failure in order for the correct memory items to be performed. But in this case, we are already seeing a deviation from these norms, with the captain asking for identification immediately after rotation, and the first officer asking if they should return before that decision could possibly be made. This is a stark contrast to how the previous crew had handled this same problem, and it was soon about to get really worse. About 30 seconds into the flight, the tower controller called the aircraft up and asked them to switch over to the Jakarta director frequency. The first officer read this back without saying anything about the problems that they were having. Instead, a few seconds later, he also called out altitude disagree, which the captain acknowledged. And you could clearly hear that the tone of the captain's voice indicated some quite high stress here, which I completely understand. The first officer now also called a new frequency up, where the controller greeted them, told them that they had radar contact, and instructed them to continue their climb to flight level 270. The first officer read this back and asked the controller if he could tell them what altitudes that they were indicating on his screen. The controller answered 900 feet, which was a value in between what the captain and the first officer's altitudes were showing. But what is important to understand here is that the values shown to the controller is coming directly from the aircraft's own transponder. So if the first officer was trying to figure out which altimeter was working here, he would only get the value corresponding to whatever altimeter was sending its values to the controller, in this case, likely the captain's. This is a very common misconception among pilots, that the controllers are using some kind of raw radar to get accurate values, when in reality they are not. Anyway, the aircraft continued its climb, and after the first officer had completed his call with the controller, the captain asked him to start completing the airspeed unreliable memory items. This was the correct thing to do, and memory items, meaning checklist items that has to be done by memory because of their time-critical nature, are something that all pilots have to know by heart. But the first officer just didn't respond to the captain's request here, and the captain didn't follow it up. Remember, this first officer had struggled with checklist reading and knowledge before, so it is entirely possible that he just didn't know these memory items. Instead, 7 seconds later, he asked the captain what altitude he would like and suggested that they should start flying downwind for the return. Again, this is a sign of the bias from the first officer to just return back and land instead of first dealing with the problem, and therefore the request was also rejected by the captain, who just told him to ask the controller for holding instead. The first officer complied, and as a response to that, the controller asked what the problem was. Now, this would have been a perfect time to declare an emergency, mayday, or at least an urgency, pan, but the first officer didn't do that. Instead, he just responded, flight control problems. And that would turn out to be a big mistake. You see, the controllers in Jakarta had not been instructed to give any kind of priority to aircraft who were just reporting problems. So this controller now just continued to treat the aircraft like any other traffic in this area, which would mean a lot higher workload for the crew, as you see. In any case, the first officer now asked the captain if he wanted to start retracting the flaps, which the captain didn't think was a good idea. But he didn't then follow that up with asking for the actual retraction. So the first officer had to continue to prompt that, which is another indication of the captain being under quite severe workload here. As this was going on, the first officer also soon called out a field differential pressure warning that had appeared, together with a master caution warning. Again, this was exactly like on the previous flight and also connected to the faulty angle of attack vane outside. It's likely that the captain now wanted to try to get some time to concentrate on figuring out the failure, because at time 0622 and 14 seconds he asked the first officer to take over the controls. But the first officer just responded, stand by, so the transfer never took place, and again the captain didn't repeat the request. The controller had now noticed that it looked like the flight had started to descend, so he called them up and advised them about this, and he also asked what altitude they wanted. The first officer suggested 6,000 feet, but the captain, who was now pulling to get out of that descent, told him to ask for 5,000 instead, which the first officer also did. And that was also then followed by the first officer continuing to prompt for flap retraction. They were now at flaps 1, so when the captain asked him to take flaps up, the last condition for MCAS activation was now only seconds away. The controller approved the flight to maintain 5,000 feet and now also told him to turn left heading 050 degrees. When the captain started doing that, he momentarily overbanked slightly more than 35 degrees, causing a bank angle warning. And almost immediately as soon as that warning started activating, the flaps fully retracted and the trim started moving forward in the move down direction for 10 seconds, driving the trim setting from 6.1 to 3.8 degrees. Now the final report didn't specify if this was MCAS or the normal speed trim system that did this. The speed trim system is also supposed to trim forward in a high angle of attack situation to help the pilot push the nose forward. But in this case, the only thing it did was to make it significantly harder for the captain to maintain his climbed attitude. So he now called for the first officer to select flap 1 again, maybe because he felt that he had more control before the flaps were retracted. The first officer complied, which again removed the activation conditions for MCAS. The captain also trimmed back up again to a setting of 4.7 degrees stabilizer trim in order to remove the stick force that he was now feeling, but this whole segment had already led to a short rapid descent. That descent, together with the flaps extending, actually stopped the stick shaker since it brought the indicated left angle of attack down to 18 degrees. But that would not last for very long. The descent rate reached 3,200 feet before the captain got the pitch back under control and continued to trim nose up again, whilst he also restarted his climb back up. The underspeed Barber's ports on the captain's speed display were now sitting at 285 knots, which of course was a crazy high value for their current attitude and configuration, and since the aircraft now started climbing again, reducing the speed slightly, they soon received an oral
airspeed low warning.
This caused the captain to cry out, memory item, memory item. The first officer still didn't understand what checklist he was supposed to go for, so he just responded, "Field differential already done, auto brake, engine start switches off. What's the memory items here?" But to that, the captain just responded, "Check." And when the first officer continued with "flight control," he just said, "Yeah." If you think the communication wasn't working really well here, you would be absolutely right. The stress was definitely getting to the captain, and the first officer seemed utterly confused about what checklists he should prioritize, whilst getting very little help from the captain. Anyway, the first officer kept furiously flipping through pages of the quick reference handbook, and he also asked the controller which speed he saw and what was indicated on the radar. The controller responded that the ground speed was indicated as 222 knots, which would have been pretty close to how fast they were actually flying. If they would have done what the previous crew had done from the very beginning and cross-checked their instruments, they would have seen that the first officers and standby speeds would have been very close to each other. And with that information, they could have therefore transferred controls and maybe gotten things to slow down a bit. But for now, that wasn't done, and the captain just maintained the controls. The crew now also selected flaps 5, and the captain continued trimming further nose up, whilst also climbing back up towards 5,000 feet. And as he did so, the overspeed and underspeed barber's poles merged on the speed display, and the stick shape deactivated. The first officer spent the next few seconds continuing to flip through various checklists, calling out random titles until the captain finally said, "No, airspeed unreliable, airspeed unreliable." The first officer acknowledged this, and as that was going on, the normal speed trim was constantly moving the trim slightly, followed by the captain hitting opposite trim. There were also several altitude alerts happening around the same time, as the aircraft was still deviating from its cleared 5,000 feet. But at time 0624 and 27 seconds, the aircraft was almost maintaining 5,000 feet. But even though things now looked like they were about to stabilize, the opposite was actually about to happen. As the first officer continued to look for the airspeed unreliable normal checklist, which, by the way, is one of our most important checklists and is therefore written in bold letters on the very front of the QRH, the flight data recorder started indicating that the flaps were being retracted again. But this was not called out by the crew, and given how deeply concentrated the first officer was in his checklist searching, I would guess that it was the captain who was retracting them, maybe to try out how the aircraft would be reacting. The maximum speed for flaps 1 and 5 is 250 knots, so maybe he had realized that they were likely flying much faster than that and wanted to see if he could get rid of some of the warnings by retracting them. Who knows? In any case, the controller now came in and instructed the flight to turn left onto 350 degrees whilst maintaining 5,000 feet. The first officer read this back, even though in normal situations where checklists are being read, the pilot flying should take the radio, not the pilot monitoring. In the background, the flaps were now commanded fully up, and as they were traveling, the first officer informed the captain that there is no airspeed unreliable checklist, which I'm guessing frustrated the captain quite a bit. But 5 seconds later, the first officer seemed to have finally found checklists and started reading through it. And as he was doing that, the flaps finally reached a fully retracted position. An MCAS activated, trimming forward for 2 seconds until the captain interrupted it with a manual trim up command. But do you remember what happened every time that the manual electric trim switch was pushed? Yes, this just reset the MCAS, which waited 5 seconds and then started trimming those down again. This now happened 4 times over the next minute, every time interrupted by the captain, trimming it back up to normal values again. Now you might ask why this didn't prompt him to start executing the memory items for a runway stabilizer like the other captain had done. And in order to understand that, you have to understand that a runway stabilizer was practiced in the simulator as a continuous stabilizer movement, normally only stopped by the pilots executing the correct memory items. This movement that the captain was now fighting was not continuous. Instead, it behaved just like a speed trim system, only faster. Remember, the pilot on the previous day had actually written that in his report about the incident, which was likely also the reason why he didn't report the runway stabilizing. He had believed that what he was experiencing was just an effect of the speed trim system being confused, not an actual runaway stabilizer, and certainly not this completely unknown MCAS system. So this captain was likely thinking something similar, and he also could control it without any major difficulty by just stopping the motion with his trim switch and then trimming back up again. So I can definitely understand why the runaway stabilizer checklist didn't automatically enter into his mind, especially with the level of stress that he was now feeling. The first officer kept reading through the airspeed unreliable checklist, with the captain confirming each step when it was done. But they kept being interrupted by the controller asking them to constantly change their headings. The record shows that the crew wasn't following the heading instructions very closely here, which was likely why the controller kept going back to them. Again, a pan-pan or a mayday call would have gotten rid of all of these distractions. At the same time, in the background, MCAS kept activating, and the captain kept stopping it and trimming back up, over and over. Eventually, the first officer started looking through the performance in-flight figures needed to fly with unreliable airspeed, and he also soon dinged for the person to come forward to the cockpit, but the captain asked her to go and get the engineer who was sitting in the back. The engineer then entered the cockpit, and the captain said, "Look what happened," likely pointing out all of the warnings that he had on the screens as well as continuous stick shaking. But the engineer, who wasn't rated on the max, didn't have much value to add. The controller at the same time kept giving it new headings, whilst the captain, who was obviously concentrating mainly on keeping the aircraft from pitching down, still wasn't following these headings accurately. The first officer didn't point out his deviations. The controller soon also noticed that the aircraft appeared to be descending slightly again, so he again told them about this and then asked them to switch over to the arrival frequency. When the first officer did this and informed the new controller of their flight control problems, they were told that they could expect an approach into runway 25 left, and that they needed to turn onto a heading of 070 degrees. And now, the captain took a decision that would have very grave consequences. Because at times 06:30 and 48 seconds, he handed the controls over to the first officer, but he did so without telling him about the issues he had been having with trim. Maybe he thought that this would be obvious, or maybe he thought that his colleague had noticed it during the many trim cycles which he had already fought with the aircraft. I don't know. But I do know that this first officer had a training history behind him where several of his instructors had highlighted weaknesses in his handling skills. Anyway, the first officer responded, "I have controls," and when he took over, he immediately started by trimming up for 3 seconds, which was a good sign. During the time that the captain had been flying, he had kept the trim between 4.8 and 6 units, even with MCAS activating. But only seconds after the first officer had taken over, MCAS activated again, and now brought the trim forward to 3.4 units, without the first officer stopping it like the captain had. When this happened, the first officer claimed, was pulling back hard to maintain this level. The captain, meanwhile, had taken up the radio and was now asking the arrival controller if they could route directly towards the point Esala due to some weather that he saw in the area, which the controller also approved. The first officer now started trimming back, but only for about 1 second, which again reset MCAS for another activation. The captain was still busy talking to traffic control, explaining the problems and the ability to maintain a precise altitude. He used the wrong call sign here, Lion Air Flight 656, but that doesn't mean anything. At time 06:31 and 15 seconds, MCAS activated again for about 3 seconds, before it was, this time, interrupted by the first officer, who trimmed back up again, but only for 1 second. This meant that the trim setting was now at 2.9 units, and with that, the first officer had to pull back with a force of about 65 pounds, or 30 kilos, in order to keep the aircraft riding. He started trimming back up again, but only for another 3 seconds, never enough to completely take away the forces that he was feeling. And every time he trimmed, MCAS was the captain continued to talk to the controller, explaining that they needed a block altitude of 3,000 feet above and below their cleared level, and the controller asked around which altitude, to which the captain responded 5,000, interrupted by a panicked call from the first officer, saying that the plane was flying down. The captain just responded, "It's okay." he clearly hadn't understood the gravity of what was happening, because MCAS had now activated again, driving the trim down to 1.3 units. This meant that the first officer was now pulling 82 pounds, or 37 kilos, and the pitch had fallen to 2 degrees below the horizon, creating a descent rate of around 2,000 feet per minute. But this was still not all. As he continued to pull, the first officer also began trimming up, but again only for 2 seconds, which meant that the trim only went up slightly before MCAS activated again, bringing the trim down to a terrifying 0.2 degrees. The first officer was now pulling with 93 pounds or 42 kilos while calling "fly up!" But the aircraft still pitched forward into a descent of over 10,000 feet per minute at an altitude of just 3,200 feet. The first officer desperately trimmed back a final time, but by now you know what that means. As the enhanced ground proximity warning system started calling out, MCAS activated one final time, with the overspeed tracker now silent in the background. At time 0631 and 55 seconds, just under 12 minutes after takeoff, Lion Air Flight 610 crashed straight into Java Sea, instantly killing all 189 persons on board and smashing the aircraft into pieces. During the following minutes, the controllers tried to get into contact with the aircraft, but obviously with no success. Eventually, the accident alarm was activated together with a large search and rescue effort, who soon found wreckage parts floating on the surface of the sea close to where the latest radar trace had been lost. This accident immediately sent shockwaves throughout the world. How could a brand new aircraft like this just drop from the sky seemingly without any reason? The flight data recorder and the voice recorder were eventually found, and with that the investigation got underway, soon delivering the details I have explained in this video. Boeing, from the very start, directed most of the blame toward the pilots and the airline, and as we have just seen, not without reason. But a feeling of unease soon started moving through the pilot community. It was soon made public that this MCAS system existed, something that almost no pilot who was actually operating the aircraft knew about, and this system seemed mysteriously powerful for something that was just supposed to be augmenting the maneuvering characteristics. And a lot of pilots also soon started asking, how could something like that have been allowed to rely on just one single sensor?
A single malfunctioning AOA sensor triggered a powerful anti-stall system called MCAS, which forced the nose of the plane down.
The final report, which would take a few years to complete, came up with an astonishing 89 different findings and 9 contributing factors, including serious problems with the certification, oversight of the 77 MAX development, issues with maintenance of Lion Air, as well as deficiencies in the crew resource management, procedures and handling by the operating crew. Loads of safety recommendations were issued for basically everyone involved, including Lion Air, Boeing, the FAA, as well as the air traffic controllers in Indonesia, who were told to treat reports of flight control problems more seriously. Boeing were quick to issue a flight crew operations manual describing the problem and how it was supposed to be rectified. They highlighted that existing procedures using normal trim and the runway stabilizer on normal checklist was enough to deal with the problem. And with, I think, most pilots and industry insiders were initially quite happy. This was seen as a mishandling technical issue caused by the fitting of faulty parts, and the suggested ways of dealing with it seemed straightforward. But that was before another accident happened, only a few months later. An accident that would completely change the way that people view this accident, as well as the Boeing 737 MAX, forever. And I will tell you that story in my next video, which, if you are a member of my Patreon crew, you will be able to watch before everyone else, hopefully already today if my excellent team has been able to complete it. Now, check out this video if you want a little more background on how the MAX was created, and thank you so much for watching.
Of 2 deadly plane crashes in just 5 months.
Airlines flight that killed 157 people.
When it comes to Boeing 737 MAX and the two tragic crashes that it was involved in, the question often becomes why Boeing chose to launch this plane in the first place. That clearly deserves an answer, but even if we do, it won't explain the whole story. Now, the bigger thing to understand here is how Boeing managed to design and certify an aircraft with a system that should have been the equivalent of having a tiny kitten locked in a cage, but instead became a loose tiger. Stay tuned. I've recently looked at Boeing's culture and the way it evolved during the last few decades, as well as the effects that this had on the company's relationship with suppliers, workers, and customers, and even with bodies like the FAA and the NTSB.
The MAX 9 grounding is helping straw the broken camel's back for us.
Today, I will look at how that cultural shift in the company also affected Boeing's engineering and aircraft development, and how this tied up with the two MAX disasters in 2008 and 2019. But let's start with how Boeing decided to make the 737 MAX in the first place. The first ever Boeing 737 entered service a long time ago, already back in 1968. Now, I have flown the 737NG for my entire career, which I have absolutely loved, but despite its many updates and revisions, there's no getting around the fact that this is a really old jet who started carrying passengers even before Neil Armstrong walked on the moon. Now, if Boeing had decided to end the production of the 737 with the NG or the next generation family, the type would have still been in production for over 50 to 52 years, making it a true aviation icon with more than 10,000 aircraft built. But instead, in August of 2011, they decided to launch yet another re-engined version, which they this time decided to call the 737 MAX. But it turns out that that wasn't the company's first choice. And the reason for that ties into a question that a lot of you people have been asking. Why did Boeing stop making the 757 but not the 737? Now, I've actually done a video on that topic, but the short answer is Boeing didn't pick the 737 over the 757. Back in the mid-2000s, Boeing actually intended to replace both of those aircraft with new ones. The 737 just stayed in production for a little bit longer because Boeing still had orders for it and kept getting more, whilst that wasn't the case with the 757. It's as simple as that. Now, during that time, the nemesis of the 737 was the Airbus A320 family, and in the 1990s, Boeing had actually designed the 737NG just to make sure that they could compete with the Airbus A320 family successfully, which the NG also did. But both Boeing and Airbus knew that newer, better engine technologies was just around the corner by then, with both CFM and Pratt & Whitney working on designs that would be able to achieve double-digit percentages of efficiency gains. So that meant that both manufacturers now had a choice to make. Would they design an all-new aircraft to fit these engines too, or would they redesign the planes that they already had? For Airbus, the choice was relatively simple, at least on the technical side. In 2010, the Airbus A320 had only been in service for around 22 years, meaning that there was still plenty of life left in it, so a re-engined version seemed like the obvious way to go. Also, besides being younger, the Airbus A320 family has a taller landing gear, meaning that it sits much higher off the ground than the 737 family does, giving it much more room under its wings for larger diameter engines. Now that's super important because newer, more efficient engines all have a bigger diameter for a larger fan, which is needed to achieve higher bypass ratios and those double-digit gains that I mentioned before. For the Boeing 737, however, the re-engine option was much less attractive. Like I mentioned, it sat low, close to the ground, like its ancestor, the 727 had done, and it had been constructed in that way in order to make boarding and disembarking with air stairs easier and also to facilitate manual ground handling. In the years since, though, that last factor had just basically stopped being a factor because basically all smaller airports eventually got baggage handling equipment that they needed. Although I happen to know that many baggage handlers still prefer the low stance of the 737 over the higher Airbus A320, but that doesn't really matter. Anyway, this low stance meant that fitting larger engines to the 737 wasn't going to be easy. Boeing had actually already struggled to fit the first CFM56s to the 737 Classic back in the 1980s, where it had required fitting the engines further forward of the wing instead of under it, like on the original 737s. And even after doing that, those CFM engines themselves had to be changed in order to fit to the 737. That's the reason why they have that noticeably flat bottom, which gives them another few inches of ground clearance. And because of that redesign, several other systems also had to be relocated inside of the engine. But even after that, the fan diameter of those engines still had to be smaller than on other versions of the same CFM56 engines.
I love
737NG family
episode. I was sad to be
required the engine, pylons and some other systems. Now, the engines on the Airbus A320 still had a larger diameter and a higher bypass ratio than those on the 737NG, but Boeing still managed to make the engine competitive with the Airbus, only just. Now, obviously, any further re-engine attempt would involve using larger engines on an aircraft that simply wasn't made for them. So, why would Boeing consider that? Well, the answer is that another 737 engine would allow the aircraft manufacturer to avoid something that Boeing's CEO at the time, Tim McNerney, called a moonshot. And I'll explain what I mean by that in a minute, but when we're on the subject of moonshots and revolutionary designs, what do you think about this watch that I'm wearing? Now, I really like it, and it was obviously my wife, who clearly has a way better fashion sense than I do, who helped me pick it out. And honestly, the more I wear it, the more I realize that this is probably the perfect holiday gift. It's stylish,
Good morning once again from the cockpit.
Effortlessly.
As you've probably noticed,
Now,
we've started our
if you're
descent.
wondering where you can find
Depending
one,
on the destination air traffic, we should be landing in around 20 minutes. In the meantime, I will be instructing the cabin crew to get the cabin ready for our arrival.
Specializing in
After that, the seatbelt sign will be illuminated and you'll need to stay seated until after landing. On that note, if you need to use the toilet, then you should try to visit one now, as they will be closed during the approach. For now, though, I will wish you a very good morning once again, and I'll speak to you in a short while once we've landed.
Wood core in German, but I think that it means cool in basically every language. The watch that I'm wearing is called Flow Finder, made partially from maple wood, and it comes in different color versions if you're interested. Holzken also sent me this sleek modulus bracelet made with stainless steel, which really helps elevate any outfit. So if you want to treat yourself or your loved ones this holiday season, then click on my link here below, which is holzken.com/mentor, and use my code MENTORNOW at checkout to save 15% site-wide for a limited time only. Thank you, Holzken. Now, let's most explanations around why Boeing developed the MAX instead of an ordinary aircraft concentrate on a large aircraft order made by American Airlines. To surprise Boeing by selecting the Airbus A320 over the 737 back in 2011. This happened after Airbus had announced its decision to re-engine the Airbus A320 family, and at that time Boeing had basically decided on designing an all-new aircraft instead. But that surprise order by one of the largest, most loyal customers forced them to instead abandon those plans and quickly refocus the development of the 737. To be clear, that explanation isn't completely wrong. Before hearing about the American Airlines team, Boeing's engineers had been favoring an all-new airplane, which would borrow a lot of fresh technologies and features from the brand new Boeing 787. In February of 2011, contract, we're going to do a new airplane instead of a real 737. Although he then clarified that the final decision about that hadn't really been made yet. Then American Airlines forced Boeing's hand.
What I mean by that is
for one, book Air Wars, it looks like Airbus had pursued that deal with American Airlines specifically to force Boeing to re-engine the 737. In 2010, when Airbus decided to re-engine their A320s, the 2008 financial crisis had just happened a few years before, and it was less than a decade after 9/11. So with the financial reality that existed at the time, Airbus weren't sure if they could even afford to develop an all-new airliner. But if Boeing decided to go ahead with an all-new plane, Airbus would have no choice but to do the same. Airbus believed that an Airbus A320neo would be much more efficient than the 737 with bigger engines, which, as it turns out, wasn't quite true. But there was no question that an all-new Boeing aircraft would be even more efficient, making the Airbus A320neo obsolete. Now, Hamilton explains that this strategy was a gamble for Airbus, because if Boeing had taken bait and instead gone ahead and designed a new plane, well then they would be caught between a rock and a hard place, literally. But this is where the airlines was the indecisive factor in Boeing's decision-making starts to Okay, losing an order for 200 planes from a loyal airline customer was a big deal, but we're talking about aircraft designs for the very heart of the market, with jets. Those type of aircraft pay back for their investment over decades, not by a single order, so would it really be worth risking such a long-term strategy only on this? Well, this is where we get back to the then Boeing CEO, Jim McNerney, and his aversion to moonshots. As you probably already guessed, moonshot is what McNerney called the design of the aircraft. Boeing's decision to make what we now call the 737 MAX came just after the 747 was put in service after what had been a very problematic development, full of delays and cost overruns. The 787 had been supposed to enter service faster and cheaper than Boeing's previous all-new wide-body 777, but that hadn't happened, and McNerney wasn't in the mood for a repeat of that process. McNerney's motto for Boeing at the time was more for less, which applied to his view towards suppliers and workers, but as it turns out, also towards aircraft development. In an investor call in 2014, he said, "All of us has gotten religion. Every 25 years, a big moonshot. And then if you use a 707 or a 787, that's the wrong way to pursue this business. The more for less world will not let you pursue moonshots." Now, the bitter irony of that statement is that McNerney made it a few months after the launch of the 777X, basically as his way to justify that project. And given the problems of that project, I'd say that this statement didn't age very well. And by the way, let me just pause here and voice my disdain for this type of reasoning in a world leading engineering firm. The thought of just squeezing the last bit of water out of every rock instead of boldly looking forward and solving new problems is almost always the penny-pinching beginning of the end for the future of any industry. When you stop innovating and start relying on only defending old wins, you basically start dying. But as for the 737 MAX, it looks like that American Airlines order came at just the right time, or wrong time, depending on how you see it, to sway Boeing's board back toward a re-engined 737. Now, the way that decision came has led some to assume that Boeing rushed the development of the MAX in order to beat Airbus. Now, that was probably because when Boeing learned of the imminent Airbus contract, their sales team scrambled to come up with this new plane's key details, from terms and conditions, in just one day. But it's fair to say that this is probably a bit misleading. When all of this was happening, Boeing had been studying and comparing the performance of a 737 re-engine versus a new plane for many months and probably years. And like I said earlier, Boeing's efforts to squeeze bigger engines under the 737's wings had not started with the MAX, so they probably thought that they knew what they were doing when that decision was taken. You see, another super important detail in Boeing's choice was the fact that many airlines really wanted a re-engined 737 instead of an all-new aircraft. American Airlines, Southwest and many others were keen to get a newer and more efficient version of the aircraft that they already knew. But there was a catch to that. Those airlines would only really want another 737 if Boeing could promise to make it really easy for their pilots to transition over to it. That had actually been a key point for Airbus and its A320neo family. For their pilots, the new version would basically fly exactly like the existing A320s, sure, new engines came with new procedures, but those could be taught without the pilot spending any time in a simulator, which was super key. So that's what the airlines wanted to hear from Boeing too. All 737s apart from the very first 737-100 and 200 models can be operated on the same pilot type rating. So that's what the airlines now also demand.
Welcome to On-Air Airline Manager.
But even for aircraft variants within the same
years to
type
come,
rating, there is
dive
often a
into the
requirement for
ultimate aviation
different
simulation,
training, which
where
often
players
also
from
can
around the
involve
world
some
connect,
simulation.
collaborate.
The airlines
Whether you're
really
starting
want
as
to
a
avoid
small
that
bush
at
pilot
all
or
possible.
running a
So
fighter
in other words, they want
possibilities
pilots
are
to have
endless.
trained to fly.
Lease your first airliner or
to
rent
be
a
able to
bush
transition
plane.
directly
The choice
over
is
to the
yours.
737 MAX
With over
only
2
some
million pilot
computer-based
flights
training
logged
on
from
the
Microsoft
16.
Flight Simulator,
Basically a training session
X-Plane,
with the pilots
P3D, and FSX, and 8 million AI
If
flights.
Boeing
You're joining
so
a true
airlines will be able to immediately use their existing ER-77 pilots for this brand variant.
Navigate a dynamic
These pilots
economy.
would then be able to
Manage
switch back and
airports,
forth
build
between
fixed base
the
operators, share
777
assets,
variants
and
as well,
hire crew.
which is a super big deal since it would take many years for an airline with
From buying,
777Gs to
renting,
fully transition
or leasing
over to
aircraft and tracking your finances.
Again,
On-Air has the
Airbus
tools to
already
help.
offered this to their airline
Explore a
customers
persistent
who were
MMO world that runs in
but
real
the
time.
A320
Manage
is a
charter
fly-by-wire
flights,
aircraft
create
that can be
virtual
programmed
airlines,
to mimic
and
the flight
develop
characteristics
custom
of the variant.
Whether you're
using
delivering
this
cargo, transporting
That's very
passengers,
handy, since
or
another
managing your
requirement
very
that
own
aircraft
airport.
have to satisfy
You can
in order to
optimize
keep
every
the type
aspect
rating is that they share almost exactly the same handling characteristics. Now again, this is obviously something that Boeing had to deal with before, since the 737 has changed a lot over the decades. But in the case of the MAX, this is where we get to the part in this story that many people think they understand, but most don't. The Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System, or MCAS. As I already explained, the CFM LEAP-1 Bravo engines of the 737 MAX are bigger
No.
than the CFM56s are.
This is
And
not the
meant
time
that
for
they
you to
again had
happen.
move slightly more forward and further up in front of the wing than the previous engines. But contrary to what you might have heard, the engine position of the 737
Go
MAX
away,
is not
stupid disconnected morning.
Actually, aside from some military jets, all aircraft have a center of gravity in front of the center of pressure of the wing. So having more weight further forward actually makes the plane more stable, not less. However, it is true that under certain conditions, like when the aircraft was flown at high angles of attack, those large, flat-bottomed engine nacelles actually started producing a certain amount of lift. And while that lift was not enough to make the aircraft unstable, it did change the feel of the aircraft control slightly. In technical terms, it changed something known as the stick force gradient. Now the aircraft would still fly fine, it wouldn't be any more prone to stalls or anything, but in these very specific circumstances, when the aircraft was flown manually at high angles of attack and with flaps up, its yoke would feel slightly lighter than the yoke of a 737NG. So that just needed to be sorted out. But what if something could trim the aircraft's nose forward a bit under these circumstances? Trim it to effectively cancel out that lightness in the controls and make the airplane behave more like any other 737. As it happened, Boeing had recently developed another aircraft that needed exactly this kind of system. And this was the KC-46 Alpha tanker, which was basically a military 767 freighter. Now, thanks to its use as both a tanker and a freighter, the KC-46 was created to be able to fly with a wider center of gravity envelope than a regular 767, and it therefore required this MCAS system as well. Now, I will soon release a video over on the Mentor Pilot channel where I will look at the technical and functional side of
Cabin crew, prepare the cabin for landing.
But a key point to understand here is that after Boeing's engineers decided to include this system in the MAX, it was originally only supposed to be available at higher speeds and with a very small trim input, which is what the original specifications given from the FAA also said. But Boeing's test pilots soon found that it probably was needed at slower speeds as well, so the scope of the system kept growing. This meant that MCAS went through a number of evolutions as Boeing's engineers and test pilots tested the aircraft's handling during development, and that meant that while the FAA of the existence of MCAS in its original version, they didn't know what it eventually became. And what it eventually became was quite disturbing. The idea was that if the aircraft was placed under conditions that would activate the MCAS, then the system would operate just once to simulate that stick force I talked about before. And it would then reset itself when the pilots trim the aircraft manually. But in practice, the fact that the system reset itself also meant that it would be able to repeat its input again and again and again if the underlying activation criteria was still sensed. And not only that, but in low-speed situations, Boeing had allowed each trim input from MCAS to be a staggering 2.5 degrees, which is a very substantial input and more than what a pilot would trim in one go under most circumstances. On top of this, when a risk assessment was made, the risk that MCAS would deem to have after failure was initially deemed as major, on a scale including minor, major, hazardous and catastrophic. And since major was at the bottom half of that scale, MCAS was deemed safe to form part of the normal speed trim system, which was already fitted to the 737, and that was a system that relied on only one single angle of attack sensor at the time. So what ended up happening with the version of the MCAS that first entered service was that an erroneous activation would not only trim the plane's nose down again and again, but each activation could also be bigger than the opposite trim that pilots would be comfortable with inputting, leading to a successively higher and higher nose down trim. And this could all be triggered by a single fault in one single sensor. The way that the system was supposed to work, with a small single activation, would have represented a risk akin to a kitty in a cage in a room. But with these potentially repeated large activations, it added up to something akin to a loose tiger in the room instead, as my friend Björn described it. Now, to be clear, Boeing believed that this system would be activated very rarely. It would only come on during manual flight with the flaps retracted and high angles of attack, which never happened. So functionally, as a system, Boeing didn't think that it was a big deal. Even if something did go wrong, they thought that the pilots would quickly recognize the problem and react in time to fix it by first inputting the opposite elevator, then stopping the movement with their trim switch, and finally, if needed, disabling the whole system with the stabilizer trim cutout switches. And that was already part of something known as a runway stabilizer non-movement checklist, used if the stabilizer trim would start misbehaving. But in order to react on time, the pilots would have needed to know that this system existed, and initially at least we didn't, because Boeing left the details of MCAS out of the MAX manuals. Now, there is a lot more to add to the technical side of MCAS, which again I will cover in a complimentary pilot video, but what I want to focus on here are Boeing's processes and decision making. In other words, why did Boeing do all these things?
Hi, Captain.
Why did they cobble together a system like this, and why did they keep it secret from
If you let me know when you're ready to land, I'll make sure
the FAA has come under a lot of scrutiny for allowing...
We're almost ready, actually, so you can take your seat
but
now.
why did Boeing and its employees go along with it in the first place? Well, this is where we get back to Boeing's culture.
Landing, please.
Obviously, the motivation behind all of these decisions was to make sure that no sim training was required for existing 737 pilots in order to fly on the MAX. But the company's culture at this point meant that they prioritized meeting deadlines and commercial commitments like sim training over basically everything else. And a series of emails between Boeing test pilots and other employees who were released in the aftermath of the crashes made this clear to everyone. Now, initially, a lot of people placed the blame for the MAX crashes with the airlines, as well as with the pilot training in Indonesia, Ethiopia, and elsewhere. And even though some mistakes had definitely been made by them, as I will soon show you, making a blanket statement like that was not just unfair, it was also misleading. Lion Air had actually been uneasy about letting their pilots fly on the MAX without simulator training. So in 2017, over a year before the first MAX crash, they had asked Boeing for an option to do so, and Boeing's employees found this request alarming. They quickly rushed to shut down this idea so that it wouldn't create a precedent for others to follow. And actually,
What's the crown for this
pilot
long
had indicated
walk?
in
Got
another
my coffee
internal
ready
memo
and my
that the
seatbelt
company
worked for
expected
dry
requests
wash.
for sim training to come from regulators, not from the airlines. He said that the company will not allow that to happen, will go face to face with any regulator who tries to make that a requirement. Just let that sink in for a bit, because what we're talking about here is pilot training. Training to fly an aircraft with passengers on board. After the first MAX crash, a lot of airlines reached out to Boeing for information about MCAS, since remember they didn't previously even know that this system existed. One of those airlines was Ethiopia, whose chief pilot emailed Boeing's chief pilot asking specifically what to do when confronted with multiple faults and how to prioritize them. Now, after receiving that, multiple Boeing employees had an email discussion on how to respond to this very direct technical series of questions. And basically, their approach reads like an effort to reply to the Ethiopian Airlines chief pilot in the most vague way possible, citing the ongoing investigation of the first crash. And of course, Ethiopian Airlines was then going to be the next airline to suffer a devastating crash. Now, according to the New York Times, Boeing had a very different attitude towards pilots from US-based airlines, which made comparisons between pilots around the world even less meaningful and just added to the resentment towards Boeing. The released emails are full of insulting comments towards Boeing, towards the FAA and the airlines, quite extreme, even considering that they were never meant for publication. But more importantly here, these emails reveal just how little faith Boeing's own people had in the way that the company was operating. Perhaps the most famous line was that the newest 737 was designed by clowns, who in turn are supervised by monkeys. But it's quite clear that a lot of Boeing workers understood where the basis of the problem was. Someone else had written, "I don't know how to fix these things. It's systemic, it's culture. It's the fact that we have a senior leadership team that understand very little about the business and yet are driving us to certain objectives." Anyway, going down the rabbit hole of all Boeing's decisions which led to the design of MCAS and everything else around it is something that the FAA and other regulators have been now trying to do for over 5 years, because we do need to know that this cannot happen again. But it is equally important to understand that Boeing did fix MCAS. It's now connected to 2 angle of attack sensors, so will kill MCAS if they feel that they disagree, and the system is now only able to activate once per flight, never more. So it now really is that kitten in a cage that we talked about before, and that it was always supposed to be. On top of that, 737 pilots today do simulator training to learn how to fly the MAX and how to deal with problems that they might encounter, including more detailed training around the speed trim system, how the aircraft can react and feel with and without MCAS, and how to deal with anomalies. I have operated the MAX myself, and I really liked the aircraft. It handled beautifully, and it's just so much more efficient than the engine. Now, it does take ages to start the engines, but that's a different podcast. Hi everybody, welcome to Mentor and yet another video podcast. But these disasters was also the reason why the industry reacted so strongly in January of 2024 when the door plug blowout happened to an Alaska Airlines MAX 9. Because that showed that Boeing still had potential problems to fix in their culture, which is why they have undergone so many management changes since then. And I wouldn't be surprised if we keep seeing changes in the company for quite some time to come. Now, do you have any more questions about the MAX, and would you like me to explain anything else? Let me know in the comments below. I hope that I have earned a subscription from you, and consider joining my Patreon crew if you want to support what we do here. Or check out my sponsor below. Have an absolutely fantastic day wherever you are, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Imagine sitting in your hotel room on a tropical island, casually looking out through your window, and then suddenly realizing that a Boeing 737 is coming straight towards you at an altitude of only 50 feet over the sea. This might sound like a movie scene, but it actually happened on the island of St. Martin a few years back, and the fascinating story of what led up to it is what I'll be covering today, so stay tuned. The story of WestJet Flight 2652 started on the 7th of March 2017, around midday in Toronto International Airport, and what happened on this flight is interesting for a number of different reasons. The flight was scheduled as a normal passenger flight going from Toronto Lester B. Pearson International Airport in Canada towards Princess Juliana Airport on the island of Sint Maarten in the Caribbean Sea. Sint Maarten is an autonomous country within the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and it shares landmass with Saint Martin, which is a French overseas collectivity. The island is situated in the southern part of the Caribbean Sea, to the east of the Dominican Republic, and it's a tropical paradise with fantastic beaches and resorts. But maybe the most famous feature is Maho Beach, which is situated only meters away from Princess Juliana Airport. The closeness to the airport means that beachgoers will get super close to the landing and departing aircraft, closer than almost anywhere else in the world, and that has led up to some truly amazing photos and videos over the years. Something that we will see in this story as well, but we'll get to that later. Now, the reason that the airport is situated so close to the beach is not to delight avgates. No, the real reason is the steep terrain that rises on the other side of the runway, causing some terrain clearance issues for the missed approach segment of the approaching aircraft, and that fact will play an important role in this story. The pilots that were scheduled to operate this flight were both very experienced. The captain had been working for WestJet close to 10 years at the time of the flight and had around 14,000 hours in total time. He'd flown most of that time on the Boeing 737, which was the type that he was going to command during this incident as well. The first officer was almost equally experienced, with 12,500 hours of total time, and he had been working for the company a little over 7 years when this happened. The flight from Toronto down to St. Martin was scheduled to last 4 hours and 24 minutes, making it a medium-haul flight, but during very civilized hours, and both pilots were well rested before they met up at the airport. Around 1 hour prior to the flight, the pilots started reviewing the briefing pack that they had received. This included the flight plans, NOTAMs, as well as en route weather, which all looked perfectly okay, and when they started looking at the destination weather, it also looked pretty decent. The weather forecast indicated wind from 070 degrees at 16 knots, visibility better than 9 kilometers in light rain showers, and a few clouds at 1,800 feet, scattered clouds at 2,200 feet, and another scattered layer at 3,000 feet. This meant that the visibility and cloud base was pretty okay, and that was important because there were only non-precision approaches available in St. Martin. So, what is a non-precision approach then? Well, as the name suggests, it's a type of approach with slightly lower precision than a precision approach, like an ILS, for example. Non-precision approaches are typically based on nav aids like VOR antennas or NDB beacons, but they can also be based on GPS coordinates, in which case the approach is referred to as an RNAV approach. What all of these approaches have in common is that because of their lower precision, the visibility requirement and minimums, which is the lowest altitude that the pilots can descend to before they must see the runway, are higher. And that's to give the pilots more margins when they fly the approach. These higher requirements means in practice that the weather must be better in order for these types of approaches to be flown. In the case of runway 10 in St. Martin, the available approaches were a VOR approach and an RNAV approach, and the pilots of this flight were planning to use the RNAV. The minimum visibility needed to fly that approach was 3,600 meters, which, with the forecast that the pilots now had, looked perfectly doable, provided that those rain showers wouldn't get much worse. So the pilots completed their pre-flight preparation, and they decided to carry some extra fuel in case they would need to wait for maybe a shower to pass. They then called in that final fuel to the dispatcher and proceeded to brief their 4 cabin crew members who was going to operate the flight with them. The aircraft that they were going to fly was an 8-year-old Boeing 737-800, the same type that I am also flying. It was in good working condition with no technical snags reported, and once the crew had arrived to the aircraft, the captain looked through the technical logbook and then went outside to complete the pre-flight walk-around, whilst the first officer, who was going to be pilot flying for the flight, started setting up the cockpit. The cabin crew, meanwhile, started boarding the 158 passengers who were booked on the flight, and once this was completed, the aircraft pushed back and started their engines without any type of issues. At time 11:37 Atlantic Standard Time, the aircraft took off from Toronto Lester B. Pearson Airport and started climbing down towards the southeast. The climb was uneventful, and after about half an hour, the aircraft leveled off at its cruise level, flight level 350, which is approximately 35,000 feet. During the cruise segment, the crew received a few updates regarding the weather at St. Martin from their aircraft communication and reporting system, also known as ACARS. The weather report showed continuing easterly winds, great visibility, some towering cumulus clouds, and a temperature of 25 degrees centigrade. This was exactly what the pilots were expecting, given the forecast that they had received earlier, so it likely didn't cause them any concern. During long flights like this, we pilots typically take some en route weather for airports we will be flying close to in case something would happen. But apart from that, it's all about doing regular fuel checks, fill in and verify times over certain waypoints, and talk to air traffic control. So that's likely what these pilots were doing as well. About 3.5 hours into the flight, they started getting close to the top of descent, which is the point where the aircraft's computer calculates that the descent should start in order to make a nice low-drag descent down towards the destination. When we're about 100 nautical miles away from this point, the pilot monitoring typically starts trying to listen into the destination ATIS, which stands for Automatic Terminal Information Service. The ATIS will give a weather observation for the airport that we're flying to, which we use then to plan, set up and brief for the approach that we want to fly. These automatic weather observations normally updates every 20 to 30 minutes, and every new update receives a code letter following the alphabetic order, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and so on. This is so that we can keep track of which information we have listened to and if there has been any updates since we last listened to it. When the captain listened to the frequency, he was given information Mike, recorded 1501. The weather was just as they expected, with wind from 060 degrees at 18 knots, unlimited visibility, few clouds at 1400 feet, and no other significant weather. This was great news for the crew, so once the captain had finished writing down the ATIS information, he took back the radio communication and the control from the first officer in order to let him set up and brief for the coming approach. Given the great weather, the first officer was planning to do a visual approach into runway 10 in St. Martin. A visual approach is flown based on outside visual references and quite often hand-flown for practice. It's a type of maneuver that most pilots love to do, but like the name suggests, it requires the runway and the surrounding environment to be fully in sight during the entire maneuver. The pilots did remember that there was a risk for rain showers and some slightly worse weather at the time of their arrival, so they decided to also prepare for an RNAV approach, the one I mentioned earlier. The minimas were set to the RNAV approach minima of 770 feet, likely with a 30 feet correction on top of that, and then the routing via the RNAV points Avaki, Lesser and Mapon was verified in the FMC. Now, I won't go into all of the technical details you need to know in order to fly an RNAV approach, but there are a few things that are special with this particular approach. Normally, an RNAV approach will get vertical guidance from a 3 degrees digital glide slope all the way down towards the landing runway. This will give the pilots good guidance from the flight directors after they have disconnected the autopilot, but this was not the case on this particular approach. Now, remember how I mentioned the high terrain on the opposite side of the runway in St. Martin? But because of that terrain, this RNAV approach didn't have this vertical guidance all the way down to the runway. Instead, the approach procedure finished a few miles out from the runway at a point called Mapon, also known as the missed approach point. From that point, the pilots were required to see the runway in order to continue visually. And the reason it was constructed this way was the very strict terrain clearance margins that every instrument approach needed to fulfill, including the missed approach segment. So, what were the consequences of this then? Well, if the pilots didn't have the runway clearly in sight, the automatics disconnected, and the flight directors recycled when the aircraft passed Mapon, the flight directors would start giving instructions for a right-hand climbing turn to 4,000 feet as part of the missed approach procedure. And of course, in that case, the approach would not be able to be continued. Now, the crew knew about this quirk because WestJet had created a specific route brief that highlighted this difference to the crew. And this fact will soon become important. But before I continue, I just want to say a few words about something completely different. As a pilot, I know firsthand how important it is to have a reliable and secure internet connection when you're traveling. And that's why I really recommend you to try out today's sponsor, NordVPN. With NordVPN, you can easily connect to servers all over the world, which is perfect for travelers who want to access local content that might be restricted from their current location. NordVPN is incredibly easy to use. Whether you're a tech expert or a complete beginner, you can quickly connect to more than 5,000 servers and start browsing with absolute confidence. I use NordVPN to catch up on my favorite shows, which is actually something that I did in Thailand just the other week. But I also use it to stay connected with friends and family, make secure payments, as well as finding better deals on flights and accommodation. So if you're a traveler who needs a reliable and secure internet connection, then go to nordvpn.com/pilot right now and find out just how easy and secure online browsing can be when you're using NordVPN. If you use my link, you'll get an exclusive 2-year deal, 1 month absolute for free, plus some amazing bonus gifts that NordVPN are offering to celebrate their 11th birthday. Thank you, NordVPN. Now let's get back to the story. When the approach briefing and setup was completed, the pilots made a PA to the passengers, updating them on the expected weather and the arrival time. Once that was complete, they informed their traffic control that they were now ready for descent. The controller responded that they could expect descent instructions as soon as they got closer to an RNAV point called Slugo, and he then also informed them that the active ATIS information in St. Martin was Mike, which was the same weather that the pilots had just copied. At time 15:23, the crew was cleared to descend to 4,000 feet, and soon after that, the controller informed them that there was another aircraft on approach in front of them, and that the pilots of that aircraft had reported rain showers on the approach. He then cleared the aircraft to continue direct towards the initial approach point, Avaki, as soon as they had descended to 8,000 feet. Now, even though the controller had now alerted the pilots of rain showers, there was no attempt by the crew to check for a new ATIS information. There is a possibility that things were a bit busy in the cockpit around this time. The pilots would be making sure that the cabin was secure as well as completing some descent procedures, so I kind of understand why the captain might have been reluctant to leave the active frequency and check for a new ATIS update. In any case, about 1 minute after that initial call, as the aircraft was descending through 9,800 feet, about 25 miles away from the airport, the controller again called up the crew and advised them that there were now moderate rain showers over the airport, but the crew did not acknowledge this information. So why didn't they? Well, we can't know this for sure. Either they missed this call completely, because when the aircraft descends through 10,000 feet, there are quite a few checks, including external lighting, pressurization and recall checks that needs to be done, and the pilots might have been in the middle of doing them when this call came in. There is also a chance that the pilots thought that this information was redundant, since he had already told them about the rain showers earlier. In any case, the controller did not give them the update of the actual visibility. Now, unfortunately, we cannot know for sure exactly what was going on in the cockpit at this point, because the cockpit voice recorder was not preserved for any part of this incident. What we do know is that during the time that this was happening, a new ATIS information had been released, information in November. In that observation, the visibility had dropped to 2,000 meters in moderate rain showers over the airport. Now, those of you who have been paying attention up until now should react to that visibility. Because do you remember what the minimum visibility for the RNAV approach was? Yes, it was 3,600 meters. So with a visibility of 2,000 meters that was now reported, it would not be possible to start the RNAV approach. But the pilots were not informed that this new ATIS had been issued, nor about the exact visibility over the airport. The only thing that they knew, and at this point could see with their own eyes, was that there were indeed showers over the approach and airport. And with that in mind, they decided to abandon the plan of flying a visual approach and instead focused on the RNAV approach, which they thought was still an option to them. At time 15:27 and 2 seconds, the controller again told the crew to proceed towards Avaki, and a further minute later, he cleared them to descend to 2,600 feet, which was the initial approach altitude for the RNAV approach. This time, the crew responded and read back the clearance as they passed around 15 nautical miles away from the airport. The crew selected flaps 1 and flaps 5 and then started reducing their speed. They completed the approach checklist, and as they were descending through 4,900 feet, they were cleared by the controller to start the RNAV approach into runway 10. Now, you might be wondering why the controller cleared them to start the approach in the first place if he knew that the visibility was below minimum. Well, it is actually up to the pilots if they want to start an approach or not. The controller can only give them the weather conditions, and it's then up to the pilots to follow the rules. But in this case, the crucial information about the visibility had slipped between the cracks. At the same time, down on the airport, the tower controller was looking outside. Up until the last few minutes, the weather had been fine, so the runway lights had been turned off, and the only lights who had been active were the poppy lights, who gives the aircraft visual descent guidance for the approach. The poppies had been set to 30% intensity, but as the visibility was now dropping dramatically during the rain shower, the tower controller decided to turn on the runway lights. The way that he did so was by selecting an automatic night setting on his control panel. What this did was to turn on the runway lights at 6% intensity. But at the same time, the poppy lights, which are typically among the first things that we pilots see, was reduced back to 10% intensity. This was likely not the controller's intention. During poor visibility conditions in daylight, the intensity of both the runway and the poppy lights would have had to be increased significantly, well above those levels. But there was no guidance in the controller's procedures for what intensity he should be using. The aircraft was now about 12 nautical miles out and descending through 3,700 feet. The controller had again informed the pilots about the moderate rain showers at the airport, which the crew had acknowledged, but they still didn't know just how bad the visibility actually was. At this point, the pilots would have set 800 feet as the lowest descent altitude on their mode control panel. They would have also selected VNAV path as their descent mode and made sure that the speed in the vent button had been pushed to enable them to control the speed manually. As they were overflying Avaki, the aircraft started to descend, and that was followed by the crew selecting flaps 30 and completing the landing checklist. Now, the full focus from both pilots was on the approach and trying to establish visual contact with the runway to be able to disconnect before Makun and that last visual segment that I mentioned before. As they were descending, the aircraft, which had just landed ahead of them,
the aircraft is secure and the jetway is connected. You are clear to start deboarding.
During the approach, but that they had been able to establish visual contact with the runway just before the missed approach point, Makun. This was good news for the pilots, who had now entered the rain shower and therefore almost anything outside of the windshield. They were transferred over to the tower controller, who cleared them to land, but did not inform them of the status of the runway and poppy lights. This wasn't something that he was required to do unless
Ladies
the
and
pilot
gentlemen,
actually asked
thank you
about
for flying
it.
with us. We do apologise for the late arrival and hope it doesn't impact your onward journey. If you do require further assistance, however, please contact our ground team once you enter the terminal.
And descending with around 700 to 800 feet per minute. Stabilized approach at this point. The pilots could see the shoreline in front of them and to the left, but a much more intense shower seemed to be sitting right over and in front of the airport. Based on the fact that they could clearly see the shoreline and the earlier report from the preceding aircraft, the pilots expected to shortly get the runway in sight, so they decided to continue the approach visually just before reaching the missed approach point. The first officer disconnected the autopilot but kept the auto throttle connected. He then asked the captain to recycle the flight directors off and then on again as per company procedures, and when you do that, the flight directors will disappear out of view, but they will still be armed in case of a misapproach. This also caused the auto throttle to go into arm mode, and in that mode the pilots would need to move the throttles manually, but again the auto throttle would be there in case of a missed approach. Almost immediately after the disconnect, the first officer lowered the nose slightly from about half a degree nose up to 1.5 degree nose down. This increased the descent rate to 1,100 feet per minute, and as the descent increased, so did the speed. The first officer must have noticed this because the thrust was now reduced from around 62% N1 back to 52% to try and reduce that speed.
Hi Captain, microphone check please.
Now, at this point, it's
loud
worth
and
telling
clear.
you a bit about how we humans maintain situational
Okay
awareness.
Captain,
Basically,
ground
how
power
we
is
try to
available. Stand by.
accurately
We'll
perceive
start
the
getting
world
you
around
uploaded
us.
in a couple of minutes.
This is typically done in 3 different stages. The first stage is perception. This is where we use our senses, like sight, to perceive our surroundings. That's then followed by the second stage, which is comprehension, which is when we try to make sense of what we see, often based on previous knowledge or training. Once we have, hopefully, accurately comprehended the situation, comes the third stage, which is projection. And in the projection stage, we start planning how to act based on the situation as we have understood it. A great example of that is the way that you interpret your GPS when you're out driving with your car. If you see a complex crossing coming up, you will quickly need to try and figure out which one of the roads that you need to take, then plan your driving accordingly and also eventually turn. Now, I'm going to guess that there might be more than me out there who have taken the wrong turn in such a situation and ended up having to take a U-turn and go back again. But this just goes to show that all three of these stages are prone to different kinds of errors that can lead us astray. And if the error happens in the first stage, then it will be really hard to rectify that error until some kind of new stimuli happens that proves that the first perception was actually wrong. On the perception stage, we're also very close to something called expectation.
Go ahead.
That's when you're expecting,
Just a reminder, if you're using software to track your virtual airline flight, you might want to finalize your flight now if you haven't already done so.
Looks kind of like the thing that you were expecting to see. This also happens to pilots, and what happens next is a great example of that. The aircraft was now dropping slightly below the 3 degrees standard descent path, but since the flight directives were recycled, there was no guidance on the primary flight displays on the pilots that could highlight this fact. There was also no VNAV path guidance on the navigation display, because since the aircraft had path map on, the rest of the approach was supposed to be completed visually, as I explained before. Now, this obviously begs the question, were the pilots not visual at this point since they had elected to continue? Well, it turns out that they thought that they were. As the aircraft overflew Mapo, the first officer had identified what he thought was the runway, a much brighter whitish silhouette just past the shoreline in the area where we expected to see it. The aircraft was inside heavy rain at this point, and it would have been quite hard to make out the details between the Viper strokes. When he identified the runway shape, it had been slightly off to the left of the current track, so he turned the aircraft nose slightly toward it in order to align properly with what he perceived as the center line. He couldn't see neither the runway lights or the poppy lights, but he didn't ask for the brightness to be increased as he was now concentrating on the runway in this very tricky weather. The aircraft was still descending with a higher than normal descent rate, and when they passed 500 feet, the controller called them up and gave them the final wind, 060 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 25. Now, those of you who have followed my channel for a while know that an unbriefed descent rate exceeding 1,000 feet per minute below 1,000 feet is normally considered an unstabilized approach and should lead to a go-around. But the captain, who had been monitoring the approach, must have also been looking outside at this point to try and make sense of what it is that he was seeing. It is also very possible that the bad weather and marginal visual references had increased the workload severely for both the captain and the first officer, leading to degraded situational awareness and a bit of tunnel vision, and this might be why the captain didn't call for a go-around. Anyway, the aircraft continued to descend, and when they passed about 1 nautical mile away from the runway, they suddenly exited the rain shower and the visibility sharply improved. That's when they realized that the runway that they had been aiming towards was actually a white-painted hotel on the shoreline just to the north of the actual runway. The shape of the hotel, with a long rectangular front part pointing in the runway direction and a higher part at the far end, indeed gave it a similar geometric shape as the runway, especially in poor visibility. And on top of that, its white color meant that it stood out visually much more than the actual runway did, since the runway lights were at low intensity. This meant that the crew now recognized that they had deviated laterally from the approach path, but since they were over the opaque water, they weren't immediately able to assess their true height. The first officer initially increased thrust to about 75% N1 and started turning towards the real runway, still descending with a descent rate of about 860 feet per minute. At time 15:34 and 3 seconds, the aircraft was about 63 feet over the water when the first
too low terrain
caution was issued. Now, this is still not a hard GPWS pull-up warning, and in the WestJet manual, as well as in the Boeing guidance, the crew was still allowed to try and visually assess the terrain in threat and then adjust their position. The first officer did so and pitched up to about 4 degrees nose up, but the aircraft still continued to descend, leading to another
Too low. Terrain.
caution. The aircraft was now at 49 feet over the water, and when the crew finally decided to go around, the lowest radio altitude recorded was 39 feet. That's about 12 meters over the sea surface. This descent and go-around was captured on camera by several people, both on the famous beach and also from inside of the aircraft, and that made for some quite spectacular headlines in the days after the incident. The pilots now executed a normal go-around and then entered a holding pattern in which they stayed for the next 45 minutes. After that, the visibility increased enough for another approach to be flown. This time, the aircraft landed safely and without any further issues.
Go ahead.
Now,
Hey, Captain!
wondering what GPWS system
Hi, Captain. Okay, our tank has been uploaded. We're closing off now and to
close the aircraft was at the time of the incident to the landing runway. You see, to avoid nuisance warnings close to the landing, the EGPWS is a kind of cone that extends from the landing runway within which no warnings will be issued. In the case of a non-precision approach, this area is known as a terrain clearance floor, or TCF. If the aircraft detects that it's descending below the TCF, it will start to issue a warning, which is exactly what it did. But in this case, they were so close to the runway that the TCF was very low. This event was reported by the crew, but it wasn't initially assessed as a serious event by WestJet, and because of that, the aircraft continued to operate, and both the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder was sadly overwritten. Fortunately though, the quick access recorder, the QAR, was able to record and keep the same data for much longer, and it was still available to download when this investigation started. As a result of the investigation into this incident, WestJet published information about the event to all of their crews, and they also included it in their recurrent training. A new briefing was made for Princess Juliana Airport, including the risk for false visual identification on the runway, and a proposal for a new RNAV approach with full vertical guidance down to the runway was submitted to the authorities at St. Martin. There were also recommendations to give the ATC tower controllers more guidance on runway lighting intensity to use during different visibilities, as well as some words to the airline and Boeing to consider implementing the EGPWS manufacturer's guidance as always initiate a climb if a GPWS caution is initiated, rather than the current guidance which allows pilots to try and rectify the situation according to their own view. This was a fascinating story to research, and it just shows how vulnerable we humans are to visual illusions and misinterpretations. You can check out more videos in my series up here, and I hope that I've earned a subscription from you. If you want to support the work that I do, then consider sending a super thanks. Get yourself a t-shirt or a mug using the link in the description below, or you can also join my fabulous Patreon crew. I hope to see you in one of my Patreon hangouts very soon. Have an absolutely fantastic day, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Have you ever been in a situation where you felt like you were in control and then something happened that made you really confused? Pilots spend a lot of time briefing and preparing for different scenarios, but what happens when something completely unexpected occurs at precisely the wrong moment and changes everything? Can preparation then become the enemy? Stay tuned. The story of Fly Dubai Flight 981 started in Dubai on the 18th of March 2016. At around 8:45 in the evening, a flight crew consisting of 2 pilots and 5 cabin crew met up in the Fly Dubai crew room at Dubai Airport to start preparing for the night shift that they had ahead of them. They were scheduled to operate 2 flights, starting in Dubai in the United Arab Emirates, flying up to Rostov-on-Don in the Russian Federation, and then back again home to Dubai. The departure was scheduled for 21:45 Dubai time and would then land around 4 hours and 35 minutes later, meaning that the crew would not be back home again until later than 6 o'clock in the morning. In this video, by the way, all times will be referenced to Dubai time, since this was where the crew was based. Now, even under normal circumstances, a flight like this through the window of circadian law would be quite challenging. But when the pilots started looking through their briefing material, they also realized that the weather in Rostov-on-Don was far from ideal. A cold front was scheduled to move down over the area during the night as part of a massive low pressure, and it was bringing with it strong and gusty westerly winds as well as rain showers and possible thunderstorms. Now, Fly Dubai had provided their crews with special briefs when they had to fly into the Russian Federation. They did that since they would sometimes have to fly on meters instead of feet, and also because some Russian airports still gave their pressure settings in QFE, meaning in reference to the airport altitude rather than the QNH, which uses the sea level as reference. On top of that, Rostov-on-Don was considered to be an extra complicated airport due to the frequent wind shears that could appear there when strong winds were forecasted, as well as a shallower than normal ILS glide slope of 2.4 degrees. Because of that, it was designated as a captains-only airport, and that was for both landing and takeoff, and the pilots were discussing that as part of their preparation. Both pilots had been flying a lot during the previous 28 days, but they both had more than sufficient rest before the flight and were feeling quite fit for the task. They had never flown together before, but this is not that uncommon in large airlines when there are thousands of pilots working together. The captain was 38 years old and had a total flying experience of just under 6,000 hours. He had flown the majority of this time, 4,682 hours on the Boeing 737 that they were now about to operate. But he had only just over 1,000 hours of command experience on it. He had previously been flying for Helios Airways, XL Airways, as well as Malaysian Airlines before joining Fly Dubai in September of 2012. The first officer was 37 years old and had a similar experience as the captain with a total time of just under 5,800 hours, but only 1,100 hours on the 737-800. His previous experience came from flying Cessna 421s, ATR-42 and 72s, as well as a bit of Airbus A320. Anyway, the pilots were getting along fine and discussed the tricky weather at the destination, but both agreed that it was above planning minima, both for the destination and for the two alternates, Trabzon and Volgograd. On top of that, the company had decided that the difference in fuel price between Dubai and Rostov-on-Don was so high that it warranted the crew to uplift as much fuel as possible in Dubai. This is a practice known as tankering fuel, and when the price difference is high enough, it is actually worth it, even though that would increase their weight and therefore burn more fuel on the first leg. With this tankering fuel, they would have much more fuel on board than they actually needed for the flight, giving them loads of time and options in case the weather at Rostov-on-Don would get worse. And interestingly enough, this extra fuel, which in almost all normal circumstances is a great thing to have, actually forms the first link in the chain that will lead up to what's about to happen. Now, one thing that the pilots did not have in their briefing pack was a significant MET report or SIGMET for the time of their arrival, but there was actually one issued. This report warned of severe turbulence from the ground up to 15,000 feet around the time they were supposed to arrive there. But anyway, the pilots briefed their cabin crew, and after that they had to wait in the crew room for the aircraft, which was about 40 minutes late returning from the incoming flight. Once it had finally arrived, the crew walked out to it and saw that it had already been hooked up to the fuel truck and the refueling had started. And as they were walking out to the aircraft, the pilots decided that the first officer was going to be pilot flying for the first leg. Then, as they got closer to their destination, the captain would take over to do the landing, since that was a requirement according to the airport brief. Now, before he started the walk around, the captain looked through the technical logbook, which was more or less completely clean. There was only some very small malfunctions noted. He left the logbook in the cockpit and then walked outside as the first officer started setting the cockpit up for the departure. The cabin crew quickly completed their pre-flight inspections and started to board the 55 passengers who were scheduled for the flight. And once the captain got back into the cockpit, the load sheet had arrived showing a calculated takeoff weight of around 68 tons. The pilots completed their briefings and takeoff calculations, and at time 22:20 the aircraft started pushing back from its gate. The taxi out was completely standard, so at time 22:37, Fly Dubai Flight 981 took off from Dubai and climbed up to their cruising level of flight level 360, which is about 36,000 feet. The flight then proceeded completely normally towards northeast and towards their destination. Now, one peculiarity with the Boeing 737-800s at Fly Dubai, which is different from the 800s that I normally fly, is that these ones were all fitted with head-up displays, or HUDs, on the captain's side. These are prisms that are folded down into the field of view of the pilot, and on that prism, all of the relevant information from the primary flight display is then projected. This means that the captain will be able to see all that he needs while still seeing the outside conditions as well, which is a great help, especially in low visibility, since there won't be any need to transfer the gaze from the cockpit instruments inside to the outside. Now, this might come to play a part in what's about to happen, and I will explain all of that after this. While I was working on the script for this video, I came across several news articles about this story who were geo-restricted to the Middle East, meaning that I just couldn't access them. But that's when I fired up today's sponsor, NordVPN, who could change my virtual location to almost anywhere in the world at a click of a button. With their help, I could unlock a lot more information for my research, which is how I normally use NordVPN. But you can also use them to access your favorite shows when you're out traveling, use Wi-Fi hotspots in a safe way, or just browse the web anonymously and super fast. Lately, Nord have also built in powerful cybersecurity tools to help you block intrusive ads, check for web trackers, and even scan files for malware before you download them, meaning that they're now so much more than just a normal VPN. If you want to try this out for yourself, then use the link in the description below, which is nordvpn.com/pilot. This will give you 4 free months when you sign up for a 2-year deal, and you don't really risk anything since Nord always have a 30-day money-back guarantee. Thank you, Nord. Now back to the video. As far as we can tell, the cruise part of this flight continued without any real incident. We don't know what was said in the cockpit because the cockpit voice recorder only saved the last 2 hours of audio, but we do know that the captain's HUD was, for some reason, folded up for about 20 minutes in the middle of the flight and then folded back out again. Now, the HUD was supposed to be in use all the time during flight, so it's hard to know why the captain did this, but maybe he just wanted to enjoy the view of the night sky uninterrupted. Who knows? In any case, it is likely that the captain completed his approach briefing well before they reached the top of the descent, because 1 hour before the descent started, the right autopilot was disengaged and replaced with the left one, which is a normal sign that the pilots are switching control, since the autopilot should always be engaged on the pilot flying side. At 01:40 in the morning, as the aircraft passed a reporting point called Lapto, the crew called up Rostov Control and relayed their flight level to them. At that point, they also asked the controller if he had any updated weather information from Rostov-on-Don, and a few minutes later, the controller came back with the following information. Information uniform from UTC time 21:30. Wind 250 degrees, 9 meters per second, gusting up to 15. Now, if you want to know that in knots, it's a little bit less than double, so 17 knots to 29 knots. Visibility is 5 kilometers in light showers of rain, scattered clouds at 390 meters, broken clouds at 900 meters, and overcast at 3000 meters. Temperature 6 degrees Celsius, dew point 3, and runway 22 in use, braking action good. He also added that there was a temporary wind of 250 degrees, 13 meters per second, gusting 18, and a visibility of 1000 meters in showers of rain and mist. Now, this was not great weather, but pretty much in line with what the crew was expecting. The wind was quite strong, but only 30 degrees off the runway axis, meaning that the crosswind was not going to be that bad at all. So, all in all, it looked like it was going to be a challenging but landable approach. The aircraft was soon handed over to the next controller, who informed them that there was also a SIGMET in force, indicating that severe turbulence was to be expected from the surface up to 15,000 feet. And this was the first time that the pilots had ever heard about that. The crew asked the controller to confirm which area was most affected, and he responded that almost the whole area was included in the forecast, but that no other traffic had reported any turbulence so far. Turbulence can often be forecasted like this when there's big pressure changes over a short time span in a region, but it's not always correct. At time 02:17, the crew requested descent, and the controller cleared them to initially descend to flight level 190. They did that, and when they started getting closer to the level, the first officer asked for further descent, which prompted them to be handed over to the Rostov approach controller. When they checked in there, they were told that there had also been reports of moderate wind shear from Rostov-on-Don airport. It's very likely that the crew, when they heard this, briefed thoroughly how to fly the wind shear escape maneuver. But of course, we cannot be sure since the cockpit voice recorder from this phase of flight was still overwritten. Anyway, those of you who have been following this channel for a while, you know what a wind shear is. But if this is the first time that you're here, well then, subscribe and I'll explain it to you. Go on. A wind shear is basically an abrupt shift in wind, either in intensity or direction. That typically happens either on final approach or right after departure, when the aircraft is most vulnerable to speed changes. Since the aircraft flies based on the surrounding air, a sudden change in wind can cause a very sudden change in lift, leading to the aircraft either climbing or descending very rapidly, which can obviously be really dangerous close to the ground. And because of that, there are several warning systems on board who are made to try and detect these wind shears and let us pilots know about them as soon as possible. The first one of those systems is called the Predictive Wind Shear Warning System, and it will use the aircraft's weather radar and moisture that it can detect to try and see the wind shear and then give us an early warning. On the approach, if that system is activated, it will issue a
go around, wind shear ahead.
And to that, we pilots can choose to either execute a wind shear escape maneuver or a normal go around, depending on what we see fit. The second warning system is the Reactive Wind Shear Warning, which is coupled to the aircraft's Enhanced Ground Proximity Warning System, or EGPWS. It sounds like this.
Wind shear.
And if that warning is issued, the aircraft is inside of a wind shear and an escape maneuver must be flown. There are also a few other flight parameters that could indicate a wind shear even if no warnings are issued, and those are a sudden change of 15 knots indicated airspeed, remember that one, a 500 feet per minute change of vertical speed, 5 degrees change of pitch attitude, 1 dot sudden displacement on the glide slope, and finally, any unusual thrust level position for an extended period of time. These warnings and indications will become crucially important for this story, but it is also super important to understand what the pilots must do in case they find themselves in a wind shear. The danger is always that the wind shear could cause the aircraft to be pushed down into the ground or lose so much lift that it stalls and starts falling down, and therefore these threats must be mitigated. So the wind shear escape maneuver includes the following items that must be done. The pilot flying must immediately disconnect the autopilot, push either toga switch and then aggressively apply maximum thrust and disconnect the auto throttle. Then simultaneously roll to wings level and pitch up to 15 degrees initially. After that, the speed brake must be lowered, and then the pilot flying must follow the flight director guidance, which will be in a special wind shear escape logic after the toga buttons have been pushed. The pilot monitoring must verify that maximum thrust has been set and then check that all of the other items have been correctly done before continuing to help the pilot flying by calling out any speed or altitude tendencies, as well as when the wind shear warning is actually out. You might have noticed here that this maneuver doesn't include any changes in flap or gear configuration. And that's because that might aggravate the situation, and the extended gear could actually help absorb any shocks if the aircraft would be forced into the ground. It also doesn't include any ATC calls. Obviously, during a normal go-around, both the gear and the flaps will be retracted and the thrust will normally be set to a much lower value. And understanding the difference between these two maneuvers, go-around and wind shear escape maneuver, will greatly help you understand what's about to happen. So, like I said, it's very likely that the crew discussed this wind shear escape maneuver in detail, since the controller now had warned them about it, and also because it had already been mentioned as a possible threat in the airport brief. The crew were now cleared to continue the descent to flight level 60, and after that they were handed over to the Rostov radar officer, who told them to descend to 600 meters on QFE 990 hectopascals. The first officer incorrectly read back that clearance and said that they were cleared to descend to 800 meters instead, but this was not noticed by the controller, whose English was very poor. Here we can start to see the difference between flying in Russia and in most of the rest of the world. If this QFE pressure setting that the crew just had been given would be selected on the aircraft's altimeters, well, then they would start to show the height over the airport. But the Fly Dubai crews and their aircraft were not equipped to fly their procedures based on QFE, but instead on QNH, which would give them the altitude over sea level instead. Furthermore, the aircraft can only select feet in the mode control panel, so the crew was trained to use conversion tables to convert meters to feet in order to follow the clearances that they were given in Russia. In this case, the crew asked to get the QNH value as well, which was given as 1000 hectopascals since the airport altitude was about 280 feet over the sea, but the crew missed to actually set this setting and instead selected the QFE of 990 hectopascals by mistake. This error meant that for the entire rest of the descent and approach, the aircraft was actually flying about 280 feet higher than intended. This and the incorrect readback will not have any impact on the outcome of this flight, but it clearly shows how easy mistakes can be made when there's a mix of different units and procedures involved. Anyway, the aircraft continued to descend and was eventually cleared for the ILS approach into runway 22 and also to contact Rostov Tower. The captain asked for flaps 1, followed by flaps 5, and at time 0238, the first officer called the tower controller up and reported that they were descending to 2,600 feet, or 800 meters, and that they were about to capture the localizer. The tower controller welcomed them to the frequency and told them that the current wind was 240 degrees at 11 meters per second, gusting 15, and then cleared them to land runway 22. The crew read this back and soon the localizer was captured and then the glide stopped. Everything looked completely normal at this point. Once they were fully established, the missed approach altitude of 2,300 feet was set and then the aircraft started descending down towards the runway. Flaps 10 was then selected, but almost immediately after that, the aircraft entered into an area of moderate turbulence. Initially, the captain kept the autopilot and autothrottle engaged and then proceeded by asking the first officer to select gear down, flaps 15 as well as flaps 25, and then finally flaps 30, which was their planned landing flaps. This meant that as the aircraft descended through about 2,000 feet, it was fully stabilized in the landing configuration. The flaps 30 approach reference speed was 140 knots, and on top of that, they would also need to add a correction of minimum 5 and maximum 20 knots to account for the headwind. The way this additive is calculated is by adding half of the steady headwind component plus the full gust value on top. In this case, the steady headwind component was about 20 knots, meaning 10 to add, plus the gust was 8 knots higher than that, so the wind correction should have been 18 knots, but the crew only selected 10. It's hard to know why they did this, but it could have been to increase the margin between the speed they were going to fly, of 150 knots in this case, and the maximum speed for flaps 30, which was 175 knots. Anyway, the aircraft continued to descend, and as they passed 1,850 feet, the captain decided to disconnect the autopilot and autothrottle after first having called it out to the first officer. Now, the automatics had been flying the approach well up until this point, but it's pretty common for pilots to disconnect early during gusty and turbulent conditions just to get a better feel for how the aircraft behaves in order to prepare for landing. In this case, the captain was also using his head-up display, and with the help of that, he was able to track the ILS very closely. The HUD gives flight director guidance through the help of a guidance cue, which is basically a round dot that the pilot can put the aircraft symbol over, and if that's done right, any approach or maneuver can be flown extremely accurately. At time 0241 and 50 seconds, the captain called out that he now had the runway in sight. The aircraft was then at a distance of 7 kilometers away from the runway at an altitude of 1,240 feet, and except for the turbulence, the captain had no issues with controlling the aircraft and continuing the approach. But 12 seconds after they had broken through the clouds, the
go around, wind shear ahead
warning was suddenly triggered, and within a second, the first officer called out wind shear, to which the captain answered, wind shear, go around. Now, the fact that they reacted so quickly to this warning was a clear sign that they were prepared for the possibility of this happening. Like I mentioned earlier, in this case, the crew had the possibility of choosing to either fly a normal go-around or a wind shear escape maneuver, and they clearly chose the latter. The captain now pushed the thrust levers forward into the firewall, which is the mechanical stop, and that caused the engines to roar up to 102% N1 as he simultaneously pushed the toga switches. The head-up display now switched over to show the wind shear escape guidance, which included a diagram pitch target line, as well as a filled green wind shear target cue. The captain started pitching for those, but because of the huge thrust now being created by the undermounted engines, he also had to push significantly forward on his yoke to keep the aircraft's attitude from rising above the guidance. This, how much momentum the engines create when at full thrust, is worth remembering for what will happen later. Now, to put this into context, during a normal go-around when the toga buttons are pushed, the outer throttle will drive the thrust to reduced go-around thrust, which is normally around 90% N1. This amount of reduced thrust is calculated to give the aircraft a rate of climb of between 1,000 to 2,000 feet per minute, which will result in a nice, soft go-around. If full go-around thrust would be needed after that, the pilots could either push the toga buttons a second time or place the thrust levers fully forward manually, like these pilots were now doing. That would naturally lead to a much steeper go-around and much more pitch momentum being created by the engines. But since this was a wind shear escape maneuver, the gear was not being retracted and the flaps were still at landing flaps, meaning that the full thrust would not create a super high climb rate. So in this scenario, where the captain started the escape maneuver only about 1,300 feet below the go-around altitude, the aircraft would have been climbing with a vertical speed he was pretty used to seeing, but the thrust lever movements required in order to control the aircraft would have been much larger than in normal circumstances, and that will come with a requirement to trim. Since no configuration changes were to be made during the escape maneuver, the first officer concentrated on checking that all items had been done correctly, and then he decided to call up Rostov Tower to let them know about the missed approach procedure. He did so almost immediately after the maneuver had started, and at the same time as the aircraft's flight director logic went from a go-around maneuver into the altitude acquire mode to give guidance for the aircraft to start leveling off. This call to ATC was not a great idea, since we pilots always have to follow the guiding principle of aviate, navigate, and then communicate, and at that moment there was still a lot of aviate left to do. As the captain now started pitching down to level off following the head-up display guidance, he didn't reduce the thrust fast enough, likely because of that huge movement needed, and this meant that the speed started rising quickly. The first officer called out, "Check the speed," and the captain responded, "Speed checked," and at the same time he also realized that he was still pitching up way too much. This caused him to press his stabilizer trim switches forward to try and help reduce the pitch. He held these switches forward for around 4 seconds, which is actually quite a lot, especially since the reduction of thrust would soon mean a need for pitch up trim instead. Now, here it's probably worth talking a little bit about the way that trim is supposed to be used in these type of aircraft. The electric trim can be activated in a few different ways, but in manual flight it is done by pressing the 2 trim switches on the pilot's control yoke in whatever direction that the trim is needed. This will cause the trim wheels in the cockpit to start moving and to change the angle of the horizontal stabilizer in the back of the aircraft to help reduce the need of elevator deflection and therefore reduce the amount of forward or back pressure the pilot needs to input. The idea is that you first use the yoke to set the attitude that you need and then trim the aircraft so that the yoke can be returned to a neutral position. This means that you should never fly with the trim, as there's always a slight delay to the effect of it. Additionally, if you keep the yoke, for example, pushed forward, the use of the trim will not reduce the amount of force needed to keep the yoke in that position. It will only increase the effect of the pitch input. And this is different than the way that the trim works in some smaller aircraft, where it is the position of the yoke that is actually being reset. The electrical trim also moves faster when the flaps are extended, and all of these facts will soon become super important. Anyway, the use of the trim helped the captain to quickly reduce the pitch with around 4 degrees, and with that came an even faster acceleration. Remember, the aircraft was still flying with the gear down and flaps 30 at this point, so the acceleration meant that the maximum speed of 175 knots was now fast approaching. At times 0242 and 34 seconds, the aircraft shot through the go-around altitude slightly, and the speed also increased momentarily to 182 knots, which the first officer pointed out. This activated the flap load relief function, which automatically reduced the flaps from 30 to 25 degrees to save the flaps from the overspeed, but this was likely not even noticed by the crew. Instead, the captain descended slightly back to 2,300 feet and started a rather lengthy discussion with the first officer about if they had actually busted the flap speed restriction or not. Remember, the gear and the flaps were still extended here, and the wind shear alert was actually still showing, even though the conditions were now much better. The two pilots agreed that they had likely busted the maximum speed, and the captain said that he would call for maintenance to check it out once they were back on the ground. This all shows a good and professional attitude from the captain, and even though it would likely have been a good idea to wait with that discussion until after the aircraft was cleaned up and the go-around was complete, I can kind of understand what they were worried about here. Anyway, the crew now got back into contact with the approach controller and requested further climb since they were still in quite heavy turbulence. It took them a few attempts to actually get the controller to understand what they wanted, likely because of the controller's poor English, but eventually they were cleared to climb to 5,000 feet. The captain engaged the autopilot and autothrottle, started accelerating, and then asked for the gear and the flaps to be retracted. Now, this might have all seemed quite messy, but actually it wasn't that badly handled at all. The approach had been well flown, they reacted correctly to the warning, and even though they slightly oversped the flaps and overshot the go-around altitude a little bit, a wind shear escape maneuver is tricky to fly, and it's very rarely flown outside of the simulator. So up until this point, the flight had been handled relatively well.
Hey, Captain,
but it is likely that the captain was very frustrated by the fact that he'd been forced to do this maneuver and that he wasn't able to land. That was shown when he later talked to one of the cabin crew members, where he mentioned several times that he had been forced to go around because of procedures, and that if it wasn't for that predictive warning, he would have likely been able to land just fine. This mindset of the captain, how sure he was that he would have been able to land, is important to keep in mind. The controller told the crew to continue towards a navigate called Bravo Alpha, since they were now number 2 in the approach behind an Aeroflot aircraft that was about to start their approach. He also asked the crew what the reason for the go-around was, and they just answered wind shear. They also told the controller that they needed to maintain their present heading due to weather, and they asked for further climb to avoid the moderate icing which they now find themselves in. This was approved, and they continued their climb to flight level 80. Once the weather avoidance was complete, the aircraft proceeded towards Bravo Alpha as cleared, and the pilots now started discussing whether or not they should try for another approach immediately or wait a while for the wind shear condition to hopefully move away. The captain indicated that he wanted to hear how the Aeroflot aircraft ahead of them would do before he made his mind up about this, and that's a very sensible thing to do. They had plenty of fuel, so they were in no rush at this point. The controllers soon came back and informed them that the Aeroflot aircraft had also gone around due to wind shear, and this just cemented the crew's opinion that it would be better to wait around a bit. They had around 9 tons of fuel still on board, which was enough to wait more than 2 hours before they would be required to divert. The captain proceeded to give a PA to the passengers, where he explained the reason for their go-around and the fact that they would likely now have to hold for a while to wait for better weather. After that, the pilots tried to ask for a holding area to the north of the airport instead due to the bad weather at their current position, and they also started moving in that direction whilst constantly discussing the vectors with the controller, who was struggling badly to understand what they wanted to do. So badly, in fact, that another controller had to step in and help at one point. At the same time, the Aeroflot aircraft was attempting a second approach, and about 10 minutes after they had left the approach frequency, they came back again, reporting that they had been forced to make another go-around due to wind shear. This was just a further confirmation that the bad weather was still very much present over the airport, so Flight 981 just continued waiting, eventually climbing up to flight level 150 and establishing themselves in a holding pattern over the Mike November NVB to the southwest of the aerodrome. The Aeroflot flight had not given up yet though, and at time 0316 they went around for the 3rd time, and after that they finally decided to divert to their alternate. Things definitely weren't looking very good at this point, so the pilots of Flight Dubai 981 started taking weather information for their alternate Volgograd in case it would be needed. They still had plenty of fuel in the tanks, and from what they could see on their weather radar, the weather was actually getting a little bit better in Rostov-on-Don. So the captain suggested that they should wait a bit more, then maybe shoot another approach, and then, if that was unsuccessful, they could divert. After a while in holding, the captain left the cockpits to go to the toilet, and while he was gone, the first officer was joined in the cockpit by a junior cabin crewman.
Okay, I'm back.
They were both Spanish, so they started discussing the situation, and from that conversation, you could clearly hear that the first officer was not very happy about staying and waiting in the holding. He was not as convinced as the captain about the improving weather, and he thought it would be a better idea to just divert to the alternate. Now, this was after 1.5 hours in the holding, so I can kind of understand where he was coming from. When the captain came back into the cockpits, they took more alternate weather, this time for Mineralnie Vodi, which looked even better, so they decided that this would be where they were going to divert in case they ultimately couldn't get in. The captain also got into contact with Fly Dubai Operations Control via a satellite phone to let them know about the status, and they agreed with his assessment and also recommended them to hold in the hold as long as possible and then try another approach if they felt comfortable. So why was this so important? Why didn't they just give up and fly to the alternate? Well, as a pilot, you always aim to perform your objective, which is to safely get your aircraft, passengers and crew to the destination. A diversion would mean a lot of hassle for everyone. The passengers would have to be given alternate means of transportation, the crew would likely run out of hours, which would mean an overnight, and the outbound passengers would then have to either be severely delayed or maybe get their flight even cancelled. All of this, together with the fact that the captain had been visual with the runway on his previous approach and was pretty sure that he would have been able to land, was likely behind his willingness to stay and wait. But in that way of thinking, there might have also now started to form a bias in the captain's mind, a kind of preset plan of how the next approach would turn out, and that could be important. We will get to this second approach very soon, but first, have you ever heard the phrase that someone is being behind the aircraft? Now, this is a term that explains the feeling of being behind what is going on and constantly having to react to things that you weren't expecting. This is a state of mind that is very common in the start of almost every career, where everything is new and sometimes can feel really overwhelming. In an ideal situation, we pilots should always be slightly ahead of the aircraft and anticipate what will be happening next. This is why we prepare so much for each flight and brief so thoroughly before each approach and departure. If we are ahead of the aircraft, well, then we will have spare capacity to deal with anything unexpected, and we also have a much wider attention span. But if we fall behind the aircraft, almost all of our mental capacity will be spent trying to understand what is happening, and since we, because of that, won't be able to accurately deal with the situation, it might become worse and put us even further behind, ending up in a vicious cycle. Now, the way to deal with this is often to just stop whatever it is that you're doing, taking a deep breath, and then get back to following a trained routine, which is why we have so many procedures and checklists in aviation.
What would that be?
After the aircraft had been holding for almost 2 hours, the crew finally started to get ready for their next approach. They had entered the diversion routing into the FMC, prepared the charts, and they had also set the approach reference speeds and recalculated their landing performance. The captain again very quickly briefed the approach and mentioned to the first officer that in case of a wind shear this time, they would do exactly what they did before. Go around, no flap or gear configuration changes. Anyway, at 20 minutes past 4 in the morning, the crew decided to go for their second approach. They asked for the latest weather from the controller, who gave them the wind of 230 degrees, 50 meters per second, gust of 18, visibility 6 kilometers with scattered clouds at 630 meters, which is almost 2,100 feet, and no reported wind shear. Wind shear was still forecasted, but since there had been no reports during the preceding 30 minutes, the controller didn't report it. The crew requested descent, and as they started getting vectors for the approach, they again discussed the speed additive, and this time they correctly identified it at the maximum 20 knots. Their reference speed was now 133 knots, since their weight had reduced to 54 tons after having burned off so much fuel in the hold, meaning that they would fly a final speed of 153 knots. These discussions and calculations were sharp and accurate, showing that there were no signs of fatigue present. They were now directed to change over to the next controller, who cleared them to descend first to flight level 60 and then to 600 meters on the QNH 908. When he heard this, the captain picked up that they had flown the last approach on the incorrect QNH of 990, again showing that he was on the ball here. He slowed the aircraft down and asked for flaps 1, and at this point both the autopilot and auto throttle was still engaged. The conditions were very similar to the first approach, with moderate turbulence and initially flown completely inside of clouds with no outside visual references at all. Flaps 5 was now selected as the crew was given a report from a departing aircraft which had just experienced some light icing, but there were no indications that their aircraft was feeling any icing effects at all. The controller told them to turn to a heading of 270 degrees, and on that heading they were again cleared for the ILS from at time 04:36 and 5 seconds, the aircraft intercepted the ILS localizer and started tracking it towards the runway. They were then at a distance of 11.5 nautical miles, or 21.3 kilometers away, and at an altitude of 2,250 feet. The first officer asked for a wind check and was told that it was still 230 degrees at 12 meters per second, gusting 18. It was similar to what they were expecting, and they also received an updated QNH figure, which they set on their altimeters, and they were then told to contact Rostov Tower. When they signed in, the tower welcomed them back, gave them the same wind as they had just received, and cleared them to land runway 2. Up until this point, everything was perfectly normal and in very similar fashion as in the previous approach. They started descending down towards the runway, following the guide slope, and as they did that, they also extended gear, selected flaps 15, and then set the missed approach altitude to 8,000 feet. As they descended to 2,165 feet, the captain again disconnected the automatics, probably for very similar reasons as the previous approach. He called for flaps 25 to be selected, and a few seconds later, flaps 30, and then the first officer started challenging the landing checklist. When the aircraft descended to 1,000 feet, they were almost completely stabilized, on path and with the speed just slightly high at 163 knots, reducing towards 153. The captain called out, stabilizing now, as he tried to get the speed back towards the fly speed, but he was also about 0.3 knots high above the glide slope, so he had to push a bit forward, and this was also combined with a slight increase in thrust from 65 to 70%. That thrust was significantly higher than what would be considered normal for a 54-ton aircraft on final with flaps 30, even on this slightly shallower approach, and that could have been a sign for what is about to come. As the captain was doing these corrections, he likely also had the runway in sight, given the visibility and height of the cloud cover, so it is reasonable to believe that he was quite landing-minded at this point. But now, the poor weather again made itself known in the form of a strong positive gust of wind. This, in combination with a slight forward pitch and high thrust, made the speed trend reverse directions, and instead of reducing, it now increased with 15 knots within just a few seconds. This meant that the speed was now suddenly 176 knots, 1 knot above the maximum for flaps 30, and if you remember, this type of sudden speed change actually qualifies as a wind shear indication. The first officer called out, "Check the speed," and when the captain looked down, he saw the rapid speed increase and decided to immediately go around. Now, things will start happening very quickly. At time 04:40 and 50 seconds, the toga switches were pressed and the thrust levels again moved fully forward into the mechanical stops. The captain only said, "Okay, go around," and never mentioned wind shear, but since he gave full thrust, it's pretty fair to assume that this was the procedure that he was now planning to fly. But since there had been no warnings and wind shear had not been mentioned, the first officer likely thought that the captain was doing a normal go-around, so he asked if he wanted flaps 15. The captain responded, "Flaps 15," and here something started to happen. Most likely, the captain had been fully concentrated on the landing up until this point, and then, in his mind, he had switched over to the wind shear escape maneuver. But now he had started changing the configuration, which was part of another procedure that he hadn't mentally planned for, with the engines roaring at full thrust, again pushing the nose upwards. He had lost the initiative and he was now quickly starting to fall behind the aircraft. The first officer called out positive rate, which prompted the captain to ask for the gear to be retracted. So now this really light aircraft was climbing with full thrust and with significantly lower drag than it had during the last go-around. The captain also likely kept one hand on the thrust levers as he went around, which he shouldn't have. Once the go-around thrust is set, you should remove your hands and put both of them on the yoke. And in case he did so, with only his left hand available to manually deal with a huge pitch-up momentum from the engines, he now pushed forward even more than what was required, meaning that he never really reached the minimum 15 degrees pitch up that the head-up display was instructing him to do. It is also very possible that the flight director was now showing him a very high commanded pitch, much higher than normal due to the high thrust and the low drag, something that could have caused him to distrust the head-up display, further making the situation confusing for him. Meanwhile, the first officer was contacting the tower, informing them of the go-around, again way too early given what was happening in the left-hand seat. The tower controller told him to contact the Rostov radar controller, but that call never happened. The captain was now pushing forward with a force of almost 23 kilos to keep the nose of the aircraft low, even though, like I mentioned before, the attitude should have actually been increased a bit further. Now, trying to fly an aircraft that is so out of trim is quite complicated and increases the workload significantly. And that's on a pilot who was now likely really confused about which profile he was actually following and if he could even trust his instruments. We know that he was mentally behind at this point based on his recorded control wheel inputs, who were much longer and more abrupt than normal with significant delays between them. He changed pitch several times, but he never really followed the head-up display commands, and the average pitch during the initial part of this go-around remained around 10 degrees, far less than what was needed. And this meant that the aircraft was now starting to accelerate fast. Meanwhile, the first officer was not suffering from any mental blockages at this point, and he saw that the pitch was too low. He called for the captain to keep it to 15 degrees, nose up. And as a response to that, the captain momentarily actually pitched up to 18.5 degrees, but then almost immediately pitched forward again 5 degrees.
Go ahead.
You just gotta let me know that
then immediately down to 5 degrees again, it would bring some very real consequences in the aircraft, namely
Okay, Captain. Radio check is complete. We'll contact you when
this
we're
sudden
ready to
reduction
start
to
loading.
0.43 G was
Roger.
followed by a slight momentary reduction of thrust. And this is how we know that the captain still had his hand on the thrust levels, because this was not a voluntary movement, but likely instead a reaction to being lifted in his seat. The first officer kept calling out instructions to the captain on how to maintain his pitch, but as he did so, none of the pilots were monitoring the speed, which had now reached over 200 knots on the scale. This led to a flap blowback from 15 to 10 degrees in a very similar way to what had happened in the previous go-around, but this time the situation was not getting better. At time 04, 41 and 30 seconds, that's 40 seconds into this go-around, the aircraft started entering into its final, really critical state. Now, some of you might have noticed that I haven't mentioned somatogravic illusion yet, and there's a reason for that. Somatogravic illusion is what happens when the balance organs in our inner ears cannot distinguish between, for example, an acceleration and a pitch-up. If we lack visual cues, the inner ear will assume that what we're feeling has all to do with pitch, and will therefore sum together any accelerations and pitch-up, leading to a feeling of a much larger movement. A lot of people initially assume that the reason the captain was pitching forward so much from the very beginning was because he was feeling the onset of somatogravic illusion, but the investigators of this final report disagrees with that. Because he was likely visual for the first few seconds of the go-around, it is unlikely that he would have felt the onset of this illusion at the very start. But as the aircraft now entered clouds and all visual outside cues were lost, it is very possible that the somatographic illusion now kicked in and added to the already disoriented state of the captain. The aircraft was now flying through 3,350 feet with a pitch of around 10 degrees nose up, full thrust and a speed of 210 knots. It's possible that the captain now started feeling tired in his left
This
arm
is
from pushing and therefore
this is-
decided to start trimming forward.
This is
And he did
an
so
example
for
of
the next 12 seconds.
incorrect
And that's without
translation.
returning the yoke back
Not
towards the
GSX's fault, but this
Since
is
the flaps were still
the-
extended, this allowed the
what
trim to move
appears
at
in
the
the
highest
actual
possible rate,
gateway,
and together with
but
this
it's
constant forward push,
incorrectly
the pitch now
translated.
moved forward with a speed of almost 60 degrees per second, tilting the aircraft violently towards the ground.
Hello. Hi, Captain.
This caused everyone on board to initially experience weight
No,
loss,
this
then
is
negative
what
breeze,
is
which would have
what
pushed
is
everyone up against
on
the
the
seatbelt and
actual
caused anything that wasn't
gateway
properly
in
tied
real
down to
life,
push
but
up
I'm
to
saying
the roof.
it's
This included the
mistranslated.
pilots, who were now likely feeling something that they had never been trained for.
Roger.
Now it is possible that the captain was also
Control
lifting to an angle where it
for
would have been hard for him to properly
these
see the
four
indications through
characters.
the head-up display,
Control
but he also had the normal
means
primary flight display,
world-
PFD, available.
worldwide.
The first officer now
Forward
realized what was about to happen and
means
desperately started
service.
calling for the captain, trying to get him back into the room. He called, pull up, but at that point the
As
captain
you
was
can
likely
see,
so disoriented
this
that
is
he couldn't
always
even hear.
with you.
He was now also pushing the rudders randomly in both directions, and doing
When
that is something
it's-
that has been
when
identified as a
it's-
sign of a pilot's
when it's
complete
supposed to
disorientation.
say worldwide
But
service.
the problem was that the captain inputting on the controls and also calling out random words, meaning that the standard pilot incapacitation definition didn't really fit and likely stopped the
Yeah.
first officer from immediately
I
taking
thought they
controls.
fixed
Within
all the
seconds, the pitch of the aircraft
mistranslations
reduced to minus 40 degrees with a speed of close to
before the
200
Olympics
knots.
started, but
The first officer called out,
obviously
"Be
not.
careful! No, don't do that! No, pull it! And for a short interval, it seemed to actually work as the pitch increased with around 11 degrees. Tests have later showed that if the recovery would have continued from that point, with the engines reduced to idle and the aircraft continuing to pitch up, the accident could have been avoided. But instead, the pitch down was now again resumed, and even though the first officer started pulling on his own controls, the captain continued
Only
to
when
push
it
forward,
goes
which meant that
offline,
it wasn't
which
enough.
is all I need.
The ground proximity warning system called out
Terrain, pull up.
but it was too late. This system had been certified based on a maximum vertical speed of 7,000 feet per minute, but the aircraft was now descending with a terrifying 18,000 feet per minute, and still with full thrust set. The captain, with the last show of his complete spatial disorientation, now gave almost full left aileron, meaning that the aircraft started rolling rapidly. It finally crashed into the ground with a left bank of 60 degrees, a negative pitch of 50 degrees and a speed of over 340 knots. This happened at times 04, 41 and 49 seconds, only 59 seconds after the go-around.
That is a spiritual the hack camper. They're not getting in. Because they tried to hack in their account that's not even enabled.
All 62 passengers and crew were immediately killed in the crash, which left a big crater in the beginning of runway 22 at Rostov-on-Don Airport. The investigation found that the crash had been caused by the incorrect piloting and configuration of the aircraft, caused by spatial disorientation of the captain as part of a weather-induced go-around. This spatial confusion had likely been caused by a combination of the crew operating in the middle of the window of circadian low and an incorrect mental model of the captain, where he was prepared for either a landing or a wind shear escape maneuver, not a normal go-around. When the escape maneuver transitioned to a go-around without his initiative, he fell behind the aircraft and was just unable to recover. This was then further made worse by the incorrect handling and understanding of the aircraft's trim system and unclear company procedures when it came to calling out either a go-around or a wind shear escape maneuver. Somatogravic illusion could have played a part in the severity of the captain's disorientation, and lack of training in subtle incapacitation might have made it harder for the first officer to identify that the captain was completely lost. There were 26 different detailed recommendations issued from this accident, several having to do with crew training regarding upset recovery, especially in situations with real G-forces, as well as improving pilots' general understanding of the aircraft trim system. This has since been incorporated in both initial and recurrent upset prevention and recovery training, UPRT, for all pilots. The English level of the Russian controllers were also put under scrutiny, as well as the layout and use of head-up displays. And if you want to read all of the recommendations, I've created a document with all of them on my website, and you'll be able to find the link in the description below. Now, I hope my team and I have earned a subscription from you, and if we have, remember to select the bell as well so that you'll get a notification whenever I release a new video. Now, you can support our work by joining my awesome Patreon crew. You can also buy a t-shirt or just commenting on this video and maybe sending a super thanks. Have an absolutely fantastic day, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the WAN Show. We're going to be talking about all kinds of great stuff, but of course, the big headline topic is that Intel Arc doesn't suck. What happened? I don't know how to make sense of this world anymore because it doesn't suck, and I'm excited, and it's not just me. People are actually excited.
The whole industry seems genuinely hyped
about building a gaming PC for the first time in flipping years. I know we already made a 16.5-minute long video about Battle Mage, but I want to
talk more.
I want to talk about Battle Mage some more.
Time to yap.
Especially some of the observations that I've made about people's comments on it and about people's viewership habits on our other videos as a result. Don't look at the doc. He's trying to spoil.
No, I didn't. I opened a new tab. I opened a new tab.
Spoil all the things.
You're hurting the laptop.
And we're also going to be talking about LTT and Short Circuit. Have they gone too far with the clickbait?
Oh.
The world, it turns out, is not actually upside down.
What?
Unless you're in Australia. In which case, it's not news.
Is the thumbnail like good for them?
I think so.
Oh,
I think they can see it better. What else we got today?
Oh, right. I'm supposed to do something.
You're actually supposed to have the doc open and be looking at it.
Yeah, but you got mad at me, so I
you didn't even have it open.
I opened YouTube. Okay. You can buy a car on Amazon. That's weird. And there's like almost no other topics. Blu-rays, Battle Mage, buying a car, and then hang out.
The show is brought to you today by MSI, Vessi, and Squarespace, and of course our laptop partner LG, our wrap partner Dbrand, and our chair partner Secret Lab. Why don't we jump right into our headline topic, which is of course Intel Arc Battle Mage. Against all odds, it's great. Did you watch the video?
Yes. Well, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if you watch our review of a GPU.
I was up at like 8 talking to you about it, and I reviewed the video.
Okay, well, I don't pay attention to these things. Okay. Intel finally
What do you mean? We weren't talking about it.
I know, but
how do you not pay attention?
Do you have any idea how long my week's been this week? It's been crazy.
I was really surprised you were up.
Yeah, well, I didn't have a choice. I've been up at the beginning of days, I've been up at the end of days. It's been a very, very hectic week. Yeah. Intel finally launched their anticipated Arc B580 GPU this Thursday, and across the board, reviewers and the public are impressed.
Yeah.
It is built on the latest generation of Intel's Xe architecture and provides a great value with 12 gigs of VRAM, outstanding 1080p performance, and even strong performance at 1440p. In our testing, it provided a 20% uplift over the RTX 4060 while undercutting the 4060 on price. At just $249, the card offers a compelling value if you can get one.
One note I will put out there is some other reviewers, you know, we don't always test the same games, we don't always test the same games in the same way. Some other reviewers have found slightly different performance, like maybe the 4060 does pretty well in like some random title. Like if I remember correctly, Wendell said comparatively it did pretty well in Starfield or something. thing? I don't know. Maybe just check out his video.
I mean, dozens of people are playing Starfield.
Yeah.
With that said, we don't necessarily choose games for our suite based on how many people are playing them. We have plenty of games in our suite that not a ton of people are playing.
Just benchmark well.
Because a lot of the time, you're looking for consistency and you're looking for games that represent something. So they might represent, okay, we need to evaluate Vulkan performance. Or if there's a particular feature we want to look at, like ray tracing, we need a game that supports various implementations of super sampling. We need this, we need that. So a lot of the time, the benchmark suite is not just down to what games people are playing, but it's down to what exactly it is we're trying to test.
I'm going to interject really quick. My flight back from France, when I was going to the bathroom mid-flight, as I was walking down the hallway thing, I have to go sideways, I saw somebody on a Steam Deck playing Starfield.
No way.
I knew it was Starfield because they were on a loading screen. When I came back from the bathroom, they were on a different loading screen. And I was like, yep. I really wanted to stop and like talk to them, like, why? but I didn't. I just left them be. Anyways.
So, Intel reference cards immediately sold out. Most AIB partner cards, which are priced around $10 to $20 more, are also sold out. Hopefully, restocks will happen soon. I have a short conversation with someone at Intel. I don't want to get them in trouble, but basically I was like, please tell me you have lots of stock coming, and I'm not going to look like an idiot for saying it's $249. We are expecting weekly replenishments on the reference card and working with partners to offer steady availability. I said, okay, you gotta control the channel. Tell the boys, come on, there will be money to be made later. Don't f this up. We need momentum.
Seriously.
Passing that along verbatim.
Hell yeah.
I don't know that they have any power. I don't know that they even know anything. This is the janitor. I was talking to the janitor at Intel's graphics division. That's the only person I know there. I'm not important enough to have any high up contacts or anything like that. But what I can say is that
Janitor's a pretty cool guy.
I have said what I can to the janitor at Intel.
Works hard.
About, hey,
gets it done.
Don't get greedy here. You need to buy some market share. Your partners need some market share. Sparkle is not a relevant GPU maker.
Dude, there's GPU partners that are running away from NVIDIA. If you're nice to them right now,
be a valid option. But with that said, I mean, I'm telling Intel, don't be that nice yet.
Sure.
There will be time to make an extra $10. It will come.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
But you gotta control
Don't be nice
the
to
channel.
them by hosing
now.
The buyers. Yeah.
Not now. Now is not the time to look at the market out there and go, ooh, this card is priced attractively. We should fuck up the pricing and price it less attractively.
Just win.
Win the hearts and minds of gamers. It's really important right now.
You've got X amount of months until 5060 comes out. We don't know how long, genuinely. That card will come out, and then that's when, we'll see how you're doing.
Now, it is worth noting, EU viewers have pointed out that the card is being sold at the same price as the RX 7700 XT in Europe, which is a $400 US card. The B580, it's good, but it ain't that good. That's another thing that Intel and their partners need to get figured out, is global competitiveness for this thing needs to be good. With that said, given they can't keep the bloody thing in stock, I can see how it's a lower priority, but guys, make as many as you can, please. This is in my notes. Pat Gelsinger's fasting and praying paid off.
I just opened this up.
Every Thursday, I do a 24-hour prayer and fasting day. This week, I'd invite you to join me in praying for... What is this? What am I even looking at right now? Hold on a second. For the 100,000 Intel employees as they navigate this difficult period, Intel and its team is of seminal importance to the future of the industry and the U.S. This is actually incredibly important, and I do want to talk about this later. And I have to say that I just want to shout out that I haven't read this tweet yet, but I think some of Pat's tweets have been hilarious.
I haven't looked at it.
And I love that he's just out there tweeting about the company immediately after leaving. Dude, I want him back already. Can they just say, look, we were wrong?
Oh, wait,
and
Battlemage is sick. Maybe come back?
Can they Sam Altman this? And just be like, bro, I'm sorry. can we just have you back because we didn't get it? This is like the first thing that has come out that has actually been like Pat's vision start to finish. Actually, no, he came in after.
A little bit.
He came in a little bit after. But, like, okay, so that's not the first thing. The point is that we are only now starting to see things that he actually really had a hand in. I mean, it has the same problem as politics, where you'll come in as you'll set a bunch of things in motion. Oh, we didn't make enough quarterly profit. See you later, buddy. And then the next guy or gal comes in and it's like, oh, great job. All these products are doing so great. Let's count beans.
Oh, I'm inheriting this garbage heap. Time to work on that for like fixing that for 3 years. Then I get 1 year maybe to like reap some of the benefits of what I did. Then I'm out probably. Ugh. Okay.
I'm just. Anyway, I'm jazzed. Okay, what else we got to talk about? Besides the question of value, the other big question for ARC was game compatibility. While our testing was relatively smooth, except for Cyberpunk 2077 Ultra Ray Tracing, which crashed, problems are still present as many reviewers did encounter issues in a variety of titles. Apparently, Starfield is still a problem game for ARC GPUs.
I think that's one of the reasons why the 4060 did comparatively well.
That makes sense. So it might be good to wait a bit, let the early adopters help Intel sort out the bugs, but also looking at how dedicated Intel has been to improving their drivers on the first generation ARC Alchemist cards.
Yeah, that was actually crazy.
You should buy a product for what it is right now. You should not buy a promise, etc., etc., etc. However, I do believe that promises can have varying levels of credibility. And I think that if Intel were to say, we are very dedicated to improving the drivers of our GPUs, I would say that that is a credible promise.
And, you know, it doesn't always work. Starfield isn't new, and ARC GPUs, like, if I remember correctly, didn't even work in Starfield when it first launched. Wasn't that a thing?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. It was bad. Whatever it was bad. And it's still not good. So, like, they're not completely acing everything. Again, don't buy things on future promises. But if you know effectively, like, what games you and your crew play, and you can look at how those perform based on some reviewer that's probably checked it out or some number somewhere on the internet that you can find,
now.
you might be able to say, hey, this
disconnection
works for all the games that I play right now.
Roger.
So maybe that works for me. And then cool. Yeah.
Now, I want to come into sort of a transition topic from that, and this is that my job is so much easier when there are good products and they're a great value. Like, do you have any idea what it felt like to wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy?
Ground 2 cockpit. Go ahead. APU startup since good, nothing to report.
Sorry, to wake up in the morning, actually that has not aged well.
No, it really
I was
hasn't.
just going for the Kesha lyric.
Okay.
Yeah, wow, yeah. Shout out Kesha.
Hello.
No, I don't, by the
power
way.
has been disconnected.
And neither do you.
I forgot that P. Diddy is also Puff Daddy. He's also Sean whatever. Yeah, I caught myself.
We're improving. You know, it happens over time. We work on it.
Roger.
We work on
Has she
things.
changed the lyrics?
Like you're all set to go whenever you're ready.
We improve.
Excellent. I'll instruct ground that we're ready to remove the jetway, and you can go ahead and close the doors.
Hard P.
No problem.
Sorry, Dot Justin said that. That got
Apparently the lyrics have changed. Kesha has announced, this is from August, that she will re-record her hit song TikTok, changing it from wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy to wake up in the morning feeling f*** P. Diddy. So that's something.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, she's highly relevant these days.
Yeah.
Anywho, the point is, where am I going with this? No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, her career, by my understanding, is sort of a sad story, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I
don't.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
The point is, I woke up in the morning with a 99% like ratio on a video.
Feeling like a respectable human.
Yeah, anyway. We didn't need an elaborate hook. you know?
Oh yeah.
Or a weird thumbnail, or like
it felt good to watch.
A 3-day shoot, or you know, it just all we had to do was execute. We got our briefings. The labs team did a great job. The writing team did a great job. The production team did a great job. The editing team did a great job. The business team did a great job. We sold our sponsor spots.
Tell me when you require pushback. We're all set.
It was like a breath of fresh air. Like this machine.
Felt good.
This machine is built to survive anything, but boy, does it ever run better when tech companies make a product that anyone fucking cares about and wants to put in their fucking computer.
You take out the like discarded kitchen grease and you put in some actual gas, and it's just like, oh wow.
Wow.
Go ahead.
It runs nice.
Now we're cooking.
Reminder, if you're using software to check your virtual airline flights, you might want to start it now if you haven't already.
It is such a stark contrast. When I was sitting in script review, okay, and I was working on the intro with the writer for that video, and we were going through, and I was like, no, really, when was the last time there was a $250 GPU that anyone actually wanted to buy? Not that they were like forced to buy, because there wasn't a valid option whatsoever.
Like, I think this is why a few different creators all included like 1060s and stuff in their reviews.
Like, because that was the last time.
Yeah.
It's been 5 years. And like I had this line that
is this the like mark that like the COVID era is over?
Maybe.
Like finally through
Dude,
it.
I had this line I put in the intro that I was like, almost half of the time that Linus Media Group Inc. has existed,
that's rough.
there hasn't been a budget, like a value GPU launch worth writing about. There's been nothing!
Release parking
1650 was like kind of okay, but they cut it down. It sucked. We knew we weren't getting the value that we could have gotten.
Release parking brakes, please.
Like, dude, like we've gotten like how many products in 5 years have we gotten that have blown us away with their value? Like sure, okay, Oculus Quest series. You could make that argument. But what did you give up for it? Right? Like it wasn't just Intel's not asking for anything in return. Here's a GPU. Give me $250. That's it. We don't take your personal data. Just play video games. Yeah. You know?
That's what the review felt like. I think my favorite part was when you ran out of like positive things to say, so you're just like blah blah blah. I don't remember exactly what you did, but it was great. I hadn't read the script, so when I was watching it, I was getting to that point, and I was genuinely like, I wonder what these things are. Like, I know where these graphs are. And then, yeah, you were just like, I thought it was awesome.
Well, it's like I want that to be the case. Like it's, do you know how unfun it is to whine about things, and you know how unfun it is to feel like a shot messenger sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Like I remember the amount of flack that we took in the middle of like 40 series when we basically came out with a review of some card. I forget what it was. We were like, well, realistically, in the current landscape, this is a deal. I don't like it, but it is. And we got pitchforked over it. And the number of people that were messaging me, DMing me, leaving comments, and they're like, Linus, you need to hold these companies accountable. You need to put pressure on them to lower the price. It's like, I don't have any power. I don't have that power. You think Jensen Wong is watching my video going, yes, Linus, how should we price our GPU? He doesn't care what I think.
We have to all try to work on it. But it almost doesn't matter when they're just selling it all the compute anyways.
It doesn't matter at all, because at the end of the day, I can whine about microtransactions. I can whine about overpriced GPUs.
80% of people buy them.
I can whine about a lack of innovation in the tech industry. I can whine about all these things. It doesn't matter as long as people buy them. Money talks. And at the end of the day, I'm not buying GPUs. So I can offer my opinion. And they might take it under advisement. But that's it. And so I'm sitting here going like, on the one hand, yeah, I hate getting shot as a messenger, but on the other hand, boy, was it ever nice to just upload a video with some really great news and have people be like, wow, good job. But that's the reason I'm bringing it up, is like, yeah, I think our team did an excellent job of executing on that video. But on the other hand, I want to make sure that we are giving the credit to where it is due, which is the great work that Intel's software team has done, that Intel's engineering team has done, and that Intel's management, however not present they may or may not be now.
Maybe other than the ones involving the removal of someone special.
How good the job, the people who have supported this project for this long.
Yeah, there we go.
Now, it's clear that this discrete desktop GPU would have been killed ages ago if that was the whole picture. Intel needs a GPU product for the data center. They need a compelling GPU architecture for their mobile devices. And that's what Battle Mage gave them, because it made Lunar Lake, their latest mobile chips, it made Lunar Lake more competitive as well. They finally, and that's one of the reasons that hopefully, knock on wood, we are going to continue to see new architectures going forward. Celestial is apparently baked, so they're working on the hardware level stuff now. But apparently the design is I think baked was the word that was used, but there was a little bit more nuance. Hold on. Celestial baked Intel. Hold on, I'm trying to find the quote. Tom Peterson confirms that Druid is already in the works, and that the hardware level groundwork for Celestial, which includes architectural layouts and prototypes, is done.
Speaking of which, Mr. Tom Peterson, Tab,
so excited. Yes.
Fantastic job of communication around this launch. I didn't feel like there's been so many times throughout the years, like back when I used to do review stuff and even more recently, where you feel like you're, getting the wool pulled over your eyes, including in the past, just to, sorry guys, but give you a little bit of a rip from Intel. This time, no. He showed us charts where they lost. Because they're like, here's a huge amount of games. This is how it did. Sometimes it did poorly, usually it did great. Cool. Like, it felt like I was getting actual information. Not I, like we were getting actual information leading up to a launch that helped us understand what should be happening during the launch at all. Like, it was very open, transparent,
which is
useful.
Which is really helpful for us, because at the end of the day, we're gonna figure it out anyway. If your product sucks. So you might as well help us.
And I think Tap gets that. He's been around forever.
Yeah.
And it's very helpful, I think, having his influence on things.
Yeah, because it's not like we don't want to tell the positive side of the story as well.
Yeah, we loved doing this. This was great.
We want to tell the whole story. And the more information you give us, the less time we spend just dicking around trying to find what you're trying to hide from us, and the more time we can spend working on crafting a message that helps communicate the product, because at the end of the day, that's what we want people to know. We want them to know what's bad about it, what's mid about it, what's good about it, which ultimately should be what you want people to know. That's how marketing is supposed to work.
I genuinely,
you're supposed to come to us with the marketing materials. We're supposed to read it, interpret it, test it, and then present that alongside our own findings to the audience.
Yeah.
And then they can make an informed decision. It's about informed decision making.
And so often it feels like a battle, and this time it felt like we were on the same side almost. Like it felt like they were genuinely trying to help us make good content, which sounds like that should be pretty normal, but it's like super not. So anyways, I wanted to shout that out because I appreciate it.
There's a couple other kind of comments on this topic here. This is amazing. This is a direct quote from Adam Sondergaard from the writing team. This is the first full-blown positive CPU or GPU review that I've written in my 3 years here at LTT.
Did a great job of it.
Yeah, you did a great job. I mean, like,
considering you've only written
he's only
ones,
ever worked
you did
with
a great
lemons.
job of writing a positive one.
He's only ever worked with lemons. You give this man some lemonade, he's gonna put that powder in the glass, he's gonna stir it up. Delicious, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, after years of creeping price points, low part availability, and cool but expensive tech, I feel like it has broadly deflated interest in the hobby, which makes our job as content creators so hard. Do you guys think we want to reach for like complex video concepts and like you think we want to react to stuff on Reddit? No, we'd love to be making videos about cool new GPUs and CPUs and RAM and cases, cool stuff. That's what we want. I mean, people wonder why our content has diverged from a strict focus on PC hardware and building PCs. It's because there's nothing to make videos about and no one fucking cares. And then we've uploaded videos on like how to build a PC recently that have just bombed because people don't care. They don't want to do it. But here's what happened immediately.
Oh, did those types of videos crank up?
Did you see the screenshot that I sent to the topic chat?
Good for the culture.
Okay, watch this. Did you see the screenshot I sent to the approval chat? Okay, watch this. Okay, so this right here is me not knowing how to use an iPhone. Hold on, where's the thing? Approval chat. Where's my screenshots? Here they are.
I like your watch.
Here they are. Check. Sorry. Oh yeah, my little unicorn. Okay, here we go. So here's the Arc B580. Okay, so this is the next day, and so we got obviously some recent videos upgrading my big brother's PC, rented an Airbnb to look for hidden cameras and some stuff. Anyway, the point is, here's as we go down the list. How to build a PC. The last guide you'll ever need. Some other crap. How to build a PC. The other one, the older one, the last guide you'll ever need. Immediately. It's almost like
entry-level computers are good for once in years.
It's almost like it's a mistake to turn your entire product stack purely transactional. Price everything, feature everything for what the market will bear. It's almost like that's going to kill the enthusiasm for your products in the long term. It's almost like when someone comes in with something that's legitimately exciting, instead of just seeing everything in terms of total addressable market and optimized profit to expense ratio, blah, 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 blah. It's almost like you can create new customers by making something that's exciting and gets people talking, gets people looking into it, gets people exploring and wanting to learn. Thank you very much, Intel. And this is a really, really important thing that I want to bring up. Guys, Intel Arc is going to force the incumbents to react. NVIDIA and AMD are very likely to bring their cards down to a price that is competitive with Arc. Don't forget, when you're recommending a $250 GPU to a friend or building a new machine, don't forget who made the price point happen.
I know. I've been helping you.
Because I didn't want to destroy Cersei did.
No.
This road is a B that she's out. I know this road. This particular road is a B. Trust me. Because some of your fewer starts are easy to miss, but also to take turns when they go down to the single lane. You gotta be really careful.
We've talked about this so many times.
In my opinion, there's a value to that.
People root for AMD so that their NVIDIA card can be cheaper.
Yeah.
But now, Arc is not just like a crappy option that we hope will become a good option someday. It's a legitimately good
solid option right now.
It's a solid option.
If I was building a computer for a friend or something in this price point, I would probably do it. I might check what games they play, make sure it's going to run well, but, you know, you should do that anyways. We've just gotten a little soft on that because over the last years, basically everyone's just buying NVIDIA cards, and they pretty much work in everything, which is cool, but it's not that much of a lift. They want to play like Rocket League and League of Legends and something else, like, you're probably fine. Sweet. Yeah, I want to play Starfield, just tell them, don't bother.
Steve J3D here in chat says, I just had somebody ask today about what NVIDIA to get for under $500. I told them to look for a P580. NVIDIA doesn't have real options under $500. Dude, $599 used to be like an Ultra card. Like that was a top tier card. That's
very high end.
That's now basically where NVIDIA starts having a valid option at all. Because I'm not counting these 8 gig DRAM cards, especially now that Indiana Jones and the what is it? What's the
great suggestion from LG community info in chat.
Yeah, it's a great circle.
Sorry. I said, can you combine it with an APU and use that to handle older games that the B580 might not be good for?
Yeah, possibly, actually.
It's actually not a bad strat.
Because Intel does struggle a little bit with especially some very, very legacy games.
Yeah. But modern CPUs.
That actually ties me right back into one of the other things that I wanted to talk about here. I want to call out AMD. Where are current generation Ryzen 3 chips? Where are they? I understand people can buy a last generation chip or whatever in some ancient architecture or like a 2-generational chip for your value segment, but like, what the heck? You used to have value chips. You used to launch the entire lineup. Ryzen 7, Ryzen 5, Ryzen 3, like the whole thing was there. And also you had Threadripper for consumers. Remember that? Like, remember getting people excited about products and making stuff because it was really cool and because it would delight your customers? And while we're at it, where are your non-X Ryzen 9000s? Hello? We talk about this. I think it's an upcoming video, but we talk about AMD's shift in strategy, where they used to launch them at the same time, the X and the non-X variants, and then they started launching the X first and following up with the non-X at a lower price, like pretty comparable spec. And now for 9000, X has been out for months. We have X3D. Where the fuck is the regular one?
Positive gear up.
No, you can just pay for X.
We're doing a lot of Intel praise right now, but it wasn't even that long ago that Intel was the ones on top being big jerks.
Oh, 100%.
So like,
just not even bothering to invest in R&D and make new chips with higher core counts. That's what allowed me to be back in the game.
And massively jumping prices and doing things like that. So it's like, it's this like, remember who got us here comment. A lot of it's like, I will genuinely make purchasing decisions based around who's like,
yeah, it's like, what have you done for me lately?
Yeah.
You should never have brand loyalty.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that you shouldn't let a brand influence your purchasing decision. It just means you should ask, what have you done for me lately?
Yeah. Because honestly, I mean, like,
oh, dude.
The people that influenced the decision that you liked all those years ago might not even work for them.
Yeah.
Like,
this is a really good line in our notes. Instead of just producing enough to meet market demand, why don't you guys make something cool and stimulate market demand, please? There were some, Adam did this topic. He says, here's some good value products that we've covered.
I was talking to AMD with that last one.
Yes. Also just the tech industry in general.
But Intel just did, is why I clarified that.
Here's some good value stuff that we've covered. 2024 Mac Mini, if you ignore the expensive storage upgrades, but that is a legitimately exciting product. I am legitimately excited about the 2024 M4 Mac Mini.
Mac Minis have oddly been pretty good, but yeah, especially 2024.
Oh man, his other stuff, honestly, Adam, I don't know. I think you're reaching. I think you've got the modern tech dystopia perspective here, because he's got the X3D chips in here, and they're exciting, but they're like really expensive. MetaQuest 3 VR, yeah, we talked about that, and also Pixel A series ? They're just, man, there hasn't been.
There really isn't a lot. I tell this story all the time, but like when people point out like, oh, a lot of the stuff that goes on LTD channel is just like entertainment stuff these days. It's like, yeah, it used to be really easy, and now it's really hard. Now we have to, the writing team, production team, all that kind of stuff, has to make stuff interesting. Before, stuff was just interesting.
Yeah, and we
stuff
could just
like
talk
this
about
Intel card would just come out all the time, and it was like, oh, sweet. I don't know, throw it on a bench, play with it a little bit. Yeah, it's great, sick, cool, see ya.
Your
like,
games
it was
run
just
faster.
so easy.
There's no downside.
Yeah, nice. And then now it's like, oh man, okay, we gotta, I don't know, I'll do some, I don't know, whatever thing.
I see people complaining that we don't do enough GPU reviews and CPU reviews anymore. Like, what are we supposed to review?
Where are they?
Like, we get a new family of GPUs like once every almost 2 years. What am I supposed to do with that? I can't keep reviewing it. If I did, you'd ask why I keep reviewing the same GPU. I don't make GPUs. I don't make GPUs.
Not that often. That's the 4060.
That's a year and a half ago.
If we look at the 4080. It's 2022.
That's 2 years ago.
November, so it's even slightly more.
We still don't have a 5080.
Yeah. What do you want us to do?
2 years. And the prices don't even come down.
Someone in chat, review it again.
No.
But yeah, so like, okay, back in the day when it was like 8 months between GPU cycles.
Oh yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
That was before we were even in media, but
fair, but still.
Still, annual cycles were nice.
It's a little easier.
Annual cycles.
Now
were
when
nice.
it's every over 2 years, like it's I don't know when it's going to be, but it's going to be over 2 years considering we just saw it's already been over 2 years. What do you do in the meantime? And when that's happening to every vertical, and when a lot of other verticals just feel like they're kind of maturing out a little bit.
With your belt fastened at all times during the flight.
And like, to be clear, I feel like our team does a really good job.
They do a great job. Fantastic job. They're killing it. But it's just, it's so hard because you have to create the concept instead of just having cool things. Like we would walk into the office, there'd be a pile of interesting things in the corner.
Yeah.
Every day. It's just like, oh, okay, sick.
Yeah, we'll have to prioritize which cool, interesting thing to talk about.
That is not the problem anymore. Oh, man. Anyways,
Dan, we've done 2 topics.
Okay, thanks. I'm a little swamped.
Oh. What? Are you getting merch message inundated today? What's even going on today?
It's been 40 minutes and I've had 200.
It's been 40 minutes.
That's a lot.
Wow.
Look at this guy.
Hey, it's WAN show. I can dance all day.
Is it just because we're close to Christmas and people are trying to get stuff?
Look at the top banner of the site.
Precision multi-bit screwdriver bit sets and end
Commuter
caps are
backpack.
restocking.
Oh,
back orders are live.
Oh.
Please help. Okay, well, let's do a couple merch messages then. If we've done 2 topics.
That makes sense.
When's the Monarch? There's my merch message.
Luke asks.
Sorry.
When's the mod back up? Hi, LLD. Great to see the precision screw. Nope, that is an incoming. Sorry, I'm losing it. It starts exactly the same. Hey, LLD. Just wanted to say the MCM product suite is phenomenal. Finally had a chance to redo my setup when I moved, and I couldn't be happier. What's next in that product category? I need more.
I think we're working on a smaller power brick holder. For little tiny power bricks. The current one is a little bit tricky to use on really, really small stuff. I working on in the early stages. It may never see the light of day if it doesn't reach our quality standards, but I believe we're in the early stages of like an arch with like a flexi middle.
Whoa.
So that you could kind of stretch it out and have it be like flatter, or put it together and have it be like taller. It may not end up making any sense. I know that we are... What else are we working on? This is cool. Now that I've been promised that this will be coming very, very soon, even though I've been asking for it for like 2 years.
Could you like bungee between 2 magnetic ends?
I don't know. Maybe.
And then you just take one end off to access the cables and put the end back on?
That would be very complicated tooling. I don't know about that. Maybe. It's a cool idea. One thing that I know is coming is we create all kinds of like cool 3D printed internal tools and holders and adapters and all kinds of cool stuff. Like we have for the little quarter 20 threaded power bar holder MCM like magnetic thing. We have a little screwdriver holder that can go onto it, and then you can just like put your screwdriver into it. And so I've been just super irate every time I see stuff like that, and I'm like, yo, why don't we share any of this with our community? So we are finally going to be publishing like a repo of just like all the cool stuff that we design internally.
You store like maker add-ons.
Not even, because a lot of it's just. Like stuff we just use internally that has nothing to do with Maker, like our CPU holders. and stuff like that.
3D printing, then isn't it like maker?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, I guess so. It's just.
Descend and maintain 11,000 feet. Keep speed not above 250 knots. Airbus 08 X-ray. Airbus 782 traffic is 1 o'clock 4 miles at 11,600 feet Boeing. Report them in sight. Boeing 985 traffic is 1 o'clock 3 miles at 7,700 feet Airbus. Report them in sight. Boeing 985 traffic in sight. Airbus 782 traffic in sight. Climb and maintain flight level 250 Airbus 633. Going to 119.7 Airbus 803. Boeing 476 climb and maintain 16,000 feet. Keep speed not above 205 knots. Boeing 010 contact Guangzhou approach on 126.55. Good day. Luna 523 kilo climb and maintain flight level 380.
Climb and maintain flight level 380 Luna 523 kilo.
Climb and maintain 16,000 feet. Keep speed not above 205 knots. Boeing 476. Boeing 010. Goodbye. Guangzhou Center, Boeing Bravo 2010, 11,000 feet. Boeing Bravo 2010, Guangzhou Center, altimeter 30.30 radar contact. Continue to Charlie Echo November. Boeing 010 contact Guangzhou approach on 126.55. Good day. Boeing 923 climb and maintain flight level 180.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we will be starting the in-flight drink service. If you could please ensure all aisles are clear and bags are placed in the overhead lockers that will be much appreciated. Thank you.
Boeing 010. Goodbye. Airbus 08 X-ray contact Guangzhou approach on 121.05. Good day. Going to 121.05 Airbus 08 X-ray.
are about to serve our hot drinks menu. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. Thank you.
Good morning once again from the cockpit. I hope all is well with you and you're enjoying flying with us so far. We've reached our cruising flight level. We're expecting to arrive on time as planned. Progress is going very well. Unless anything changes in the meantime, you'll next hear from me around the time we start our descent, so I'll leave you in the hands of our excellent cabin crew. Thank you.
What does that feel? Just curious.
Good.
Not bad.
She doesn't have a Discord server yet.
Okay. Well, I know she's got the app though.
I'll give you her. Damn it. I have to disable streamer mode to see.
Oh, she's redeeming info. I got it.
Damn it, bird. I just sent it to you.
Okay. Yeah, I know you did. I know, but she couldn't even say it. I saw you right when you did it. I got it. Thank you. I just copied it from you. And do that.
Hello.
Sorry for the intrusion. I was just wondering if you'd like a drink.
Not at the moment, thanks.
No problem. Do give me a call if you change your mind, though.
Luna 523 Kilo, please expedite your climb flight level 380.
Looks like you're gonna like my friend.
Yes, I do. Because she likes Christmas events.
She's asking you a question. But
Yeah, I know, but I didn't quite understand
when is the Christmas event active this year?
That should be...
No, don't tell me, tell her.
I am. I'm looking at it right now.
Luna 523 Kilo, please expedite your climb flight level 380. Airbus 0 Delta Romeo, you are 1,200 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain 2,000 feet, altimeter 30.36. Climb and maintain 2,000 feet, Airbus 0 Delta Romeo. Luna 523 Kilo, please expedite your climb flight level 380. Boeing 403 climb and maintain flight level 270.
It hasn't, looks like it hasn't started
Heavy 936
yet.
heavy traffic is 2.3 miles at flight level 260 Boeing.
Tomorrow,
Report them in sight. Climb and maintain flight level 270 Boeing 403. Boeing 403 traffic is 8 o'clock 3 miles at flight level 240 Airbus. Report them in sight. Cathay Niner 36 Heavy
They haven't posted it yet on the website yet. Yeah, I seen the information. They just haven't posted it.
But she's asking you a question.
I know, I see it.
Loader 523 Kilo, please expedite your climb flight level 380.
Yeah, the one that I've used is the one from the Mark II, and I don't have to do anything.
Captain, what's the plan for today's long pull-ups via showroom?
Dude.
Loader 523 Kilo, please expedite your climb flight level 380.
Dude.
Loader 523 Kilo, please expedite your climb flight level 380. Climb and maintain flight level 270.
Boom. Deutschland.
Yep, yep. I don't have that. That's a new one for me. I have to do it, but I don't have it. I've got ATS and mirrors and those ones are very funny.
Deutschland. He's gonna be on as well.
Yeah, I can't forget the way that she's trying.
He's gonna like to take me.
Yeah, like to take
Like to take me on pedals.
Okay, so either the G920 or the G29, one of the two. That's the two.
G920.
Yeah, I can't forget because the G920 is the updated version of the 29. The G920 is
Here's the thing. Thanks to Andrea, I can read German, but I forgot how to speak it.
But you can read it, right?
Yeah.
That's no problem.
Expedite your climb flight level 380.
Of course he drives a Mercedes.
Yeah, I had that same truck. I got the Mercedes, but I also got the Scania. I prefer the Scania just because of the screen placement. You know, where it lines up with my two monitors and stuff. Because it works perfectly with the surrounds. I prefer the Scania, but I got the Mercedes too. I drive
Of course he has a Mercedes, because he's showing that German pride.
I know.
Mercedes trucks are awesome though.
They are.
And I don't have to play. I don't have to play 8 years or 8 years to know that. I just know if it's Mercedes, it's gonna be reliable.
And they are, yes. But they are hard to work on. Because I've watched them. You don't know what the heck you're doing because of the placement of things. Doing the overseas cars and trucks, they're not all the things you work on.
Well, for Americans, no. But the Europeans are used to it.
Yeah, I know. But still Americans, they can't really do that because that's how they work. Yeah, I have forced me right now.
Please expedite your climb to flight level 380.
I do the core speed.
03, contact Mulan Center on 118.9er. Good day. Going to 118.9er, Boeing 403.
Yeah, I know the layout, so I have it.
Cathay Niner, Tree 6 Heavy, contact Mulan Center on
I think I prefer the look of European trucks though.
I do, but here's the thing.
But then, because I think American trucks are too macho.
Well, here's the thing.
If you know what I mean. You see, American trucks and you're expecting a bearded man with a trucker head to come out.
But the huge thing, you know why they got away from trucks? There's a couple of reasons. You can probably guess one. You know, the trailers are much longer too, right?
Yeah.
They're doing it because of the weight, but also because of the safety.
But I can tell why they do it, but it doesn't look good to me.
It does. But times have changed as well.
I prefer the European trucks in terms of the looks. They're more slim and sleek.
They are, but it's probable for my dog. You're sitting on top of the engine. So, that's what's going to happen. You get some, as they get older, you get exhausted in the cabin.
Goodbye.
So you had to redo the exhaust at the same time years and redo the floor and redo the seal. If you don't, you get the ugly diesel smell in the cabin. That's the only thing I really don't like is just the way that when they get older you can smell the diesel.
Why don't they just do it that way from the get-go?
What? You don't smell it, you mean?
No, with the exhaust configuration from the get-go.
They do, but it's not that the stack isn't the problem. It's the problem of what happens is with the rust on the underneath of the cab and the rust on the exhaust. That's what it is. But they do it that way from the get-go. It's just that breaks down over time. That's what I was getting.
Luna 523 Kilo contact Wuhan Center on 118.
And you think if you look at the script, the way they do it, the exhaust, I think, is on the passenger side. If you put it in the US, it's on the passenger side with their exhaust. But yeah, they do it that way with the soundproofing and the smellproofing
Airbus
stuff.
658 descend and maintain 2,400 feet.
But if you don't maintain that, it just breaks down and that's what happens. You get the smell of the cat. Trust me, I know. My dad found out the hard way.
He was driving European trucks.
Not just that, he also had the rain that had the same exact configuration, and he would get gas boost now inside the fan when it needed the seal on it. So yeah, it's known to happen, trust me. But yeah, it's seen for cars that are designed that way and trucks. It's the engines underneath the cab, what happens is, when you raise, do it that way, you still get some of the fumes when it wears out. The new ones are much better because they're not using the hump. It's the ones that have the hump in the window or the cab that are known for that because that's the transmission hump. And that's where they would leak it usually. But the newer ones, they have the flat floor, so the cab sits up a little higher. So you shouldn't get that because it's another cab. It's the ones that had the transmission hump inside the cabin, but the manual transmissions, they're notorious for that.
Boeing 113 have the traffic.
And I think it's from the 70s to the early 2000s, where that was a big deal. But then after that, it slowly started fading down. But you can still find trucks out there. The truck drivers who complain, oh, it smells like diesel on here. Or something like that. It even happens with some of the mid-engine cars do. It's bad. You know how stinking diesel can be, don't you?
Yep, I smelled it in school buses.
Yeah, and it's that same smell when you have a cab that's gonna
Wuhan Center, Airbus Bravo 8633 is passing flight level 240, climbing flight level 250. Luna 523 Kilo, please expedite your climb flight level 380. Airbus Bravo 8633 Wuhan Center, radar contact, continue to Lima Kilo Oscar. Airbus 2 Foxtrot Tango traffic in sight. 2, you are 300 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level 310. Luna 523 Kilo, please expedite your climb flight level 380. Climb and maintain flight level 310, Airbus 2 Foxtrot Tango.
And I know you want to watch me when I do my Christmas stories again, don't you?
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun. Last year's map was fun. And I'm here to with the same map again. The snow map that we had last year. But more low types. Which would be interesting. And they're saying because it was revealed on the 11th, some of the stuff it's gonna start this week. I just saw one because I can find that there's every year he just posts the video on. He doesn't know what it's all gonna be, but he knows it's gonna start this week. All he knows is we're gonna be the same map again, but more stuff.
Traffic is 9 o'clock 4 miles at flight level 245 Airbus.
Last year was a really good map. I was that map last year. You get to do snow and snow fences. It was fun.
Airbus 633 have the Boeing in sight. Airbus 28 November traffic is 3 o'clock 3 miles at flight level 330 Boeing. Report them in sight. Boeing 785 have the traffic.
There.
Boeing 542 traffic in sight.
Okay, look.
Bird.
What?
When you start streaming, we need to do stream together all the time, cause it combines mine and whoever's views.
Is that about the chat?
No, when we do stream together, it combines our viewing numbers.
Yeah, I know. Is that about the thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'll find out. Don't worry. I already got that in my mind. Trust me. I'll find out. Don't worry, I'm on the same page. But yeah, I just need to get my door before I
You know you can start streaming with our model, and then get a model later. That's what she was doing.
Captain Lee, Newsky is brewing up some serious coffee until we get a brighter day, or we stuck in limbo.
I've been thinking about it, but I need to get you machine 2. So I'm going to get that done before I start really streaming, because some of the games I want to run, you know, they don't work. What that one that you did after I didn't run, I want to stream that some point. But ATS and ETS I probably could do just fine. Maybe flex at 120.
Climb and maintain flight level 310. Boeing 40 tree traffic is 6 o'clock 4 miles at flight level 245 Airbus. Report them in sight. Climb and maintain flight level 310 Boeing 09er Mike. Airbus 63 tree traffic is 11 o'clock 3 miles at flight level 265 Boeing. Report them in sight. Boeing 40 have the Airbus in sight. Climb and maintain flight level 260 Airbus 671. Airbus 2 Foxtrot Tango, you are 300 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level 310.
Did you notice a new thing on the channel?
Yeah, what? The charity one?
Climb and maintain flight level
Yeah.
310 Airbus 2 Foxtrot
Yeah,
Tango.
they do that every year. Yeah.
No, I enabled that for able gamers.
Climb and maintain flight level 230.
Yeah, and Twitch also does it too, because I've seen it when they do it for Christmas time. And then they've done it for,
No, I enabled it just now. And I chose the able gamers.
Okay. Smart move. Smart move. Very smart move. I figured you would, because you told me you wanted to do that. So yes, Ava Gamers is a good one. Very good one. Oh boy, the one-lane construction. Oh boy.
Oh boy, I just tuned back into her stream and it's snowing like a bee.
It is. She's got the winter thing at. Yeah. That's what I told her. She's using the winter mod. Is what it's called. I use it too, but last year it wouldn't work because it would crash the sim. They messed it up until about Christmas time. And like as soon as you tried to do anything, it would just crash the sim. And they say disable it until they update it and they fixed it. But yeah, it's got the winter mod. It comes out every year. Circles MP puts this out every year.
Hi, Captain. I just wanted to come by and ask if everything was going okay.
Yes, everything is fine. Thanks for asking.
Just give me a buzz if you need anything.
But I do turn it off Sometimes because like in certain areas, it doesn't make sense to have.
I wish ACS did had live weather. Even if it's their own live weather. Like it doesn't have to be based off of real life. I wish it had dynamic weather. Without mods.
Yeah, they have a,
But you just said you had to use this to get the winter effect. See, with them, you don't have to do that.
I know, but the rest of the weather is based. It can be based off of real life, yes. But the snow, you have to use the winter model. It's kind of weird. It just is weird with that. But I had mine kind of turned to realistic because if I turned it up, it's way too kind of wet. It's like it's not realistic.
Climb and maintain flight level 330 Boeing 785. Luna 523 Kilo, please expedite your climb flight level 380.
But they do have, I forgot what the live word thing is they use, but they have some of the what the stuff is a slider, they got snow mod, I can't think of what the other one that they use, but it's kind of weird the way they did the weather. It's kind of weird.
Boeing 785 traffic is 1 o'clock 4 miles at flight level 320 Boeing. Report them in sight. Boeing 470 traffic is 2 o'clock 3 miles at flight level 330 Boeing. Report them in sight. Luna 523 Kilo, please.
But yes, I wish they had the live weather system like in FS. Yes, that would be nice.
Boeing 470 traffic in sight. Boeing 785 traffic in sight. Luna 523 Kilo, please expedite your climb flight level 380.
Shitbird.
What?
Lost track of time.
Oh, damn. I know it's a time already. It's like, damn, I just looked at my watch. Because I was looking at chicken screen too, back and forth between you and her. And then I looked at my watch, I'm like, damn, it's time for you to do take for me to do takeover.
Moving stuff over.
Okay.
Climb and maintain flight level 310. Climb and maintain flight level 310 Boeing 09 your leg. H51 descend and maintain 2,300 feet. Descend and maintain 2,300 feet, 851.
And this is the one from Dicey hit me.
What?
And this one from when we in Kitten didn't
No, this one's from Red Hole. And we got along real good.
I figured it was one of the two, I just forgot who. Because I knew it was from one of the airlines.
Airbus 633 traffic is 9 o'clock 4 miles at flight level 225 Airbus. Report them in sight. Airbus 6905 traffic is 8 o'clock 3 miles at flight level 245 Airbus. Report them in sight. Airbus 633 have the Airbus in sight. Airbus 6905 traffic in sight. Luna 523 Kilo, please expedite your climb flight level 380.
You know, we met some good people from Red Hole.
Red Hole's pretty famous within the Playsim community.
Yes.
No, I'm telling you that.
Yeah, I can't forget
I knew him by name before I met him on stream.
okay, you must have watched them off and on, right?
No, I never watched him. If you're in the Playsim community, you know him. By the way,
I'm going. Okay, I got